Thank you. Thank you, everybody, and welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee number 7, Planning and Environment, for the additional round of budget estimates 2025-2026. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation and the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name's Sue Higginson. I'm the chair of this committee. I welcome Minister Sharpe and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios climate change, energy and the environment and heritage. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent and remind that parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to come and give evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament, and Mr Lean and Mr Chappell, as you have both appeared at the initial hearing before this committee, you also do not need to be sworn. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15 to 5:30pm. We're joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm, with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm, with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45, 12:45 and 5:15pm. We will now begin with questions from the opposition. Over to you.
Thank you.
Ms Munro.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Minister. Nice to see you. Last year I asked about your department's modelling in relation to data centres and was given the response that the department relies on AEMO modelling. I wanted to clarify what specific modelling you're using to determine the potential impact of data centres on the energy grid.
Thank you, and congratulations on your new role.
Thank you.
We're doing, since then, there's more work that's being undertaken in relation to data centres. There is work being done around increased demand and looking at the projects that are in the pipeline. So it's a combination of two types of modelling. It's the work that AEMO does in terms of ongoing demand on the grid, which is in regular reports that come through, but it's also the work that we're doing internally for the government's work for the INSW data centre strategy, which I know that you're aware of.
So is the AEMO modelling that you're using state-specific?
I might have to, I believe it is. Mr Lean looks like he's got some more information there. I might hand over to him. He can give you more detail about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is state specific. It's also reflected in our Energy Security Target Monitor report, where the data is replicated there. So it assumes an additional peak of 900 megawatts by 33-34, and that comes from the ESU report from 2025. They've also done a sensitivity around higher data centre growth as well, which assumes another 480 megawatts.
Okay, thank you. So the department is doing its own modelling now in relation to...
Well, yes, I mean, we're obviously doing our own analysis, whether you call it modelling or analysis, which is, what is going to be the impact on the grid, working with the AEMO data and feeding into the government's response overall to data centres.
So in relation to the IDA, has the IDA requested specific modelling from your department about the data centre projects that it is receiving?
Yes, I'm not aware of that. So the IDA has obviously gone out and done an expression of interest process where there's been a lot of interest in relation to data centres. It's really at the beginning of its arrangement. So as I'm aware, none of that has come forward yet. So I'm not aware that the IDA has asked for specific modelling, but obviously as the work goes through, that's not really their role. Their role will be to assist through the planning system and look at that. It will get dealt with through the usual EIS processes.
So do you have any visibility over how many data centres are being proposed through the IDA?
Not at this point, because as I understand it, and I will check this, and I'm sure someone will give me a note if this where this is, because this is not obviously my portfolio, but my understanding, and I think there is some information around the EOI in the notes, around how many. All I can say, and I'll get you the actual figures, there's been a lot of interest in terms of the opening EOIs. Obviously, none of them have gone through the process yet, but I'm happy to provide that information for you.
Thank you. So just to clarify, obviously there are, as you say, there's lots of interest about data centres through this IDA process. Is there going to be a way to look at these in totality and determine their approval according to the full demand on the grid in relation to every data centre that's proposed, or is it still going to be a sort of piecemeal approach? Like, how is the intention of prioritisation going to work?
Well, that's part of the process, really. There's two processes. The IDA, and I can tell you that the initial IDA expression of interest round received 26 submissions relating to data centres. Huge amount of investment potential there, around $100 billion. So the interest is high. It's also the case that we already have about 60 data centres operating in New South Wales. So the IDA
I think
process...
there's actually more like 90.
Depends on how you count them, but yes. Yes, 60 or 90, I'm aware. But look, I think this is the whole idea with the IDA. There's sort of two things happening here. One is New South Wales is really keen to see the investment and the potential in terms of data centres. You can't go anywhere without people talking about AI, talking about the importance of data centres. New South Wales is a really attractive place for people to invest, and there's lots of people coming and talking. I'm sure they're talking to you, talking to government and others about wanting to have data centres in New South Wales. Range of reasons for that. Partly we've got a very clear pathway to renewables. We've got a good energy grid. We're upgrading our grid. All of that makes that attractive. Also, the location of some of the places and the land where you could put that, it makes it attractive as well. It's also attractive in terms of internationally around the security and national security of data. Australia is a trusted democracy.
But just going back to energy specifically,
sure. Yep.
How is that prioritisation process going to work?
That's what we're working through at the moment. We'll have to do that because...
So just to clarify, how is the IDA working with your department to determine that prioritisation?
Well, the IDA is setting up. They've done their first EOI. INSW is also doing the data centre strategy. That's really where a lot of that work about how much we need to do it. I mean, off the top of my head, I believe that the demand on our energy system could be an additional 12% demand. I think I'd need to check exactly which parameters are in this, but essentially if everything that was that's currently in the planning system was approved, that's what you're looking at. So it's significant, as is water, and I'm sure you'll talk to Minister Jackson about that. So the way that the government is doing is we've got the strategy, which is taking the big look about how we deal with things like water and guidelines and how we do investment. IDA is the process for taking and assisting that planning pathway through our planning system. So. But to go to your question, to the answer to your question is that all of those will be dealt with when we get to that point. There aren't projects at the moment that we're saying, yes, this one, no, not this one.
So when is the data centre strategy going to be released?
Soon. It's not it sits within INSW, so you should ask the relevant minister. But we're working very closely on that.
Have you then finalised your department's submission to...
There's ongoing discussion. So we work across government. We work collaboratively across with our different departments. You can probably ask my officials this afternoon in terms of the amount of work that's going into it. There's a lot, and they can take you through that. So
my understanding from your answer is that without the data centre strategy, that the IDA process can't continue.
No, that's not. I wouldn't say that at all. These things are all happening in parallel.
Okay, so it just seems like from what you've just said the IDA can't approve anything until the data centre strategy is undertaken.
You'd need to ask the ministers responsible for the IDA. I can tell you what we're doing in terms of energy and DQ more broadly in terms of water. I mean, I don't know whether Mr. Lean wants to add anything to it.
Just raise a point of order, just to clarify.
Yes.
I mean, my point of order simply is that the Minister's here to talk and answer questions in relation to her portfolio. Minister's obviously aware of other aspects of what's going on in the government, but it's then inappropriate to draw conclusions constantly as the Minister is. If the Honourable Jackie Munro is not aware of which Minister to ask and the correct Minister, then I'm sure someone in the Secretariat can advise her. But to simply keep repeating the same questions to the Minister, and the Minister says you need to take this up with the appropriate Minister, can I just get clarification whether that's in order?
I'm happy to move on.
Yeah.
That's fairly spurious, but anyway.
And also somewhat rude, I would suggest, Chair.
Oh, no, we don't need that right
and
now.
look, the
It's a fair enough
I'm
point of
just-
order, but I
I'm
think
just trying
that
to
the
find out
member-
information.
I think the member and the minister were fine.
No, I think that's right. And
Yeah.
look, the questions that the member's asking are legitimate. This is,
Yeah.
data centres and their role in New South Wales, the opportunities they provide, as well as the new challenges that they're bringing forward, is something that government really hasn't it wasn't even on the agenda 5 years ago, even though there's been some data centres plugging in. The questions that are being asked are legitimate. I suppose what I want to really re-emphasise to the committee is that the government's taking all of that seriously, and that's why there's a number of different pathways that we're working through that. We want the investment. We want to be a place for data centres, but there are significant constraints that we need to work through, and that's exactly what the government's doing.
Thank you.
So just to continue on the impact of data centres, more specifically on energy, there were responses given last year or actually this year to questioners last year from your department, noting that wholesale prices are determined by demand and supply in the national energy market. All demand affects prices. Obviously, New South Wales household prices are increasing. The impact of data centres will mean that there is more grid pressure. Are you concerned about the impact of data centres on actual household energy bills and small business bills?
Of course. I mean, one of the key things I worry about every day is the impact of prices on households and businesses when it comes to energy. There is no doubt that increased demand from data centres could significantly put pressure on prices. The key to that, and that's again, I'd go back to the kind of things that we're thinking about more broadly, is what other energy is put into the system, what are the way in which data centres would connect to the grid, and how do they, how is that cost dealt with? They're all matters that are really under question. So yes, it is a risk, and that's part of why the government's undertaking the work that it is.
So given that risk and your concern, what kind of analysis is your department doing to understand what the impact of that growth that you mentioned earlier, whether it's 900 megawatts or more like 1,300 megawatts, will have on energy prices?
Well, they're looking at what that could be and what that could cost.
So that is work that's going on
Yes.
at the moment, and can you give any information about the outcome of that analysis?
I can take some of the detail on notice, but I'd encourage you to talk to my officials. I mean, this afternoon.
I certainly will.
They'll be able to take you through that.
Yeah.
But yes, of course, if you increase demand and we have constrained supply, it's going to cost more.
Just to really clarify, do you have specific information about how those energy prices might be increasing?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, but you don't have the figures on you.
No, I don't. But I'm happy to try and get those. The thing that the caveat that I would put on any of that is when you're looking at it, it could be. It really depends on do you account for all of them, or do you account for all of the cost? I suppose what goes into the model depends on what goes out.
Sure.
The other thing that I would say to you is that the work that's being undertaken is also part of the cabinet process in terms of the development of the strategy as well.
Okay. Just on the waste levy, there's been a delay on what was supposed to be a new waste levy program. It was promised 2 Christmases ago. In the MyEFO statement released at the end of last year, waste and environment levies revenue has been revised down by 76.4 million in this financial year to reflect lower than expected waste sent to landfill. I'm just wondering why that was.
Two things there. So if you're asking about what's delayed, so we've done a lot of work. There was a waste levy review. At the moment, waste levy is collected, at a certain tonnage and a certain cost. The decision, and usually the increase follows CPI. Part of the review was looking about whether we should raise the waste levy, and you're right that government hasn't made a final decision about that, but we have informed councils that it will be by CPI this year. So
yes.
that decision has been taken. I'd need to take on details exactly about why the number's going down, but the first answer would be that it means that more's being devoted from landfill. The reason why the whole point of the waste levy is to act as a lever and an incentive for more to be recycled and for more, more of it to be diverted from landfill. I'd need to. I don't know whether Tony's got any extra information about that, but if the funding's gone down and the projections are down, it means that there's actually more being diverted, and that's a good news story.
Yeah, I was. That's why I was curious about what the cause was, and I
thank
can
you.
ask. Do you mind if I ask you later today about that? Just given we've got limited time, thank you. I also then wanted to ask if the assumptions based on the forward estimates in the MyUFO statement are based, what they're based on, because there hasn't been an announcement about a new waste levy strategy.
Yep, that's true.
Further to the CPI increase. So I'm just wondering what assumptions have gone into the calculations of the forward estimate waste levy collection.
Well, the assumptions would be based on, I assume, and Mr Chappell can give more detail of this, would be just the CPI increases over time.
That's right, and Minister, there were some major infrastructure projects that contributed to some sort of upward lumps in the last 2 years, which is, I think, one of the reasons why the projection is lower for this year, but I'll confirm that this afternoon.
Okay. You've said that red bins are at risk of not being picked up, and obviously the waste levy delay announcement is a part of that risk. I'm just wondering...
Well, I would disagree with that. I don't agree with that at all. I mean, what I've said, and this is the reality, is that we've done a lot of work on waste, and we did the waste infrastructure strategy, which showed that Greater Sydney is running out of landfill space by 2030. That's where the red bin pickup issue is at risk. There's a number of things that we've undertaken. For example, the FOGO mandates. I'm really pleased that was supported through the Parliament. I mean, about a third
do you mind if I just redirect you to the question? Because I
disagree with you, the premise of the way in which you've framed that.
All right. I am wondering if you've identified new landfill sites.
There's currently a proposal. There's only one that we would that is in the system at the moment, and that's the expansion of the cleaner waste site down at Lucas Heights.
Okay, so there are no other identified sites at this point.
There are in Greater Sydney there are some closed sites, and then there are sites that are going to be reaching capacity. So they're all identified within the waste infrastructure strategy. But in terms of new landfill in Greater Sydney, the proposal at the moment, and what we're desperately trying to do, is that we accept that we need to do the extension of the cleaner waste, subject to obviously planning approvals and those things, down at Lucas Heights, and we're doing as much as we can to divert everything else elsewhere.
Okay. I wanted to move to camping fees.
Yep.
In relation to the supported camping tender, in the template contract, there appears to be no limitation on the amount of money that contractors can charge for access to supported camping. Is that accurate?
No. Where we are at, we've basically gone out to an EOI for supported camping. First, a couple of things I'd say about that. Supported camping is not new in New South Wales. There have been operators that have operated within national parks that provide that. Yeah, just let me get to it. We've done an EOI process. I'm yet to see that's all being collated and for recommendations in relation to me. The point that I would make is that in terms of the expectations of the revenue that will be provided if supporting camping went ahead in all of the sites that have been proposed, it's about $32,000 a year. This is not a big money spinner for national parks.
Yeah, okay. Well, that was part of my question. therefore, my question hasn't really been answered about how operators are limited in terms of what they charge the public.
Well, we're not at that point yet. There's no operators. There's been an EOI process where people indicated an interest.
Yeah, but there is actually a template, contract, which relates to how much people would pay, 5 to 10% of their revenue.
Yeah. So they do an EOI. They provide it, and again, I haven't seen all of this yet, so it hasn't come to me. The department's working through that. They would basically work through. There's an EOI process. Then that goes to, if you were going to do it, actually putting a proposal in. That's where, as I believe, and Mr. Ling can stop me if I'm incorrect here, and then that would be worked through. So, again, fair questions, but they're not. I'm not able to answer them yet because we're not that way through the process.
Well, would you put a limit on the amount of money that can be charged for
potentially,
access?
but as I said, best case scenario, if everyone was going to be operated, we're looking at about $32,000 a year. This is not going to be an expensive exercise.
But it might be a money spinner for the operators. That's the whole point.
Well, are you suggesting that we don't have operators in national parks? There's literally hundreds of them.
I'm asking if there is going to be a limit on the amount that private operators can charge the public for access to national parks in New South Wales.
There are. I would have to. Let me take that on notice. But my sense is that there would be. It's not going to be sort of tens of thousands of dollars if that's what you're asking. As I said, the whole revenue, if all of them were there, is $32,000. In terms of how much they will charge. I understand what you're saying, which is how much are they allowed to do. I'm not able to tell you because I haven't seen their business proposals yet.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'm asking. That are you suggesting that if there is a business proposal provided that charges what you believe to be too much money, then you would reject that proposal?
Well, you're asking me a lot of hypotheticals here. Let's go back to why this proposal is here. It's not
about why. It's about how people have access to national parks.
Yep.
And guaranteeing
over 90%
access.
of sites, there's a whole structure in relation to free sites, and then there are some with fees. The supported camping proposal is a small proposal that basically would allow people, and this is also this is not new. This actually happened under the previous government. There were national parks where there were people who essentially you can book.
I'm asking about how people's
it.
access is protected to national parks.
Access to national parks is absolutely protected, if that's what you're concerned about.
Well, it's not necessarily protected if there are costs associated that we're not aware of.
So there are costs already if you enter national parks in relation to some people. Some people go on tours. There are ecotourism providers who take people on canoes down there. People pay money for that.
Operators are potentially making money off access to public land. So I'm asking if you have any limitations on the price that people will have to pay in relation to these contracts. But the answer is you don't know.
Well, my answer is at this point on these proposals, I don't know because I haven't seen the business proposals.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We're just going to quickly flip back to the energy and climate discussion, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
I'm just curious with the extension of Eraring, with the data centres in the pipeline, and also with the Net Zero Commission's report that talked about the continued extensions and expansions of coal mining, and recognising since you've come to government there's been at least 8 expansions. Where do we sit with our 2030 target at this point in time?
So as you're aware, we've got legislated targets. We've got the Net Zero Commission who is working through that. We will have more modelling coming out this year. We have that come out. The most recent modelling said and suggested that the targets are close, but they're we've got a lot of work to do. I think off the top of my head we're at about 46% for 2030 if we just want to use that. A lot hangs off all of that. So, look, the targets are challenging, but they're something that we're committed to, and we're doing a whole range of work in relation to that. We're going to be creating a new net zero plan, which really will guide the way in which we will meet both the 2030, 2035 and 2050 targets. You'd also be aware under the legislation we'll be looking at future targets in terms of 2040 and 2045 as well.
Is there anything in your how does it work in terms of the modelling, the targets, where we're tracking in terms of your department's work with the Reconstruction Authority that are busy developing the adaptation plans?
It's a really good question. I mean, really, where we're at with the whole climate change and the commitment from the government around meeting our targets was really about saying that, business as usual is not something that we're not going to meet the targets if we don't work across government. So there's significant amount of work, and I'm sure that Anthony could take you through it, and he has to sit in a lot of committees, but, around how we're working across government for everyone to both what are we doing within government to meet targets, but also what are we doing across the whole economy. So there's cross-government work. I work closely with all of the ministers, whether it's Minister Scully, Minister Saffin, pretty much all of them, Minister Graham. I mean, all of the ministers are have to work through with their departments how they're meeting their targets, and so that's ongoing work. But it is very collaborative, and we are trying very much to make sure that different aspects of it speak to one another. The sort of reconstruction, disaster mitigation, all of that sort of work. We're all in this together, so we're all trying to make those things talk to each other. So in terms of
the assumptions that we're working on at the moment in order to develop those mitigation adaptation plans, do you have, as Minister responsible for climate change, do you have anything in your mind's eye or on the strategic table about the assumptions that we are still working towards in achieving our 2030 target and the preparation that's required and the adaptation measures that are required? Do you have anything that would be a red line to say, hey, we're not meeting our targets, assumptions are going to need to change? Or is there anything on the table in that respect?
I mean, my view is that, we've got legislated targets. We need to make sure that we meet those. All of the modelling and work that we do gives us the guide of whether we're doing that or not. The work of the Net Zero Commission and the advice that they provide is something that there's another input into what action that we need to take. So, I mean, it's a little bit of a hypothetical question, of course.
So I think I can phrase it better, I think. Do you think at this point, given we're sort of at that 46%, we've got some big problems, as in that we've got to factor in data centres and so forth and erraring. Is there a point in the next little while, because it's 2026, our target is 2030, is there a point where you might stand up and say, we're not going to meet our targets? Is that in your strategic vision?
No, that's probably not the way that I operate, really. I mean, my view is that we've got targets, that we need to meet them, and that while ever I'm the Climate Change Minister, I'll be doing whatever I can in concert with my colleagues to make sure that we get there. I'm not... But, I'm not pretending that it's going to be easy. It is really hard. There's a whole range, and different sectors are on different trajectories. I mean, some of the work that I'd also point to is we are sort of moving to the next phase as well. We've got the net zero plan, we've got the kind of government plan, but also that sort of sector plans,
and I can
that we need to start working through.
And I can talk to Mr. Chappell about some
of those. That's before we even get to... Well, that's not even talking about the EPA's work and guidelines, which is dealing obviously with our highest emitters. I mean, New South Wales is really forward-leaning in relation to this. A lot of other states just are relying on the federal safeguard in relation to emissions reduction. We're requiring people with licences to account for and report on how they're going to reduce their emissions, which I'm really pleased about, and that work's ongoing.
Thank you. Can I ask about the GKNP?
Yes.
I saw yesterday the boundaries had been announced and released as what they look like. Can you give us an indication of when the Parliament will see the legislation establishing
We'll definitely see it this year.
Okay.
So, before the election.
Yeah.
I mean, I can give an update on the boundaries, and there's been a lot of work gone into that. In fact, the park's actually slightly larger as a result of that work. I know that some of the people that you deal with, I think it's Bolanola, has now been put into the park. There's been really good work, both with Forestry Corp and others, around acknowledging that we still have plantation, how we actually make that work in a most coherent way. So I think it's now. The boundaries are around 179,000 hectares. Plantation forestry still is allowed within those, within that. So Yes, I mean, it will definitely be this year. We're working through all of that.
And is it your understanding that within the park all the tenures will be national park, or will there be varied tenures within the park?
Look, there may be some varied tenures. Again, that's sort of the next part of it. So, it's sort of step by step. So we've now got sort of the boundaries. There's a lot of interest. There's a lot of different uses in the park. So
what about mining? Is mining something that you're...
No, I don't believe so. I mean, but we need to work, again, as you would be aware, there are exploration licences and all of those things, and that's, the difference between a state conservation area and a national park. I think that's really what you're getting to. That all of that work is undertaken. We need to work through that thoroughly because there are implications there.
I understand that the cattle grazing leases will not continue, which I think is an incredibly good story for everybody at this point. Can I ask, in terms of national parks, and I know I'm racing ahead, and the Great Koala National Park is something that has long been worked by everyone. Is the department, and are you as Minister, contemplating developing a reserve target at all for New South Wales? And with that, obviously, the Commonwealth are advancing the 30 by 30. Yep. I've noticed that they've released some of their priority areas, which include areas within New South Wales, particularly in the Northern Rivers area, as target areas that they think they need.
They're pretty happy about the Great Koala National Park.
I'm sure they are, and the Richmond River Koala Parks. Yes. But are you, as Minister, looking at a reserve target for New South Wales?
So, a couple of things to say, and this is actually important because people raise with me this idea that the 30 by 30 target means that we're trying to make 30% of New South Wales National Park. That is not the case.
I would love that, but yes, I understand.
Some others not so much. But that's just not realistic, and that's not part of the target. We obviously are committed to working with the federal government on them reaching their own target, and everything that we add obviously helps. I mean, I think it's important to realise that in the last 3 years, we've added over 650,000 hectares. Not all of that is gazetted yet, but when it's gazetted, it will basically take the amount of... I think when it's all gazetted, I think the best figures I've got will be about 10.5% of the state will be a protected area, which is, we've actually broken the 10% thing. So that's where we're working. There's obviously the work also in terms of the establishment plan for national parks. So we've committed to doing that. It used to be something that was quite regular. There's work being undertaken on that. I know there's a lot of people who, will have a say about that. There's more, that goes to public consultation, and that's really a conversation about what else can go into the national parks
in
estate.
that plan, are you thinking that there might be something like a target as well, or it will identify what that aspiration kind of looks like for the state?
Look, maybe, but the important thing is I'd probably go back to the sort of the New South Wales nature strategy as well. That's really where we're looking at targets in the future. So the nature strategy sort of sits alongside our action on climate change. It's really the antidote, or I suppose it's the twin part of how we're looking after nature, and climate change sits on this part. We know that we've got real challenges and, frankly, a biodiversity crisis in terms of extinctions and loss of habitat and all of that kind of thing. So in the New South Wales nature strategy, and we sort of flag this, and this is what we're working through, is whether there'll be targets within that. So I might try and see whether, the contemplation of protected areas target, let me just check whether that's sort of been expressly looked at. My view is that we're looking at all of it.
And I know it's Mr. Ruddock's time. With the nature strategy...
Okay, there we go, we are.
Okay, I will come to Mr. Lean later about that. That's very exciting. Do you have a time for the nature strategy at this point when we'll see that? I know it's John's time.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, we want the changes to the Biodiversity Conservation Act are a significant part of that before the end of the year.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Nice to see you, Minister. Do you know what the biggest export commodity is from New South Wales?
I think it's coal.
Well, it's coal by more than double,
Yes.
more than double the number two.
Yes.
Okay, so on the one hand, we are shutting down our coal-fired electricity plants.
Yes.
But we are exporting an enormous amount of coal to East Asia, mainly Japan, Taiwan, Korea, China. And what are those countries doing with the coal? Are they generating electricity?
Yes.
Okay. So can you just walk me through how we can, since we believe, and I think you're wrong, but since the government believes that carbon dioxide is dangerously warming the planet,
Yes.
So then it does seem very inconsistent that if this is such dangerous material, that it's our number one export market. It provides a lot of jobs, a lot of royalties for the government.
I'm aware. I mean,
So-
look, this
and the demand for coal is going up.
Thank you. I am aware of all of those matters. I mean, I think you need to look at, a couple of things to unpack within that. First of all, it's not just the New South Wales government that believes that climate change is real and that the planet is warming and that we need to actually reduce our emissions.
It's falling out of favour around the world, except for here.
Well, I think you'll find that the vast majority of countries actually accept that. Well, I think you'll find that's actually the case. Anyway, New South Wales accepts the science of climate change, and we went to the last election on the basis that we were going to work through that. So we're doing all of that. New South Wales has also got the history of the fact that we've had very rich resources in terms of coal. I mean, I think that's just a historical fact, and we've built a lot of the economy and our energy generation off the access to that, and that's changing over time. So the fact that we export coal and that it's been an important part of our economy, there's no doubt that you're not going to get any disagreement from me about that. What my job, though, is that as we move to a low-carbon economy worldwide, that will change over time. And the trajectory of that is several decades. There's a lot of argument about whether that should be faster or not, but there's no inconsistency with the fact that New South Wales exports coal, as we always have, and we will continue to do so into the future. How far into the future, I think, is really where the debate is, because a lot of that depends on action globally and the work that we're undertaking. But fundamentally, I don't walk away from the fact that the responsibility we have for future generations, given the science of climate change and the urgency with which we need to reduce emissions, is something that's a serious focus for this government, for me as the Minister.
Yes, but I mean, the science we'd agree on the science that there is only one atmosphere around this little planet, and your belief is that burning coal
not just my belief,
is
Mr. Rush.
dangerously warming it, okay?
Yep.
But then we just seem to be completely oblivious that into this single atmosphere that we share with China and Japan and Taiwan, they are burning this coal to produce cheap electricity, and we sell it to them, but we won't do it ourselves. Now, it does seem a little incongruous. Would you agree with that?
Well, no, because particularly, Japan and Korea and others have got very significant commitments around their emissions reduction. In fact, Korea has said that they are going to phase out all of their coal-fired power stations by 2040. Their new minister there, I actually met him recently. They are really, there are many, many countries, the overwhelming number of countries across the world are actually on a trajectory to net zero by 2050, because they see that as their responsibility to the planet and that we are all in it together. The reason why coal-fired power is coming out in New South Wales is a number of reasons. One is, yes, a commitment to reducing emissions, but that's not really the driver. The driver is that our coal-fired power stations, which were built in the 80s and 90s, are very old and they're coming to end of life. The cost to replace them, and not just in carbon emissions, but in the actual cost to consumers and others is significant. It also is highly unlikely that they'd be able to get financing to do them. That's why we're working on this process as coal-fired actually retires in New South Wales in the next 15 years to replace it in the way that we are.
Minister, you have just said that even more important than fighting evil carbon dioxide emissions is that our old coal-fired power electricity stations are wearing down. All around the world, coal-fired power stations are renovated and upgraded and rebuilt. Now, why is it not happening in New South Wales? Because parliaments have made them uneconomical. It's not as they could have if the government had intervened in the energy market, the owners of those coal-fired power stations would have upgraded them. Do you agree with that?
Well, I suppose. Look, no, I don't agree with that.
But you have just said the more important than emissions is the coal-fired power stations are what
the biggest threat we
down.
have to energy reliability and energy prices in New South Wales is the fact that our coal-fired power stations break down a lot. And they're coming to end of life.
But there's no incentive to repair them.
Yes, okay. So a couple of ways in which we could do that. We could, and let's also remember that we work in a privatised arrangement, which you would like. So the previous government sold off all of our coal-fired power stations, and they're now in private hands. That's a matter
Well,
for the
they're heavily
private
regulated.
investors, which again I thought that you would be solely supportive of.
Well,
They're
I'm
the
not
people
in
who
favour
are
of
closing
crony
down.
capitalism. They are extremely regulated industries, so they're
Well,
basically
it's
government
their choice to
departments.
close them down, Mr. Ruddick, and that's what they're doing. It's my job to keep the lights on and prices as low as they possibly can do, and that's what I'm doing.
Now, Matt Keane announced when he was the Environment Minister in 2020 that by 2033 we will have completed the renewable rollout. So we're now in 2026, we're halfway there. I do get the impression that timelines keep getting extended and costs keep getting overblown. So could you tell us, since we're halfway through this glorious project, how much money has been invested by New South Wales taxpayers into the renewable rollout and how much has been invested by the private sector?
I'd have to take the detail on that and notice, but
Good.
but I'm happy to provide it. There's no sort of secret here. The roadmap was used to be sort of multi-partisan, and there's a few people pulling off that. And I'm not quite sure where the National Party are with this now.
We live in your head,
But the
don't we,
point,
Minister?
but the point here is that we are moving through all of that. It's a privatised arrangement. New South Wales relies heavily on private investment when it comes to the energy roadmap. That's the way it was designed. It was actually designed without very much public money going into it at all. One of the things that I have done since being the Minister, which is to actually implement the roadmap. We inherited the roadmap as a design and we've had to work through it in terms of implementation, as everyone has. So we're working through that. I think Matt Keane said that Central West Arana would be shovel ready by 2022. It's now being built, but we have managed to get it actually approved. So the point that I'd make is, yes, I can get those numbers, but the vast majority of the investment relies on private investment, something that you should be happy about.
Yes.
There is a range, but as you would rightly acknowledge, there's a range of supports that happen in terms of financing. We're also doing the supplementary work, so things like building the roads infrastructure that needs to occur,
there's a lot to
and
be
all of
done.
those things. So I can get you some of those figures and happy to do so.
These things are harder to do in the real world than they are to draw
Absolutely.
on paper.
Thank you for
now, you
acknowledging
have
that.
twice just said that the rollout is heavily reliant on private investment.
It is.
Now, there was a press release last June from the Conservation Council, which is partly funded by the government, and it's bemoaning the delay in the magnificent renewable rollout.
Yep.
And it says, reasons for projects languishing, that's what it says, languishing, include the investment environment.
Yes.
Now, that tells me that the private sector, like they all are all around the world, are losing their interest in investing in these projects.
No, I would say that's not...
The Conservation Council says that
I
top of
wouldn't
the list
seek- I wouldn't seek to
is
read the mind at
the
the end of the
investment
CC.
environment. I get the feeling that you do not have too many private investors saying, how can I throw more money into this bottomless pit?
No, we have a lot of interest in relation to this.
Well, the
I think that
Conservation
I'm happy to
Council
take this... Well, I can't speak for the Conservation Council.
Well, you help fund them.
Order, Chair.
Yes.
I think we've allowed Mr Ruddick quite a lot of latitude.
I
with
think we're having a
regards-
valuable conversation.
Thank you. I'm still making my point of order, Mr Ruddick, if you don't mind. Minister Sharpe should be allowed to answer her questions before the next question. Obviously, there's lots of interesting questions that Mr Ruddick wants to ask, but it would be good if we could actually have the Minister answer.
Yep. So just to take you through this is really important. So 23-24 renewable energies now makes up around 36% of our generation. This is coming from a state that used to be 80% coal-fired.
Yeah, the prices have tripled.
No, that's not true. We also now have 40 large-scale solar farms, 18 wind farms, 9 storage systems, a further 52 solar farms, 16 wind farms and 70 storage projects that are under construction or with planning approval. That tells me, Mr Ruddick, that there is plenty of interest and there is a lot of investment coming into this state. I think we estimate overall, and someone will tell me if I get this wrong, that the roadmap will actually lead to around $70 billion worth of private investment in New South Wales.
Well, I'm looking forward to what the Honourable Wes Fang is going to ask you.
Right, well, speaking of Mr Fang, it's over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister. Before I start with my questions, I note that in an answer to a question to the Honourable Jackie Munro, when she asked about the price increases that are modelled by your department in relation to the introduction of data centres, you didn't disagree and suggest that the prices were going to decrease. We keep hearing that renewable energy is the cheapest form of power. Why isn't people's power bills going to decrease when you clearly got modelling that says it's going to increase?
No, I think that you've drawn a lot of inferences from the conversation that the Honourable Jackie Munro and I were having. The point that I made is, as we look at the impact of increased demand, without increased supply, that puts pressure on prices. Part of the entire work that we're doing is about increasing the amount of energy overall and how that's going to be done, and that's accelerating through the roadmap. So,
okay. In that case, then, Minister, can we expect lower prices?
In relation to data centres or in relation to energy?
To residential power bills.
As you would be aware, the bills that are made up are made up of a range of different things. The good news is that wholesale prices, after the energy crisis that hit in terms of Russia and Ukraine, have come down significantly, which is really good. But the other part of it, and this is, I make no apologies for this, that we also are rebuilding an energy grid. And the costs of that are part of that, and that's why the work that we do and the work that I talk about, which is not what the previous government said in terms of how much money people were going to save.
That's not really an answer to my question.
Can you let me finish?
No.
You're asking about prices.
You're now trying to pad out your answers. You are trying to pad out your answers.
Hang on, I'm trying to answer your question. If you just want to yell at me for your video, go your hardest.
Which should allow her to answer the question in any way she wishes.
Thank you. I do think it is a good point of order. I know that we're excited, but please,
the point of order, Chair.
The
point of order.
Yes.
The question was, will we see residential prices decrease? The Minister wants to start talking about the rollout of the roadmap. Now, I'm asking what their modelling shows. That doesn't. I don't require, given that they're not giving us the modelling, I don't require a long, detailed answer when they're not going to show us the modelling. I just need to know if they're going to go up or down.
Look, I think to the point of order, I've heard enough, and I do hear what you're saying. The Minister is entitled to answer the question in the best way. She has been incredibly efficient at answering our questions. Let's keep going and get some good answers.
Minister, in the last budget estimates appearance on the 29th of August 2025, you said the most recent ESU, which is energy security, which is actually reliability, outlook for AEMO, shows that there is a gap is better up until 28-29. That's because the amount of renewables that's going in is the same, amount of renewables going in at the same time. You would have, and I'll table all these documents now. If I could get the Secretariat to grab these, please. There's 11 copies there, and they're all numbered. There's 3 different documents. The article published in the Australian today obviously demonstrates that the AEMO modelling in the ESU is wrong.
Well, that's incorrect.
Is it?
Yes.
Tell me how.
Are you going to let me answer the question? I will tell you how. The inferences that you have drawn in relation to that report, which I have seen, are about 2 different sorts of modelling. If you understand the role of AEMO's got an incredibly important job, which is they operate the market, and they basically operate the grid. They are running literally hundreds of models all of the time. The information that you've provided in terms of the reliability forecasts are from 2 different documents. One is the medium-term projected assessment of system adequacy, the MT Parser, and I'm glad that you found it. This is something that is a weekly publication that is basically the ongoing running and modelling of what's happening in the system. It basically changes all of the time depending on what outages are there, what maintenance is there, what projects are underway. It's a constantly changing modelling system. The good news is that it's transparent. You've been able to find it online. Well done. And it basically does a 2-year outlook of generation reserves. The ESU is actually a very different document that takes into account everything that's in the system, everything that has been approved, everything that's being built. It looks at delays. It works with all of the operators, and it gives us the guide for energy security. So they're 2 different reports. Yep. There is not a they're different because they actually serve different purposes. The allegations that you're making that somehow there's been a mislead, I think, is more about a misunderstanding from you in relation to these reports and their role.
Okay, let's assume you're right, Minister.
I think you should.
Sorry? I didn't hear what you said.
I think you should assume that I'm right.
Okay. Well, I said let's assume I'm right. The MT Parser, if you're correct, would be a one-off aberration. Do you know if the MT Parser modelling showed a consistent degradation in the system and a lack of energy, or was it only a minor dip and then?
No, look, I don't know, because the MT Passer, as I said, is something that has a 2-year outlook, but it's done sort of every fortnight, I believe, or weekly. So it changes over a period of time. There will be, I would assume, and this is total speculation from me, but I would assume that it changes depending on, if there's a project that hasn't been approved, it would have changed, for example, given that Eraring at that point in time, at a point in time was going to close in 27 versus the fact that it's now closing in 29. So it will have changed over time. So I don't know, but I suspect that it kind of follows those curves. The important thing, though, is that ESOO is the annual publication. It looks 10 years ahead in terms of the potential for uncertain energy. We often talk about the gap. You and I have talked about this a lot. And it's designed to inform the investment decisions of how we plug the gap. In fact, all of the work that I do with the roadmap, when I actually direct new tenders about whether we do extra firming tenders, whether we do extra generation tenders, all actually is derived from the work. ESOO guides that significantly.
I understand it does, and that's the answer you gave me at last budget estimates. But you must surely be concerned, though, Minister, that one part of the modelling says that there is significant or sufficient power in the grid to run the systems, but the MT Passer is showing a continued degradation in system security, and I'm not talking about 1 or 2 weeks. I know that the AEMO answers...
Are you talking about system security in terms of the need for coal-fired power for system security? So, for example, our long conversation we've had about synchronous condensers.
I'm going to get to synchronous condensers
Okay,
in
so
a
when you
little
say
bit.
system security, what do you mean?
I mean that the ability for the system to be able to have enough significant power, but also...
So
the
reliability
frequency
versus system strength,
Yes.
they're two different things.
I do know that, Minister, and it seems you didn't when you were providing an answer to me last time, so I'm glad you are now aware. But both issues were showing up in the MT Passer, and they've been showing up since Eraring was due to close, and it was continuous until Eraring was continued to be open. In those circumstances, do you now agree that your statement that New South Wales had enough renewable energy in the grid and that the ESOO was fine is perhaps incorrect?
No, I don't agree with that.
Okay, you could turn off Eraring tomorrow and still be assured that you would have system security and reliability.
Of course not. That's a ridiculous statement.
Well, that was certainly the arguments that you were making in the last budget estimates, that there were enough renewables in the system projected through the ESOO that we could turn off Eraring in 2027.
In terms of the way in which we are planning to replace coal-fired power and rebuild the energy grid, the ESOO is the guiding document. The MT Passer is something, and can I just say, AEMO do an incredible job. I am very pleased that they are running models every single day and reporting on the changes in the national energy market as they manage a very complicated system that's becoming more complicated. That's actually their job. I just do not accept what you were trying to say here, which is that that we were not aware of the impact of Eraring, that we weren't following the guidelines and the need for energy to be replaced. The report said that that's what was going to cover it. The MT Passer is a point in time that's regularly done that informs a whole range of different decision making. The ESOO is the guide in relation to structure. So these things exist, but you're applying the use of the MT Passer incorrectly, and you're using it as sort of some sort of gotcha, trying to make it some sort of gotcha moment, which I just absolutely reject. The job that we have, and can I just say, reliability in New South Wales has been very good. We've just had the hottest summer on record, and we did not have one lack of reserve event because of so much solar renewables in the system and the batteries that are coming in. That shows a system that is transforming. It shows a system that is secure. It shows a system that has the right amount of system strength, and it shows that it's able to deal with it.
It also shows a system reliant on coal, Minister.
No, it doesn't, actually.
So just in terms of the MT Passer, who in your department monitors the MT Passer modelling?
Oh, look, I've got really smart people, but I have no idea who it is. I'm sure you can ask them this afternoon. Is somebody responsible
for monitoring the MT Passer modelling?
We have people... So, I have a brilliant team in energy in New South Wales. Some of the best public servants in the world, in the world in relation to energy and managing the transformation that New South Wales is undertaking. They
So I can
look
assume
at
that
every
somebody
single
was
day.
looking at the MT parcel modelling?
Well, you'd need to ask them. I don't actually ask them every day because you know what? I actually rely on their advice, and it's very good advice around how we're rolling out the roadmap, how we're keeping the lights on, how we're keeping pressure on prices down, and how we're
How's that
dealing with the
going, Minister?
implementation.
How's that going?
Well, if you
The
look at the
price- the
wholesale,
pre-
the
the pressure
wholesale
on
price
pricing.
in the last quarter is half what it was last year.
Okay,
And
so
that's
on
because
that
the
case then,
amount
Minister,
of
why are
renewables
people
that are in
paying
the
20%
system.
more this year?
Well,
If the wholesale price is halved, why are people paying 20% more on their energy bills?
No answer.
No answer.
I'm actually reading a note. Look, if you look again, I love
Well,
the
no,
I love
then
the
I'll
proportionate
let you
aspect.
answer, Minister. If the wholesale price has fallen 50% in the last 12 months, why are people paying 20% more this year than they were last year?
Because the way in which we are rebuilding the system means that there are network costs and that are added to the system. There's no.
That is the answer that
We
I
weren't
wanted.
told this at the beginning.
That is the answer that I wanted.
Look, can we just
Now,
talk? If we want to know,
in terms
are
of
you going to
that-
let me finish?
To whoever is meant to be chair.
I'm the
Chairing this meeting.
I'm the
the
chair.
deputy chair.
Well, the chair, who's got the
You're
call?
correct. Okay, Wes Fang has the
Good.
chair.
Excellent.
Minister.
Excellent call by the chair.
Never let Wes chair a meeting. Go on.
I'm going to let that one go for the moment. Minister, you'll see in the 3 documents that I tabled you, there's a
Have you
second
numbered them?
article.
Oh, you have. Great. Which ones are we looking at?
There's a number 2 in the top
Okay.
right-hand corner.
Yep.
Yes. Now, that is from the Transgrid website,
Yep.
which indicates that under your direction,
The
they've ordered
privatised entity that your government
Minister,
privatised. Just saying.
You can't interject and then complain when I interject. So it's a two-way street if you want to do that. Minister, that article indicates that instead of the purchase of 5 synchronous condensers, they've ordered 10. What was the price of the original 5 units that they were prepared to order?
I'd have to take that on notice. I think it's around $700 million, but I'd need to check.
Okay. In that instance, how much are the 10 smaller synchronous condensers that they've ordered instead?
You'd have to ask Transgrid. They're a private company. They're their synchronous condensers.
Okay, Minister, but you issued the direction for the synchronous condensers.
Yes.
Surely...
Do you understand? So can I explain to you how the directions work?
I'm asking you. So it will come. You will understand why I'm asking these questions.
Maybe.
Did they ask you for permission to change from 5 synchronous condensers to 10?
I'm at a direction for 5. The other 10's a matter for Transgrid.
Is it?
Well, sorry, you're asking me questions about a company that I don't own,
You made a
nor am
direction
I on
for
the
5
board.
synchronous condensers, and they ordered 10.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So I've
can
now.
you let
What
me-
you'll
can you
see.
let me
What you'll see.
Answer the, if you
Yeah,
let me
I'm going-
answer the question.
Well,
All
no,
right,
I'm going to
you
lead you
give me
now.
all the information. And
I'm
I'll try
going
to
to
answer
lead
it,
you.
'cause what
I'm
you're
going
saying
to
makes
lead
no
you now
sense.
to the 3rd document.
Good. Okay. Oh, the Government Gazette.
Yes.
Great. Okay.
Yes.
Which bit?
Now, you will see in the Government Gazette, Minister.
Yeah, 12th
that-
day of September I signed it.
Yes, you
Yep,
did.
great.
Correct. And you'll note that in part of the direction, you talk about, and I'll make sure I've got
Which
the right
bit?
page here. I believe it's the 5th page. Maybe the 7th page. It is in the document in any case. It specifies for the
Whereabouts is it?
synchronous condensers, and I'm just getting to that part. Definition.
Post-it-
Here we go.
post-it tabs are
Page
helpful.
3, halfway down, synchronous condenser package.
Yep.
It notes each
Sorry,
individual.
where are you looking?
Page 3, middle way down, synchronous condenser package.
Yep.
Each individual synchronous condenser that forms part of the synchronous condenser package must provide at least 1,500 megawatts of inertia. Now, in terms of Transgrid ordering 10 smaller units, are you assured that those 10 smaller units have the 1,500 megawatts of inertia that you've specified in the direction, or did they just order them without seeking a variation?
That's not quite how this works.
Well, that's the direction, Minister. That's exactly what it says in the direction that you made.
I'm aware it was my direction.
I know.
I'm aware.
Yes.
Anything in addition to the 5 is a matter for Transgrid, and they're working through it. There was always known that they need extra ones.
Okay, so I'm asking you, do the 10 that have been ordered meet the requirements of 1,500 megawatts of inertia per unit?
My understanding of the way that it works with the 10 units is that they basically provide more flexibility on the site, so they will meet the inertia requirements that are there, but they're being delivered in a slightly different way.
Yes, Minister, but your direction was quite clear that each unit had to have 1,500 megawatts of inertia.
And what I'm saying is that the advice that I have...
Did they seek a variation to order 2
I'd have
smaller
to take
units
that
to
on
replace
notice.
it?
Well...
So
sorry.
you can't tell me how much it costs for the 10.
Sorry.
You can't say if they've asked for a variation or not.
I can't see that.
You've got to pass her a bigger note, Mr. Lean.
Oh my God. Okay. Do you want information or not?
Yeah, I do. Not just me, it's most people.
Okay.
All right, that's okay. I'm just going to take that on notice. I'll come back to you with the answers that you require when you're not interrupting the entire time and you actually explain it.
Oh, that's
what
the
I
pot
will
calling
say
the
to
kettle
you,
black.
what I will say to you, is that we are doing what is required to build a new energy grid, and we're working closely with people like Transgrid, and we're thinking ahead in relation to synchronous condensers. But I'll come back to you.
So in terms of the synchronous condensers, Minister, you'll note on your
Which page?
page 6.
Oh,
I do
good.
know this one.
Oh, good. Well done.
Page 6, schedule indicates the testing and commissioning was required to be done by September 2028. What was the
Yes.
original date that Eraring was due to close before the extension?
2027.
So there was a gap of more than a year between when the synchronous condensers were due to arrive and Eraring was due to close. When I asked you whether Eraring needed to stay open and whether synchronous condensers would arrive before they closed, you indicated that it wasn't a problem, that you were sorting it, yet now we know that you had no chance of getting those synchronous condensers in time.
No, because you're actually... there's other forms of system strength in the system.
And what
it's
was
not just
that?
about the
And
sitcoms.
how were we going to do it without Eraring?
Well, because there's a bunch of advice in relation to this. So, again, you can make
What's
all
the
of this...
advice, Minister? What is the advice? Because the MT parser clearly shows that there was a absolute lack of system strength and reliability.
Sorry, the MT parser is a separate thing that actually doesn't impact on the decisions that were made about synchronous condensers. So you can keep raising an irrelevant report in relation to this decision making, and you can do that, and we'll just have to agree to disagree.
Okay.
I will get you further, if you want more detail, I'll get that for you and update you later.
Thank you. Minister, why did you threaten the Walker Council?
I've never threatened the Walker Council.
Well, it was clearly reported on Ben Fordham yesterday that you threatened Walker
I'm
Council.
glad that you saw the memo. Yeah.
Well, they had a quote from you.
Yeah. No, well, again, okay. So I met with Walker councillors. I met with the General Manager and the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor late last year. Want to thank them for their time. We had an ongoing conversation about the New England Renewable Energy Zone. As you know, there's quite a lot of pressures there, particularly in the Walker area, and there's a lot of community feedback about that. We had a conversation. First thing I want you to know is that there's money that's going directly to Walker Council for the next 3 years to support them to deal with the projects, the increased workload the Renewable Energy Zone does. They get $250,000 a year each year for the next 3. The conversation that we had was that if the New England RES did not go ahead, that the community benefit funding that would be going into the community, which is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, of course wouldn't go ahead. I think if you talk to the Mayor and to the General Manager, I know that it was his memo or whatever, I think that you would find that they do not agree with the councillor who wasn't at the meeting interpretation of what I said to them.
When can the questions that were asked by the residents that you met with in Walker on that day, I think it was the 18th of December last year, when can they expect those answers? Your office promised them that they would have them by the end of January. They offered to let you answer them in the middle of February because they realised that it was a rush. We're now almost at the end of February and they still haven't received responses.
There's a bunch of responses that are being worked through. I know that there are some members who have imposed deadlines in relation to this, but the commitment that I've made to
They
those
didn't impose
farmers...
deadlines, Minister. They extended the deadline that your office originally offered.
No.
This they did. I've got the email. Do you want to... I can table it if you like.
Sure. If you wanted, are you going to table it?
Point of order.
Yeah.
The bell's gone and we're actually in crossbench time. I understand
Thank
the
you.
Minister can keep talking after the bell, but this was a series of
No,
extra
that's
questions.
fine. I'm happy. Whatever. If you want to show
I
me
think
something,
we've-
show
I
it
think
to me.
we've frozen the clock, so if we can be quickly, and then we'll move to Dr. Amanda Cox.
Well, if you show me the email, then I'll answer it.
I'll get you a copy after the break.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fang. Dr. Con.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Hello.
The Australian Microplastic Assessment Project has found that synthetic turf fragments are common and increasing in Sydney's waterways. For example, there was a 10-fold increase in synthetic grass debris found at Rose Bay in Sydney Harbour. Installations of synthetic turf fields are increasing. Are you satisfied that they're appropriately regulated given this level of pollution?
Thanks for the question. I know you've been interested in this for quite a long time, and I've also talked to lots of community members in relation to this. Obviously, it doesn't sit with me around the regular, the sort of policy directions around the way in which turf is put in place. I think that there are some changes that are happening in relation to turf, but I wouldn't, again, it's not something that I'm, in a detailed way across. I think we need to obviously minimise where there is microplastics going into the water. We've got a whole, range of actions that we're undertaking in relation to that. On synthetic turf, though, it is really a matter for Minister Scully.
I will ask Minister Sully about it again.
I'm sure you will. I'm
I'm
sure you will.
hoping you'll be across it as well, specifically because of the pollution risks.
I am across all of that, but it's not. I don't have a decision making in relation to it.
I've got a few questions about plastics,
Yep.
noting that there are some really good actions proposed by the Plastics Plan
Yep.
2.0.
Yep.
My questions aren't about that good work that you've already committed to.
Okay, sure.
I've got a couple of questions about
Yep.
things that aren't in the Plastics
Yep,
Plan.
sure.
So specifically, the Securing Australia's Plastic Recycling Future report by the Australian Council of Recycling
Yep.
found that state governments can lead in prioritising Australian recycled plastic content in procurement.
Yep.
Is that something that you'll consider?
Yeah, look, we're looking at all of that. The whole, as you know, there is a waste crisis. We cannot, we need to, reuse and we need to avoid, and we need to reuse, and we need to recycle as much as we possibly can. We're looking at a range of matters in terms of recycled content and what levers we could have. Obviously, the potential for sort of mandates within procurement and those kind of things are something that we're interested in. It's not something that is obviously government policy now, but I'm pretty much, the waste issues really are a concern. The good news is that we have a lot of ways to deal with it, and we need to look at the sort of levers in government for how we can, deal with a lot of those matters. So yes, it's something that we're looking at. That's the short answer.
It's good to hear it's something that you're open to considering.
Yeah.
Is there a time frame around that work?
I suppose it's really ongoing. Our focus and our priority is very much the plastics plan. There'll be legislation that needs to come to the Parliament, and we'll be working through that. There is a bandwidth issue about how many things that you can deal with at once, although the EPA are doing amazing things when it comes to plastics and all of that work. But it's an ongoing thing, and there are some levers we can look at. I also obviously talked to Minister Hughes more broadly about procurement issues, and I have perhaps said to some of my colleagues, look, we need to do more in the recycling space, but I don't want to over-reg it. It's ongoing. It's an ongoing discussion.
I'm sure you can appreciate, given the community distress where incinerators are proposed, that there's really an expectation from those communities that you're doing every single thing within
yes,
your
we
power
are.
to
Yep.
reduce waste at its
Yep.
source.
Yeah, the other part of it, there's a whole lot of work that actually sits with the Commonwealth in terms of reduction and packaging and that sort of work. And it is one of the things I'm a bit annoying, I think, at Environment Ministers' meetings about what we can do to take more on in relation to that.
Absolutely. You've got a good legislative framework here in the Product Lifecycle Responsibility Act, which we enthusiastically supported.
Grateful for the support.
Which you've applied to batteries, which are obviously an urgent safety risk. Is there any work underway to expand that?
We're looking at, again, it's a bit of a bandwidth issue. I mean, the one thing that I am pursuing very strongly is solar recycling, solar panel recycling. As we know, we have millions of panels that are coming off. Literally the amount of critical minerals that are in those is just something that you couldn't waste even before you get to kind of things going into landfill. So that is sort of the next priority that we've been pursuing. The department's doing some work about the regulatory impacts of that. I'm, talking to my federal and state colleagues around how we could do that. Welcome the fact that the federal government's funding some pilots in terms of solar recycling. But for me, it's very much, it's a no-brainer here. We should be, that's probably the next one. But look, if people have got suggestions about other things they want to put in the sort of product stewardship basket, doors always open and suggestions are always welcome.
One more from me before I go to my colleague. Coming back to the microplastic assessment report, I mentioned synthetic turf. They also found large volumes of foams that are likely originating from construction sites. Yep. Is that also on your list?
Well, dealing with foams is a big challenge. I mean, one of the good things that we've done is, basically double the penalties for anyone who's, not managing their construction sites, which I think is important. It hadn't been changed for years and years. One of the pieces of legislation that we passed doubled that, and there's sort of ongoing education work. But we are looking at foams. I don't know whether Mr. Chappell wants to talk about. If you want,
happy to come back this afternoon.
Talk to Tony about it. I know the EPA are doing work on it, but I couldn't tell you the detail.
Morning, Minister.
Morning.
I understand there will be a formal response from you on the Spotlight on Coal report from the Net Zero Commission. Is that still on track?
Yes, I believe so. Yes,
June,
I believe so. Yep.
That's about 4 months away,
Yep.
but in the meantime, there are multiple coal mine determinations that are
Yep.
likely before them. Then this includes Dartbrook Mod 8, Newland Mod 6, Metropolitan Mod 4, as well as the decision on Chain Valley. That one's by the IPC. So what guidance have you provided to Minister Scully on this in relation to the Net Zero's Commission's landmark report and their clear warning about the continued approval of coal mine on the state's net zero goals?
Yeah, I mean, probably the most sort of thing I would point to in the first instance is obviously the information that we provided to the IPC and to planning in relation to the legislated targets and the impact of that. That obviously sits now within that system. The questions that you're asking really are a matter for Minister Scully and for the planning system. So, I mean, what I would say though is that Ms Higginson was asking me about this earlier. I mean, government is working to think about how we meet our legislated emissions targets, and we continue to do that. But the questions you're asking, I think, really are for Mr. Scott.
But I mean, it's essentially what influence you have, because the Net Zero Commission clearly is talking about and saying that continued approval of coal mines is going to see the state's net zero.
Well, and that's the role of the net. That's exactly the role of the Net Zero
Commission. And since you wrote to the minister about those legislated targets, I think there's been another 7 coal expansions approved. So it's almost as though the government isn't really taking the net zero targets into consideration, because overall the planning minister wins out, doesn't he? And coal mines just get approved.
Well, I mean, I think that's your words.
That's the reality.
They're your words, not mine. I mean, the other thing that I would point to is the ongoing work the EPA is doing in relation to guidelines on coal mines and the ability for them to deal with Scope 1 and Scope 2, which is a significant piece of work. Those guidelines are being finalised, in the not too distant future, and I think that's really important work. So, I know you've got a different view about the planning system and how that operates, but I think it's wrong to suggest that we haven't taken action nor pointed to the matter.
I've just got 2 minutes left because of that. So I am also recently, just this week, Clarence Colliery was fined $852,000. This was for heavily polluting that beautiful river flowing into Blue Mountains World Heritage Area, Wollongambie. This is not the first time.
Nope.
In fact, they've been fined quite a bit in the past. Now, thereafter, Clarence Colliery, parent company Centennial Coal, thereafter a 5-year extension now to continue operating. Their licence is supposed to expire at the end of 2026. They're wanting to go till 2031, but they've shown that they cannot operate without polluting our beautiful wilderness. Will you be recommending to the planning minister to not allow them to continue operating beyond 2026?
Well, there's a few things within that. The first is that people need to work within their licences, and if not, they're breached.
Well, they're not. Yeah.
Well, and the EPA is doing their job, which is what they should do, and they'll continue to do that, as they should and as they must, because that's actually what their role is. In relation to the planning arrangement, through the planning system it goes there, it's not my role to directly say, no, it shouldn't go ahead, but obviously my agencies have input into all of that.
Potentially to that effect, though? That unless all these conditions are...
Well, there's an independent planning... I think there is some challenges in relation to... people come and say, you should say this and you should do this. There's actually, we need to be careful about the way in which planning proposals are assessed and the way in which that they're dealt with probity. There is a proper process that the EPA has input into and that my department has input into, which raises all of the issues
Sure,
through that.
it's just a political question in terms of whether...
Yeah, but this is what I mean. It's actually very problematic if I'm just to say, no, you should ban that. That would open us up to litigation, and it's very problematic. We've got to support a robust system, which we'll continue to do.
Just because time was eaten in. Just quickly, in terms of funding for the Broken Hill lead situation, I understand that it's gone to the Premier's department.
Correct.
In terms of overall responsibility.
Correct.
But in terms of the EPA's funding, your commitment, what additional funding are you wanting to put in? Because there's a bit of a stall there. Are you going to do a funding pitch
I'm not
to
going to
the
be...
budget?
Look, let's just say, budget is underway, budget will be announced.
Are you lobbying for some money for the Broken Hill lead situation?
We're in the budget process now, and that's probably all I can say.
Thank you. We're back to you guys,
Mr. Ruddock.
Mr. Ruddock, apologies, Mr. Ruddock.
Minister, you said in the last session that New South Wales has just experienced its hottest summer on record. You stand by that?
It might have been one of the hottest in the last 3, but it's definitely one of the hottest.
Do you think it's a fair criticism that people do flippantly make this claim all the time and it shows a complete lack of curiosity in the true history of what has happened with temperature?
No.
Okay. So you're saying that it was the hottest in the last 3 years?
I think that my understanding is that the last 3 years have shown that they've been the warmest on record. Yes.
Okay. Well, there's record snowfalls across the northern hemisphere. Yeah, anyway, back to the res. Back to the res.
We could have a long conversation about how the fact that it's colder and that there's more extreme weather events is actually an impact of climate change as well.
It's all a fairy tale.
Maybe not.
It's the average.
When we...
Yeah.
What was that, sorry?
I was just saying it's the average that's the hottest. You can have snowfall or rainfall.
Well, we weren't told that climate change was going to give us extra snow. Anyway, now when we map out a res, the first step is, I understand, we put aside we draw on a map a study corridor. Now, and maybe...
No, sorry, just to be clear. So the reses and the boundaries of the reses were dealt with by the previous government, were mapped out there. You're talking about the proposed route of the transmission lines, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, how many times have these studies... And Mr. Lean might be able to help us if you're not certain, Minister, but how many times has a study corridor been substantially moved and at what cost?
So when Central West Orana started, there was a proposed route and there were... what people consider significant is subjective, but there were some changes around Cassilis and those kind of things. I know that for New England res in particular, which I assume is where you're getting to, is that there has been a substantial change to the proposed route.
And do we know the cost on that, or is that something that you should take on notice?
Which bit of...
The cost for substantially changing the route? Fundamentally, entirely changing the route?
Well, it's not entirely changing the route. It has changed the route. There's no doubt about that. But that is part of the process. Okay. There was, when I first became the minister, in fact, in the very first few months of becoming the minister, the proposed route, the original proposed route for the New England res was put out. There was then, probably over 2 years' work of refining that route and testing a lot of the issues that were raised. A lot of locals raised a bunch of issues.
Yeah.
And as a result of that, the proposed route was changed and was announced last year.
So there's 5 res. The first 2 is the Central West. The second one's New England. Both of them, it sounds like, have had a fairly significant change.
Yeah.
Now,
I would argue that that's the system working as it should.
Well, these things weren't forecast. Now
I wish I had a crystal ball, Mr. Ruddock.
Well, okay. Yeah, well. Now with the original route for the New England res, we did at taxpayer expense, compulsorily acquire some properties.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. And now they are outside of the proposed zone. So what do we do with those compulsory properties?
The actual details of that, and you will have Hannah McCackey from Energy Co there, but I am aware that there are some landholders where there has been some discussion about whether they would go back. I'm not in a position to give you detail of that, and probably need to be a little bit circumspect for privacy reasons. But there is but look, I just don't, that level of detail. I think you should ask Energy Co this afternoon. They'll be able to provide it for you.
Okay, but I mean, I'm guessing some of those properties are worth several $1 million. The state's acquired them. We now don't need them. So I'm assuming.
Well, some of them. Look, my understanding is that some of them will be used for sort of layover work for construction and those kind of things. Some of them could potentially, be for other uses. But look, that level of detail, I just am not aware of. I'm aware of some of the issues with them, and Energy Co are diligently working through that. And I'd encourage you to ask them this afternoon.
I'll do that. Now, I know I do thank you for heading up to Walker, at least on one occasion. But I've been up there as well. Good. Now, do you think it would be fair to say that there is universal fierce opposition by the locals to this res?
I think for the impacted landholders, I think that there is very fierce resistance. I think more broadly within the community, it's more nuanced than that.
Okay. Now, I mean, look, I understand that 2 properties have been acquired because there was 2 people up there in the new route who did not want to sell to Energy Co, but they had to sell for health reasons or whatever. And the only buyer in the market, of course, is now Energy Co. Who's going to want to buy into that area at the moment? So it has suppressed the entire area. Now, there is within this corridor, this proposed corridor, the Timor Caves.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that to some extent?
I am.
Okay, good. So as you know, they're 370 million year old caves. They're quite important. Now, there is evidence that there are 12 documented bat species which call these caves their home.
Bats like caves, yes.
One of these, they're the bat cave. One of those bats is an endangered species, the large-eared pied bat.
Yes.
Oh, they're so cute.
Okay, so cute. Thank you.
They're really little, but they've got really
They've got
big
these
ears.
big-
Yeah.
yeah.
No, I know. I'm familiar with them.
Now your corridor is proposing to directly pass over these precious caves with their precious bats in them. Now, Energy Co has done an environmental assessment of the caves. Are you familiar with that?
I'm aware that they've done it. The detail of it, no, I'm not
Well,
aware
I'd be
of.
grateful if you could look into it, because I'm hearing, Minister, that environmental assessment impact, and normally they sort of overstate the impact. I understand that they've said that there's only one type of bat lives in these caves, and the locals are absolutely certain that there is 12. So this needs to be rectified.
Yeah, and that's what the process actually does. As you're aware, there's currently the proposed corridor is 3 kilometres wide. It will eventually get down to being about 140 metres wide. There's a lot of work that's done there. So there's a lot of work this is exactly the process that it works through, which is it starts like this and it goes through a whole of the areas. The caves are captured by that. There's obviously an examination of whether you can move the route. I can't remember how many, but there was a significant number of changes to the route on central West Arana as a result of working with landholders, the buildings where they are, where it crossed their property, all of that sort of work. So that's exactly what's supposed to happen. The caves will form part of that. The environmental assessment, though, isn't done yet. There's the studies that are being done. They then have to go into the planning process, and that's where all of that is examined. And it's not just about Energy Co. Other parts of my department and other agencies have input as well. So I would expect that all of that's dealt with appropriately.
Well, bats are quite sensitive creatures, and they
Yes,
they have quite complex sort of sonar detections. And so even though the final route, if it does get to that, let's hope it doesn't, but if there is a final route, that there will be, and even though it may not go directly over the Timor Caves, the vibration is an important issue for these creatures. So even it might be a kilometre away, but I think the environmental impact assessment needs to factor in that. Even though it may not be directly over the Timor Caves, the impact may be directly felt. So can you give us an assurance that we will be taking into account the special requirements of the bats?
Well, I'm very pleased that you're concerned about endangered bats. That's good.
I am.
We need more people to be concerned about endangered animals. But the assessment, takes into account all of those matters, and I don't expect them to be dealt with as they must. That's actually what the planning system does.
Now, what steps are in place? Because I keep hearing anecdotally from farmers who are having wind farms in particular constructed, that they are reporting dead birds, and they are reporting that birds are learning to stay away from certain areas. What processes have we got in place to monitor what impact the wind turbines are having
So
on
my
birds?
understanding, and I'd need to just check this, the detail of this, but I'm pretty confident on this. The impact of wind farms on birds is something that's actually all wind farms are required to monitor 2 years after. It's part of the conditions of their consent. Are required to monitor and report on the impact of birds and bats, in fact, and that work is ongoing. There's a lot of different information that's been provided about, there is occasionally an impact. I think, as there is an impact on when you build a road, when you build any infrastructure that's there. So there are requirements to monitor that, and we do look at. There are actually guidelines in relation to the way in which wind farms operate. Sometimes they actually have to be curtailed as a result of, some times of the year. That's a bit sort of site specific, but there is actually a significant amount of consideration of the impact on birds and bats and other species with any of these projects.
Well, let's hope that's reflected in Energy Co's environmental assessment of the Timor Coves.
Yep.
Now, Minister, you said before that your view on the global warming carbon dioxide issue is the scientific consensus, and I agree. Yes, most people.
I think it's about 98%, Mr. Ruddock.
Well, okay. Now, but you would also agree that over time, history is littered with examples of a scientific consensus after a bit more time and debate and
talking about flat
more
Earth?
evidence coming in. No, well, lots of things. Okay. The scientific consensus does move
That's
with
science.
time.
That's actually science.
That is science.
That's why we love science.
I agree. So there's nothing.
I'm a failed scientist, Mr. Ruddock. I'm really into it. So I get it.
Now let's say that that the scientific consensus changed. Some people say it already is changing. Okay, but let's say the scientific consensus does change on this subject, and that carbon dioxide is not the temperature control switch of the planet. I am worried that we haven't left ourselves with an off-ramp. So in terms of our electricity supply, do you think is there any discussion in the government about at least mothballing our coal-fired power stations so that if we did get to the point where we needed to rev them up again, we wouldn't be starting from scratch?
Short answer, no. Longer answer is that these are private coal stations. They actually have to do decommissioning, and there's a lot of plans of a variety of companies to actually turn them into renewable hub sites. There's some fantastic batteries that are going on. The Liddell site's doing a whole lot of work. It's a matter for them, but the short answer is no.
No turning back.
They can't shut them down.
Okay. We've got just
once they've shut down, you don't want to be starting up a 50-year-old coal-fired power station, Mr. Ruddock.
We've got, just so you know, we've got a little bit of time left. One question from the opposition, and then I'll fly one.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back to the IDA and your department's interaction, will you be making any advice or suggestions available to the IDA or Infrastructure New South Wales around cost-sharing agreements or ways that data centres can ensure that they don't push up prices with their increased use of energy?
They're all this is exactly what the work is that's being undertaken.
But is your department actually making recommendations to the IDA and Infrastructure New South Wales about
when you say recommendations, you mean formal advice?
Mechanisms of which those prices might be kept down?
All of the impacts of data centres are being examined through the creation of the work by INSW, and we'll continue to do that. Whether that's advice through meetings, whether document that's ongoing. You'd have to talk about. But I would flag with you in terms of the detail of that. Some of that is cabinet deliberation.
But will you be making, as minister, recommendations to your fellow ministers about how energy prices
You'd be surprised to know, Mr. Munro, that I have many views on many things, and through the cabinet process I share those with my colleagues.
But do you take responsibility for making those recommendations?
That's my job.
Advice?
Yes.
So you will be making recommendations about
I make
how
many. I share my views based on the advice that I provide with my colleagues through the cabinet process. That's my job.
Okay. Minister, just in the last remaining 1.3 minutes, could you tell me where the koala strategy is at, whether we'll see a tabled document at some point?
We're working through what the koala strategy looks like. In some ways, it's rolled into the broader nature strategy in the way in which that will be dealt with. I'm keen to kind of align all of that work where, bringing this all under the nature strategy. So we continue to work through that.
So should I take that as we're unlikely, and I'm not critical of this approach, but unlikely to see a separate koala strategy as we've seen in the past, that it will more likely be
Yeah, look, I don't
document?
think there's a final decision. I mean, obviously, koala's extremely important, but the idea that there's one... I mean, we've got, I think it's 1,009
Yep, too
threatened
many.
species. I very much what we're trying to do with the nature strategy and with the changes to the Biodiversity Conservation Act is actually to look at ecosystems rather than just individual species. We're always going to need to do work on individual species, and obviously koalas are very iconic, but I'm very much trying to look at how are we actually protecting ecosystems in the broad across different land tenures and the way that works, versus just like having one big strategy for one animal, even though we know that if you're looking after koalas, there's a whole lot that come underneath that. Great Koala National Park is a great example of that in terms of, 50% of threatened mammal species live within the Great Koala National boundary. So you and I get all of that. But I suppose what I'm trying to say is what we're considering where the koala strategy sits within our broader strategy. What I would say to you is it's not going to be the same as what it was before in terms of being one big strategy with a whole lot of money just on that. But we're working through that. And, if you've got views about that, I'd be happy to hear them.
And your commitment is that will be here by this
Well, it's
year?
all part, yeah. It's
This
all,
year.
that's what we're working to, yes.
Okay,
Chair, I've
it is
tabled
now...
the email that the Minister was referring to.
You've tabled it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It is actually government time. You have some time for...
Yes, Chair, just only if the Minister has anything to clarify.
Let me have
or
a look.
add. Will you stop?
We're not allowed. The resolution of that.
That's a shame.
That is a shame.
Oh, look, some of this is just argumentative. I probably won't go there.
Go on.
No, it's all right. I'll come back at the end. I'll work out how argumentative I want to be after the next round. That's fine.
Why stop now?
Because it's morning tea time, I
Okay,
take
fair
it.
enough.
Unless the Minister has anything. Just wait.
Okay. This is just an update on the SynCons issue. Again, yes, I directed Transgrid to undertake the project. This identified the need for system strength at 5 locations across the state. The direction and the tender gave flexibility to achieve this. That's actually the process working and working closely with the partners that we have. What's been decided is that the 10 units were the best solution for those 5 sites. I'm not quite sure the point that you're trying to make. You don't get to come in here because it's actually government time. But the point here is that it's working as intended, and we'll continue to do that as we build out the grid. But thank you.
That's not what the direction says, so I don't understand.
Okay.
You're suggesting that the direction is ambiguous in relation to
No, I'm thinking it's
locations
quite
or
firm.
units.
I think it's quite firm. Each of them must be 1,500.
Mr. Fang, is that
Thanks, Mr. Fang. It is the Minister's
Well,
and
thank you.
government's time.
Yeah,
but
well, thank you very
Well,
much. You can come back to if you really want to talk to me about that, Liz. That's fine. Great. I think I'm done for this bit.
Thank you. On that basis, we will now take a break, and we're back here at 11:15. Oh, 11:15. Thank you.
11:15.
Thank you. Okay, so we're back and we're over to the opposition.
Thank you, Chair.
Future government.
Minister, I wanted to take you to the financial reports for the annual report of the department.
Yep.
It notes that the department received $927.9 million less than expected in 24-25, mostly due to less money being transferred to Energy Co due to project delays. Could you please tell me what specific project delays have caused that?
The other significant part of the funding change is also the changes to federal arrangements for energy rebates as well, which is quite significant. So the delays are, the delays are as we're going through the planning system. As we know, projects are taking longer, which means that different costs come on board at different times, and so there's different transfer of funds.
So are there specific project delays that have caused this delay?
I can take on notice. I can take on notice exactly what they are. But for example, as I said, previous government said that Central West Arana would be ready, shovel ready by 22. Obviously, that wasn't the case. We had to go through the planning system, and we had to, finalise the route and do that kind of work. And it's now on track to, be dealt with by 28. So all of those matters are a matter of record, and but I can get you more detail about that.
Thank you. And just to be clear, that those delays will not change the amount of money that is actually provided to those projects.
No, things move around as a result of the different sort of financial milestones.
Okay, thank you. Minister, what is an ECCS realignment?
Oh, yes, that's the restructure of the department. Do you want to talk to Mr Anthony Lean about it? ECCS is the energy and climate change part of my department.
Okay.
As you know, we established a brand new department, which is DQ, and there's been a restructure in relation to that, partly as a result of the government's targets on reducing senior executives, but also really just making the department fit for purpose given the government's priorities.
So does that include this corporate and enabling services optimisation contract? There was a Nous Group contract worth $650,000 for corporate and enabling services.
Sorry, that's a different matter. Mr. Lean can tell you that.
So that's actually a separate process. After we were established, we went through a process of centralising corporate functions that had been spread across the different groups in the department. So Nous was engaged to help us with the design and some of the change management around that as well.
Okay, I might go into that in more detail this afternoon. In terms of Eraring, there were reports that in 2024 there were about 6,000 hours lost because of Eraring outages. I'm wondering how you have modelled those outages for this year and into now what will be 2029 operation.
Well, we'd have to take that on notice, but that all of the outages and the modelling in relation to that, it mainly sits with AEMO as part of their kind of ongoing reporting around ESU, as we were talking about in the previous session. It's not really...
So how do you account for those in your own department, those hours that are...
Well, we don't account for them. What we account for is what is the reliability and are we going to have enough energy and what does the energy market tell us and how do we manage that? So it's not... My department doesn't watch all of the outages. The outages happen, there's planned maintenance where there are outages and then there is unplanned maintenance when something goes wrong. That's a matter for Eraring and Orangin. Okay,
but obviously those hours, the 6,000 hours that were lost with outages, they're the times that prices spike.
Well, it depends on what else is happening in the grid at the time. Don't forget we're in a national grid. It depends. But yes, that's the great concern around price spikes tends to happen when we've got peak demand and when particularly there are outages.
So...
and Mr Lane's got something to add on that.
Thank you.
Look, I was just going to say, one of the reasons that the Energy Security Target Monitor function was transferred back to the department was so that we could start to work through some of the issues like that as well. Mm-hmm. We did commission, it's not specific into individual plants or hours, but we did commission some work that looked at overall reliability, and one of the things we're looking to do is start to test with the generators, their maintenance programs and other things like that, to reduce the risk of unplanned outages.
And the change to the energy security monitor came out of the checkup that Cameron O'Reilly did, which was really, when we came in, was really sort of kicking the tyres on where we were at with the roadmap and what we needed. And the government decided that we needed to have our own energy target monitor to really be able to have our own advice in relation to that. So there's the AEMO work, and then there's the translation of what that means for New South Wales.
So just in terms of addressing specifically the unplanned outages that will inevitably occur, and presumably at a greater rate as the facility continues to age, how is that managed?
Well, we don't manage it. It's managed through the grid and the market through AEMO.
So how do you provide certainty to consumers?
Well, that's not the role of... So AEMO runs the system, right? And their job, which is what they do every single day, is to manage the grid. And they doing modelling, forecasting, everything every single day, and that's where their sort of market notices, like things like lack of reserve, if we know that there's going to be a problem because there's too much out. That's how that, and then the market responds to that.
But I guess what I'm asking is, if those are, or when those unplanned outages occur, and you do have price spikes in the market, do you have any plans to, in some way, underwrite prices that price increases?
No, that's not what we do. What we do is we do demand side management. So very occasionally, I've had to do, I think, twice since being the minister, has been where we've asked people to use electricity. We have there's a sort of three different ways that this operates. AEMO has a system where they do actually pay large users, so like Tomago and others, to power down so that there's less demand on the grid, and that consumers ultimately pay for all of that. That's part of the system. We have arrangements through our large users, so Sydney Water, for example, lots of pumps and those kind of things. If they, on a really bad day, where we've got problems, that's we sort of have a government process. They've got fancy names, I can't remember what they are. Anthony might know what they are, but essentially the government, turns down and moves use, to the end of the day, and then we at the end of that, and I've had to do this twice, is when we actually talk to households and businesses to see what else they can do to reduce demand. We sort of do the demand management of it. The market really operates to bring more online. So if we've got a really bad day and we know that outages that are wrong, for example, the signals that AEMO sends to the market and the information is that they try to bring things on board. They literally, and our department does some work with them on this, talking to people about whether they can change some of their maintenance arrangements. Like, it's a pretty dynamic system that's really managed in real time.
All right, thank you. In terms of Eraring's extension and air quality monitoring, Eraring is a source of sulfur dioxide, of nitrogen dioxide, inhalable particles generally at very high levels around the Central Coast and Lower Hunter. There is a suggestion in the Air Quality Monitoring Plan for the Lower Hunter and Central Coast regions 26 to 30 about deploying low-cost sensors to provide real-time air quality information during occasional pollution events. Are you going to commit to actually rolling out those?
I might hand that to Mr. Chappell. He'll be able to tell us, or is it?
No,
yeah.
I can certainly give you some more information now if you like.
I guess just quickly, are there more air quality sensors going to be rolled out?
I'll have to take the specifics and come back perhaps later this morning on the proximity to Eraring, but we regularly roll out what are called purple air monitors, which are very low cost. People can have them in their own homes. We put them in schools and other areas to give people a real-time snapshot of their immediate air quality. And we have a comprehensive network around Lake Macquarie and the Central Coast as well, which consistently shows that air quality there is good.
Okay, thank you. In terms of heritage, I'm curious about how much funding was allocated in 2025-26 to the protection and management of Aboriginal cultural heritage.
I'm not sure how disaggregated that is. What I can... So I don't There we go. We do. I have more information than I thought I did. That, which is good. So cultural heritage is managed probably in two areas. One is obviously Heritage New South Wales, and then there's a lot of cultural heritage management in national parks. These are not the figures for national parks, but it was around $8.6 million.
Okay. And so are they, that $8.6 million is specifically within your department?
Yes, that's in the heritage branch, and that's for Aboriginal cultural heritage programs and Aboriginal cultural heritage assessments. And then there's sort of another program called Protect and Restore Nature as well. But the vast majority is programs and assessments.
Okay. And do you have a plan or any targets around increasing the number of declared Aboriginal places?
That's sort of not the way. We don't have a plan about increasing them. That's not really the way that it operates. The way that it operates, people put forward plan. Thanks, everyone. Got lots of information about this. But generally,
is any of it useful?
It's actually really useful because I have excellent public servants who provide good, transparent information to this committee. Yes, I mean, the way that it operates is that, there are applications that people go through, obviously very driven by local traditional owners and others, and so they come forward for assessment and they're dealt with. We don't have a target for them. What I can say is that in 24-25, there was an Aboriginal place which was gazetted, which was Bellwood Aboriginal Place, which is on the mid-north coast. It's a men's site, and it was done in consultation with community elders. We've also done 3 others, which is Ivanhoe Common Aboriginal Place, Bora Crossing Aboriginal Place in Manila, and the Baby's Feet Cave Aboriginal Place in Growee. Essentially we deal with them as they're nominated, and it takes quite a long time because, as you can imagine, there's actually so many gaps in terms of understanding of Aboriginal cultural heritage as well.
Thank you. In terms of unauthorised harm or destruction of Aboriginal cultural heritage sites, how many reports were there last financial year?
In terms of reports, yes. I understand that there was about 102 were received by the regulator within the department.
And are those investigated?
Yes, they're all investigated, yes.
And are there any time restrictions on how long?
No, it sort of depends because some of them are more complex than others, so it's not.
Is there an average time?
I don't think so. No.
Right.
Some of it is very minor. Some of it could be quite serious. Yep.
To a different matter.
Yep.
I was wondering if you are concerned about the impact of the Botanic Gardens Sydney new parking permit system in terms of whether tourism operators around that.
So Botanic Gardens sits under Minister Scully. It's not me.
Okay. Thank you. Minister, in Sharkland, obviously this has been something that's been in the news recently. There's been confusion about who has responsibility for sharks in Sydney Harbour. I know DPI have said that councils are responsible. Council has said no, our limits on the shoreline. So do you have any insight into who is responsible for sharks in Sydney Harbour?
Well, I think you've probably identified that it's complicated. I mean, the first thing I'd say is obviously people have lost their lives over this summer, something that actually hasn't happened. I think we had one fatality, and it's a very serious matter, and I've condolences particularly to families that have been affected. This has been a very unusual set of circumstances. So having said that, obviously shark mitigation and shark safety sits with Minister Moriarty through the shark program. The government's announced a bunch of information around that. But what I would say to you, I think where you're really going with this is how the sort of governance of Sydney Harbour and the various different land uses and the multitude of different landholders and land managers is a complicated matter. I can say to you that I've been talking to the New South Wales Coastal Council about this, but also the good work done by many councils. As you know, there's a kind of I can't remember what they're called, but the catchment of a bunch of councils doing really good work on that. So the short answer is I can't untangle who owns the sharks. I can tell you who's responsible for mitigating harm, and that's Minister Moriarty.
Okay. In terms of the future jobs and investment bill,
That's Minister Hughes.
yes. However, there were concerns that there weren't environment-related requirements for new projects that were being put through.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure. I know
So
what you
in
mean.
terms of how the committees assess new projects and how they assess the new uses for land, for example, in the sites that are supposed to be remediated, there were concerns brought to me that the environment wasn't a consideration in the new land uses. And I was wondering if that was something that had been given any attention by you or your
Well, it's not something that I'm
department.
familiar with, but I'm not sure that I'm actually understanding what you're asking me. So the future jobs and investment,
So obviously
which
that
is being
relates.
set up, which
Yeah.
is about future use.
Yes.
There is. You'd need to check, but it's not. There's not a lot of areas where this has actually been activated yet. So any future use would be required to go through any planning system, and that's where environment and other matters are dealt with.
So it's about the consideration that the new committees, I'm sorry, I don't know the actual term.
No,
What's
again,
the
it's,
actual-
I don't
It's
have any
like
line of
the-
sight on these.
Yeah, okay, all right. I have been informed that the Heritage Council has gone from 9 members to 6.
Yep.
Well, the Act requires it to have 9, and some of its committees have been disbanded with no indication that vacant positions are being advertised. Are you aware of that?
No, we're working through to fill the requirements, and they should be dealt with pretty soon.
Okay, so are you...
But the council is still operating. It's able to operate with quorum. It's not operating. They've made, as I understand it, they've made some changes to their committees. That's a matter for them. They're an independent council, and some people have come to the end of their term, and there is a process that is. I don't think it's been finalised in terms of me ticking it off, but it's. I think it's coming pretty soon to fill those.
I sent it up yesterday.
Oh, there you go. I haven't
Okay.
seen it yet. It's on my desk,
Are
or
you
in my office apparently.
Are you
On the email.
concerned? Are you concerned that planning reforms that have gone through recently have significantly reduced the assessment and approvals role of the Heritage Council?
Nope.
I mean, this is something that's definitely a concern in the heritage community.
Yeah, but no. I mean, I think there's a couple of things you need to understand. So the Heritage Council deals with state heritage listed items. That's that's what they deal with. They are still protected. Any changes that that impact on a state heritage listed site still need to be approved by those. So there's no change there. The second thing is in terms of the Housing Delivery Authority, there are going to be and are heritage people who have input into that process. I think where a lot of the concern comes from is at the local level, where there's sort of a misunderstanding around how the Heritage Act works in New South Wales. A lot of it sits within the EPA and A Act and actually sits under planning and local government. It doesn't sit with the Heritage Council.
So there are also reports that the Approvals Committee and the Heritage Advisory Panel and Technical Advisory Panel are being dissolved. Is that accurate?
I don't believe that's the case. They may have, as I said, they may have realigned in terms of what we're doing. They're a bit independent, so I mean, I'm happy to take it on notice.
Yeah, that would be helpful. There's certainly concern that's obviously
Look, I know
emerging.
there's some concern, but a thing that I really just want to inform the committee of is that we've approved more, put more items on the state register than any other government in decades. The approvals are now caught up in terms of the backlog that was there. The council is working really diligently through that. We literally have no backlog now. When I became the minister, there was literally hundreds of matters that were being dealt with and hadn't. I can probably give you the numbers of how many things we put on the.
Well, I guess the question is if you're comfortable with those technical advisory panels and approvals committee being dissolved, given that there is an increase in heritage matters, how is that functionally?
Well, I mean, look, first thing is that I meet regularly with the chair of the Heritage Council. She's doing a fantastic job and they're working through that. I understand that we need to make some appointments. I'm not aware of the issues that you're raising. I'm happy to sort of take it on notice, but I'm actually not concerned. as I've said, there's been, since the last election, I've dealt with 56 listings on the State Heritage Register, and I've made 64 decisions in relation to the matter of these. So that's kind of ongoing, but I don't have any concerns. I'm happy to take them on board, but I'm not aware of any. And I would just say that the Heritage Council is doing an amazing job, but we need to put a few more people on it.
Okay. Right, we're over to Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning. I'm going to ask some questions that cover a little bit of what you have discussed this morning, but rest assured I have been listening the whole time, so no need to repeat.
Hours of your life
anything.
You're not getting back, Abigail.
Sorry?
Hours of your life you're not getting back. It's okay.
I wanted to ask you, in the supplementary questions for the last budget estimates hearing, I asked the question, has the department advised the minister that uncontrolled data centre growth could jeopardise New South Wales's legislated 2035 emissions target? And the answer I got back was yes.
Yes.
Could you tell me when that advice was
I'd
given?
have to take it on notice. But I mean, look, the discussion, and this is, everyone who's raising the data centre issue, they're all legitimate questions that we're really grappling with, and I think all governments are grappling with.
Yeah.
I can take on notice exactly when they've given me advice, but it comes in a range of ways, which is that I do brief, sometimes I'm verbally briefed, sometimes I get formal advice up there. As I was saying, there's a number of things the government's undertaking. There's the IDA, which is the kind of planning expressions of interest in terms of data centres. That's really the concierge service. INSW is doing the work on the kind of guidelines and the way that would operate, and my department's very hooked into that.
But from a climate target perspective, when you received that advice, were you concerned?
I am concerned about all of the ways in which we meet the targets.
It seems unlikely, given the extent of the data centres being proposed at the moment, plus the opening of Eraring for an additional 2 years, that we're anywhere near to meeting our targets for reducing emissions in the energy sector. I guess at what point do we change tack so that we actually will meet those targets?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think I would say that we're, in terms of my responsibilities, that's exactly what we're doing. We legislated the targets because we expect them to be met. We put in place a robust system of actually really measuring whether that's happening.
Yeah.
It is challenging. The last lot of modelling, said that it's going to be challenging. So there's a whole lot of work. We're doing a new net zero plan. There's also government work. There's work in the planning system. There's work that the EPA is doing. So I wouldn't say that we changed tack. I'd say that we are constantly monitoring what we need to adjust to meet the targets.
Okay, but you're not on track.
It's challenging to meet it. Yes, that's what the most recent modelling says. Yes, I think we're about 46% for 2030, and we're continuing. That's why we're continuing to do all this other work to get there.
Listening to my colleague Ms Higginson ask questions before, it just seems that we're all sort of acknowledging that these targets are probably not going to get met.
Well, I'm not prepared to throw in the towel yet.
I know you're not, but
nor should I as the minister.
But if you were watching these estimates going, okay, that's all very nice and well, but just saying you're going to meet them doesn't mean you'll meet them.
Sure.
So,
well, shout out to everyone who's watching the estimates. I mean, the point that I would say is that this is a government commitment. It's a serious commitment. We've legislated the targets, and we'll continue to work towards that. But I'm also not. It's just not the way in which I like to communicate and to have these conversations, is to say everything is fine, we could wave a magic wand. I want to be honest with the community, and I want to be honest with the committee members, which is that we're doing everything that we can to meet those targets, but I'm not throwing in the towel yet. We've got 4 years to go.
So noting your comments earlier that you as the climate minister are committed to reducing emissions and that you do view it as urgent.
Absolutely.
And I fully...
Trust me, my kids don't let me leave the dinner table.
I fully believe that is your view. Are you aware that some of these new data centre developments are proposing to skirt the whole energy grid capacity question by instead building their own fossil fuel power plants?
I think there's a range of different options that they're putting forward, and given their interest about putting them through. But again, our planning system needs to work through that. The way in which the IDA operates and the other guidelines. So yes, I'm aware that people have got a range of different ways in which they want to plug in their data centres, but the way in which the government allows that to happen is still working through.
Are you aware of the one that's being proposed in the Southern Highlands?
There's a few down there.
They want to build a 673 megawatt gas-fired power station, which would be around the same size as Kurri Kurri, and would be about 2 million tonnes of additional CO2 each year. What is your role in making sure that those sorts of developments
Well,
don't go ahead?
My role is legislated targets, the advice that we've given to the IPC and other and planning in relation to the need to meet the targets and for it to be a consideration through the planning process.
Okay, but as Energy Minister and as Climate Minister, do you have any direct
I don't have any direct veto. I don't have any.
influence?
There's an independent planning system. Things go through the independent planning system where my agencies put advice in relation to concern about that. The government's looking at our broader data centre strategy and the way that they will interact. That's not finalised yet.
Yeah.
So all of those things. So the short answer is yes, but directly as me personally, the Minister, that's not the way it works. We work through my agencies. Am I concerned about energy use? Yes. Am I concerned about water use? Yes.
Are you concerned about the
And
additional
emissions? Yes. I'm concerned about all of that. That's my job.
Okay, and so how are we turning that concern
We're doing the new strategy
into being able to assure the public that the Labor government's taking its climate action seriously?
through the planning system and the establishment of the data centre strategy.
Okay, but are you concerned as the Minister that we have a gas plant as big as Kurri Kurri being proposed to be established by one of these data centres?
Ms Boyd, I am concerned about many issues. I'm concerned about energy, all of them. I'm concerned about all of them.
Okay.
Are we taking enough action on climate change? Are we leaving the planet in a better state than it is? How long am I going to be the minister here in this government that's serious about taking that, and what actions can we undertake? That's what I do every day.
Okay. It's not your job to be concerned, though. It's your job to take action.
You just asked me if I was concerned.
Okay, so that's great.
Yes, I'm concerned.
Okay,
and then I take
thank
action
you.
in the way that I've told you, which is I work through my department, which is we've legislated the targets, we've got the Net Zero Commission that's keeping us online, I've got a whole lot of modelling that's being done that's allowing you to ask these questions because we know that it's a challenge.
Yeah.
We're then doing the Net Zero plan, which is not only just about government, we've also got the government's got to meet its own targets. We've then got the work that the EPA is doing in terms of all of the highest polluting and highest emitting industries. I would assume, and this is actually a question, perhaps you should ask Mr. Chappell, that high emitting data centres would also fall under our regime, but I'm not sure about that. I need to check.
Okay, I'll come
Certainly
back
of
to
that-
Mr.
of that
Sorry.
scale, they would.
Yes, I'll come back to you this afternoon.
So that's how they get picked up with, which is in their pollution licence.
Okay, just staying with data centres for one more minute.
Okay.
I do note there was a question from Ms Munro earlier about the impact on energy bills.
Yep.
As we know, we've got at the moment retail customers paying a disproportionate burden of network costs.
Yep.
I note that there was an Ausgrid report that was prepared in relation to Macquarie Park and the increased demand requirements from the 5 data centres being proposed there. They, in that document, have a lot to say about the increased costs, saying that it will be just for Macquarie Park, just to set up a new sub-transmission substation. We're looking at quite significant costs by 28 to 29 on residential as well as small to large business and industrial. That's just in that one area. I note that you were talking about doing modelling earlier, but I guess what we're looking for is some direction rather than just a sort of a passive monitoring or modelling. What are you doing to ensure that
the
these
government
data
is doing a data centre
pay?
strategy where we expect the consumers don't have to pick up the bill for that. But that work is not finalised. It's still subject to cabinet consideration, and you'll have to wait.
That's 160 million in additional capital from Ausgrid.
If they're approved, sure. But this is exactly that work. We're doing that work, and that all of that is being considered. But I'm not in a position to be able to give you all of the detail because it's still under consideration by the government.
But it's quite perplexing. On the one hand, we have all of these statements coming out from the Treasurer saying, oh, these data centres, they're going to push up GDSP and they're going to be the future of New South Wales. I'm going to roll out the red carpet with the IDA and have all of this fast process. But on the other hand, we're saying yes, but, and I note your comments earlier, in parallel, we have this sort of data centre plan developing. What assurance do you have that these data centres won't be approved before your data centre plan comes out.
No, well, we're working through that, and
You
that's
don't
exactly
have
the
one,
point.
though, do you? Like,
Sorry, I don't know what you're asking me. You're asking me to look into the future.
I'm
You're saying, are you concerned? Yes. What are you doing about it? I've just told you what we're doing about it. But you sort of want us to have made the decision yesterday. And what I'm saying to you, and I'm being very honest with you, which is that this is the work that we are landing across government cooperatively.
Okay.
Treasurer and I are talking about this all the time. Our agencies are talking about this all the time.
So let me be clear.
It's subject to a cabinet process that will be, done pretty soon.
So let me be clear. If I was in your position, I would put a halt on data centre approvals until I had worked
Well, you'd have to
this stuff
change the
out.
legislation to do that. So that's really good. I look forward to your piece of legislation.
Well, you could also.
You
put up
can't
the
actually stop
legislation.
people from applying.
You
to the
can.
planning
If
system.
you
Well, you
took a
can if you want to
different
change the
policy
law,
setting.
but that's
Yeah,
a matter for you. I
if
look
you were
forward to the
serious
Greens
about
bill on
climate
that.
action.
Well, I look forward to your bill.
So, in relation to
She's very snarky.
the ban on gas in new residential builds, as you know, a whole bunch of local councils have now taken that step of banning it in the absence of a statewide plan. Do you think it's time for the state government to just do that on a statewide basis?
We're doing a bunch of demand reduction, but we're not taking that route, no.
Min's ruled it out on TGV.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Minister. Can I just turn your attention just to the Net Zero Commission? So I just wanted to confirm just a couple of things. Obviously, you accept that it's a government sector agency.
Yes, but it's independent of direction. Yep.
Yes, of course. But you're the responsible minister.
I am.
Right. Okay.
But they don't take direction from me.
No, I understand that. Can I just
No, only the lobby
confirm, under Section 2.8 of the Government Sector Finance Act, the Treasurer and Auditor General must be notified of the establishment of a new government sector agency. Can either you or the Commission let me know what date that notification was done?
Yeah, I'll have to take that on notice, but yep, sure. I think the Commissioner's coming, the Chief Commissioner's coming this afternoon.
They're not here
you can
yet.
ask him. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's got to be done within a month of its creation. And I noticed on the last GCF agency list guide of March 25, it's not listed there.
Okay.
Do you want to? I'll just let you know that.
I'm not aware of that.
Well,
I'm happy to,
a little bit concerning. I don't want it to be a rogue agency at this point.
Sorry, are you asking what did it happen or not, or when it was notified?
Well, it's not on the last agency list guide.
I appreciate questions where someone actually knows the answer.
Yeah,
that's actually helpful.
I do. So I know it's not there. So I'm just hoping that somebody, either yourself or the chair or your former chair of the commission, has done the appropriate notification.
Let me find out.
Okay, you can take that on notice. Thank you. Can I just ask as well, in the 2024 annual report of the Net Zero Commission, there are 0 financial statements, 0 governance disclosures, and a 0 expense breakdown. The only annual report that the Net Zero Commission has provided publicly at this stage is the 2024 annual report, and there are 0 financial statements, 0 expense breakdown, and 0 governance disclosures.
It's net zero.
Does the Commission's annual report not want to comply with the Treasury's TPG 2510 framework for financial annual
reporting?
reporting?
I don't actually know the reason for that. I think Mr. Lean probably does. I suspect it was probably in terms of when its creation was and the way in which the reporting occurs. But I'm happy to. I'd have to seek information.
Well, there's nothing since then that's been provided. To this date, are you aware of any public and expenditure breakdown that's been provided with respect to the Net Zero Commission?
I don't think it's actually a separate financial reporting entity. It's consolidated as part of the department, but I'll have to come back and confirm that.
So where is it in the budget papers? Just consolidated in the department?
In the department.
Okay. Has the Auditor General audited the financial statements of the Net Zero Commission, Minister?
Not that I'm aware of.
You're not aware of?
So that goes back to the issue about whether it's a separate financial reporting entity, so we'll come back to you on that.
Okay. All right. Do you know how much you're allocating in the budget for the Net Zero Commission for 25-26?
I'd have to take it on notice.
Okay. Do you know how many staff there are at the Net Zero Commission, Minister?
I'll have the information there. It's not a huge staff.
Do you have any idea?
Let me just, if you give me a second, I'll get it for you.
Where's Nick?
I don't know. The chair's not in.
I think they did give evidence about all of this at the last supplementary estimates
It's
from
fine.
memory.
I would just say that I think the Net Zero Commission's
though.
doing an incredible job, and they're set up to provide the frank and fearless advice that means that you can ask me lots of questions about whether we're meeting our emissions targets and how we're doing that, with very eminent people who are working through that, and I appreciate their
I'm
work.
not questioning that. I'd just love to see some financials.
I'll get it for you.
And I'd love to know when they notify the Treasurer and the Auditor General that they were indeed a government agency. Okay, I'll move on to December 25, the New South Wales Net Zero Commission released its report, as you know, the Coal Mining Emission Spotlight Report, and it's been mentioned earlier this morning. Finding 4, and I'll quote, continued extensions or expansions to coal mining in New South Wales are not consistent with emissions reduction targets in the Climate Change Act or the Paris Agreement temperature goals it gives effect to. And you know, Minister, in the media reporting following the release of that report, the Premier described it as irresponsible to stop project approvals overnight. What is your response to the Premier's characterisation as stopping coal mine extensions as irresponsible?
I think, the Premier is entitled to say what he's like. He's the boss. And so, he's allowed to have that view. I mean, the point of the Net Zero Commission is to provide that advice. It's part of a range of different advice that we seek in relation to those matters. The challenges of, and we talked
Minister,
a little bit...
the first report they've issued, essentially, beyond their annual report, you've got the Premier coming out saying that he essentially finds their chief findings irresponsible.
I think you're reading into that is not what he said.
There's only 5 findings.
Yes, and they're doing their job as they should. I don't think there is any problem with this at all.
Can I just say, I'm not in any way demeaning what the Premier said. So
no, I wouldn't have thought so. I thought you were backing it in.
I think it's fantastic. I'm wanting to know what your view is, though.
No, well, my view is that the Net Zero Commission's got an important role, which is to talk about how we actually meet the emissions, and they provide us with some tough advice, and we have to do that. My job is to make sure that we meet our emissions reduction targets, and that's what I continue to do, and their advice is really important in that, even when it's sometimes a bit uncomfortable.
All right, and Minister, if the Premier has described aspects of the Commission's report as irresponsible, does that description extend to the Commission's advice to the IPC?
No, well, I don't accept that. I don't accept that that's what he said. And I have no concerns with what the Premier is doing.
It's been written up in a couple of articles, and at no stage has the Premier disputed that he referred to that.
You've asked me whether I'm concerned. No.
All right, Minister. I think Ms. Fairman noted that you had previously written to the IPC, I think in May 24, prior to the Planning Minister issuing his statement of expectations to the Commission regarding the New South Wales Net Zero Framework. Given and obviously that's going to expire, as I understand, in June this year, will you be again writing to the Minister for Planning for the IPC to prioritise net zero considerations over other New South Wales considerations such as trade, investment, and industry?
We'll consider that when it comes up.
So you don't know if you're going to write it. I have to note, Minister, you do know you're the only minister that did write
because I'm
to
the
the Planning
Climate Change Minister.
For some reason, Minister Chantafong forgot to actually write to the Minister with respect to prioritising trade, industry and investment. I will, but I'm glad that he was asleep at the wheel. He forgot.
What I can say to you, and you'd be unsurprised by this, is that I take the role and my responsibilities as Minister for Climate Change very seriously.
Well done. You were the only one that wrote in.
And we'll continue to do so.
Yeah, well, at this stage, the Planning Minister only received a letter from yourself prioritising net zero, but nobody wrote about trade, industry and investment in New South Wales.
We need to prioritise net zero in terms of the impact of our economy long term. But okay.
All right. On a brighter note, Minister, you might recall that we moved a motion in the Parliament in regards to container deposit refund value, looking at a cost-benefit analysis to a minimum of 20 cents. How's that going? Any updates?
Yeah, I'm not sure. You probably should ask Mr. Chappell in terms of the EPA are working on that. But I need to say that we're looking at it. There's a big campaign about increasing from 10 cents to 20 cents. But my view very much is that if we're going to do that, that's something that we need to do nationally because of the impact on industry. It's a really...
I know, but there is a motion in the House that was passed unanimously that indeed you have to have cost benefit analysis.
I'm sure they're looking at it.
All right. So you'll take it on notice, or someone's going to respond to me today that whether they've...
I can give some information if you like.
Maybe in the afternoon, if you can let me know. Yeah, that'd be great.
Turn. It's all
You
right.
And Minister, can I just also remind, back to microplastics...
Sorry, we've got some updated info on net zero if you want. Mr. Lean's got
Just
that.
quickly, yes.
Yeah, so it's not a separate reporting entity under the Government Sector Finance Act. It currently has 26 staff and 7 commissioners, and its budget for this financial year is 6.7 million.
Whoa, what a waste.
6.7 million.
6.7.
Okay, but you'll release some financial statements and for the public.
not
right?
No,
required
it's not a
to under
separate
the-
reporting
You don't
entity.
have to.
It's the same as like the heritage part of TQ.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think everyone
But we're
thought
happy
it was
to
going
give
to
you
be
the
a
numbers.
separate government sector agency in the way it reads in the Act.
You can ask the Treasurer about that.
Okay. Interesting. Microplastics, you previously indicated that more research is required. You might recall I did put quite a few questions in relation to including microplastics as an ecological indicator within New South Wales river health monitoring programs. Do you recall that, Minister? Yes. And you previously indicated that more research is required before microplastics can be treated as an indicator. Do you know what additional research has been commissioned since those answers were provided?
Yep, I'll hand that to Mr. Chappell.
Would you like me to answer that now?
Sure.
So the EPA and our colleagues in the Science Division of DQ have been working on a multi-stage broad-scale microplastic assessment, and that's research is essentially complete now. It's just being interpreted and validated for release shortly.
I'll ask everyone.
Thank you for your ongoing interest in plastics.
I am.
It's a
I
huge
want it out of
issue.
our rivers in Sydney.
No, I love it.
Thank you. Okay, it's over to the opposition again.
Thank you, Chair.
No.
Minister, in relation to the New England RES, how many approved renewable energy projects does that RES have?
How many approved?
Yes.
I'll have to get that for you.
Okay. And are you able to also provide the capacity of those projects?
Sure.
Thank you. The timeline of construction that's published on the draft ISP indicates that the project will be completed by July 2032. How much generation capacity do you predict you will have in that RES by the time we get to July 2032 and you complete the transmission line?
You're talking about completed operating?
Yes.
I'd have to take it on notice because it changes depending on where the projects are up to.
Okay. In circumstances where I believe the draft ISP indicates that you've only got, I think it's 2,400 megawatts. Yes, 2,400 megawatts in the first
Capacity
stage.
or generation?
Additional network capacity.
Yep.
Why do you need to build the New England RES transmission line?
We need to build the transmission line so that we can transport enough of the renewable energy across the state into the grid.
Are you confident?
When coal-fired power comes out.
Are you confident you are going to have 6,000 megawatts of generation in that RES?
Well, that's the plan that we're working to.
Okay. Where is that going to be located?
I'm not quite sure what you're asking me. You asked me where the transmission lines are going to be located, or are you asking me where the projects are going?
Where the projects are going to be located in the New England RES?
Well, obviously there's a border that basically puts the RES in place.
Yes.
There are negotiations with a number of landholders about whether they're going to host a range of those projects. Those are ongoing, so I can't tell you exactly because some of those aren't finalised.
But having been to the Walker region, I'll say the region, I think there's about 4,000 megawatts of generation that's predicted for that area. You would have seen the roads and the infrastructure that exists in the Walker region. Where do you see that they're going to be able to transport the blades, the wind towers that are proposed for those 4,000 megawatt
Generation,
yeah,
not
generation
capacity. Yeah, gotcha.
locations.
Well, I mean, that's really part of the way in which the renewable energy zones are being built. I mean, we're already putting another $128 million into the port to RES road projects. I'm working very closely across government with the transport ministers in relation to that. The there are roads upgrades that will occur as a result of that, so that these projects can be built.
A lot of the roads that EnergyCo is working on the assumption of that they'll be able to move equipment around are no more than fire trails and goat tracks.
No, I saw some of those, but I mean, part of the requirement in terms of maintenance and the building, if you're now talking about the transmission lines as opposed to the generation
No, I'm talking
projects.
about the generations as well.
What they showed me was the transmission lines, but if you, that's okay.
Yeah, no,
it's all the same.
It's all the
part
same.
of it's
You're
the
gonna have to use
same
the
because you've got to
same
do
roads,
access. Yes, but that's the whole point around the planning, which is what projects, what roads need to be upgraded, how do they need to be dealt with when you're dealing with the transmission lines. There's also, you're right, some of the existing things are really tracks, but if they're going to have to move that level of infrastructure, then they will need to be upgraded, and that's part of the process of working through it.
What if I told you, Minister, that there are no approved projects around that region, and that in the planning portal, I think there's only one that's under consideration? Yeah. Is it the case that we're spending over $4 billion to build a transmission line to an area where we've effectively got no generation in planning, and there's very limited access and limited infrastructure in order to support the amount of generation that you're suggesting is going to go into places like Walker?
No, that's a very long question, but we're also, New England's at the beginning. The proposed route of the transmission lines, the work in terms of access, which also works with foundation generators and all of that work, that's at the beginning. If you compare it to where Central West Arana is, where there's now, approval, there's access, there's 10 projects that are going to connect to it. We're at the very early stages of New England, which is also about getting it right, dealing with a lot of those matters that landholders and others deal with. So, no, I'm not concerned about that, because this is where we are in the process. What I am absolutely certain of is that we need the New England res, and
so
the work that's going
they
through.
Will come?
No. I mean, I don't know how much attention you've been paying to the way in which Central West Arana. There was lots of, the National Party used to support Central West Arana and the new energy zones. I know that now longer
move
don't.
On to a different topic.
Which is a matter for you. Well, I know you don't like it, but I don't know what your political colleagues are going to do. I don't know what your energy policy is going to be at the next election either.
Talking about what you're doing.
Well, I think people in New South Wales need to know what your energy policy is going to be.
The thing is, you're supposed to be answering.
I am answering all of your questions, but I do have questions for you.
Minister, wait 1 second.
And I wish that I got to do that, but
Minister,
I don't
one
get to
sec.
do that
A point of
anymore.
order has been raised.
The member has a default mechanism of asking questions which are then diligently answered by the minister, then making a follow-up political point, and when the minister makes a counterpoint, he doesn't like it. Ask that you call him into order. If he wants to make a polemical point, then the minister should be able to respond accordingly. If he doesn't, he should just ask questions.
Thank you. I hear the point of order. I'm not going to call the member to order, but what I am going to say to everyone is Hansard are incredible.
They are.
So let's help them with their very important job of not speaking over the top of each other.
I will continue.
Thank
Minister, Essential Energy collects levies from regional customers on behalf of the government for climate change fund and emission reduction programs. Is that correct?
Yes, all distributors do.
They all do?
Yes.
Okay, even Ausgrid and Endeavour?
Yes.
Is it the same levy?
I'd need to take that on notice.
Okay. Do you charge rural and regional customers more than you charge metropolitan customers?
I'd need to take that. That's not a decision that I'm... So, yeah, let me just take that on notice because I'm not sure.
If you do charge regional customers more than metropolitan customers, do you think that's fair and equitable?
Well, let me get the answer first, hey?
Okay. How have you communicated to consumers that they are paying these levies?
There's requirements around rules for the disclosure on bills, and that's something that's set, I think, through AER. AEMC, so the market provider. So I can get you more detail on that.
Okay. Where are they articulated to consumers?
I'll get you more information on that.
Okay. How much has been received from regional customers so far through Essential Energy?
For what?
For the levies, for the climate change fund and the emission reductions programs.
Happy to get it for you. I don't have that to hand, sure.
Okay. What is the itemised projects that these levies fund? How much will they benefit regional communities? And have you got a list of the expenditures?
Well, if you want the work on the Climate Change Fund, which is through that, I'd encourage you to read the annual report that gives you all of the information that you've just asked.
Okay, and will that tell me how much regional consumers have
Well,
paid?
why don't you read it and then tell me?
Well, Minister, I'm asking you the question. That's what budget estimates is all
Yeah,
about.
well, I'm directing you to where that there's detailed information
Well,
about
you're
the
Minister,
way in
you
which
should
the
perhaps know, but that's okay.
Well,
Minister,
you could also read the public available information rather than sort of, doing that. But it's fine to provide. We can provide whatever you want, but I will just be directing you to the Climate Change Fund and the annual reports that provides all of the information you've just asked me.
Minister, at the same time you're hitting rural and regional consumers with levies and charges for these climate change funds and emission reductions programs, you're rolling out composite telegraph poles, aren't you?
Sorry, I don't have anything to do with composite poles.
No, but the I guess the reduction
it's a matter for the energy companies.
Well, Essential Energy is rolling out.
Yeah,
these
because they're more
composite
fire
poles.
resistant, but that's a matter for them. So
Are they more
I don't
well,
direct
that's the
them.
answer that I was looking for. Are they more fire resistant, Minister?
Well, you need to ask them. I don't direct them, but my
So-
understanding
so
is
it's
that
not
they
your
are getting out of timber poles by about 2030. That's a decision that's been made by Essential.
So it's not your concern if they're more fire resistant or not?
Well, I think that my concern is that Essential Energy make their own decisions in terms of their own governance and the decisions that they're making around fire protection, and I don't see that there's any. If that's the decision they've made, that's a matter for them. I have no say over that.
Do composite poles have a higher carbon footprint than hardwood poles?
They may well, but I don't know.
Is it somewhat problematic that you're on one hand charging consumers to fund a climate change levy and emissions reductions programs, yet the composite poles that are being used actually have a higher carbon footprint than than the hardwood poles that we can produce here?
No, because actually if you have hardwood poles that get burnt down 3 times, they cost twice as much, and their carbon footprint, without having looked at the modelling, I suspect is probably a problem. What we're trying to do is make our energy system more resilient, because we've got more frequent fires and we've got more bushfires, and Essential have made that decision. But that's a matter for them.
Okay, I'm going to table these documents. If I could pass them to the Secretariat, please. Minister, you'd be aware that not only in renewable energy zones, but across New South Wales, we're seeing in rural and regional communities the impacts of renewable energy projects. I've been talking with the Snowy Monero Council, and they've got deep concerns about some of the projects that are being rolled out in their communities. I've just tabled to you the briefing note, and I use the term in inverted commas because I think it's more of a veiled threat that some Eva sent around the Coonarang wind farm. The council are deeply concerned about a private company threatening council and elected representatives like this.
Sorry, this is fine. What is your question in relation to what this is a planning matter?
The question is what are you doing to ensure that cowboy renewable energy operators don't threaten councils and elected members
What's your
in
allegation
these
of
manners?
threatening?
Well, the council themselves have indicated to me that they believe that this is a threatening letter, and they are deeply concerned that you as minister are allowing this sort of conduct from renewable energy companies.
Okay, there's a couple of things.
The letter?
What is the letter? Is this what are you actually?
The briefing note was
so
sent
it's a 6-page briefing note,
but it's actually if you read it it's not a briefing note. It's more of like there are implied threats throughout the letter.
Okay, so I mean, look, this is a matter between one of the councils and a proponent of a project. What I would say is that I expect all proponents to operate properly, that we have actually given more powers to the Energy and Water Ombudsman in relation to dealing with people once a project becomes real. I'm not sure of the status of where this is in the planning portal. This is a matter between councils, but if you're asking me, do I expect proponents to operate properly? Of course I do.
Thank you, Minister. I want to turn now to some of the matters of cost of living that have, I guess, come up in relation to a lot of these issues that we've been discussing. On the 18th of February, the Daily Telegraph published an article that indicated there was almost $600 million approved for renewable energy projects. How much will this add to...
Sorry. Just, you're going to need to give me more information. Are you talking about the AER determination?
The determination that New South Wales households and businesses would be paying up to $600 million.
Yes, that's the regulated rate. Yes, that's right.
Yes. How much is that going to add to the bills of New South Wales households?
Obviously, it's dealt. I'd need to take it on notice in relation to all overall, but this is part of the way in which the energy system works, which is that when you build new infrastructure, that it's covered by, it's paid for by consumers, and it's gone through that process through the AER, where they look to minimise the costs for consumers.
Okay. In terms of the equipment that we are currently paying for that's already been installed...
Which equipment?
Well, I'm going to get to that. At the last budget estimates, the supplementary one in December, where you weren't in attendance, however, Ms McKechnie from Energy Co was, I asked her about what we're paying for in relation to the Waratah super battery. Now, there's two aspects of this. We pay Transgrid effectively for the operation, is my understanding, and we also pay...
and we pay the full fee
Acacia
for that.
for the
at
actual battery.
And at the moment, as you know, it's running at 50%, and that's what we pay for.
Okay. The answer from Ms McKechnie, though, was that we are paying 100% to Transgrid.
Yes, correct.
From the contract.
Yes, correct. Because energy needs to go down the transmission lines. It's not whether it's 10 or 50 or 100, or whatever figure you want to put going down there. It still needs to be required. So yes, that's true.
Why are we paying 100% to Transgrid for a battery that's only operating at 50%?
Because the energy needs to go down the line, regardless of how much of it there is.
But why are consumers paying 100% for a battery that's effectively
because we need the battery, and we're not paying for the part of the battery that is not operational. 50% of it. It's been incredibly important over summer to have the battery operational, and it's working well. But you don't. It either goes down the wire or it doesn't. It's wire yes, get to transmit whatever's there, or wire no. So I'm not quite sure the point that you're making. You either have a way to transmit the energy, or you don't, and we have to pay for that regardless.
Well, part of the reason that I was asking about it is because the second part of the question that I asked back in December was, how much are we paying for the battery now that it's only 50% operational? I didn't get an answer. So you've indicated that we're now getting 50...
It's 50% of what the contract... we're paying what the contract says, and if it's at 50%, it's at 50%.
So Acacia is only receiving $70 million this financial year instead of the $140 million.
Hannah's going to be here this afternoon. I suggest you ask her. She'll be able to tell you.
Well, don't you know, Minister?
I've told you. I've told. I don't know the actual absolute dollar amount that's going in there. What I've told you is that we pay the full amount under the contract for Transgrid, and that the amount that's operational in terms of the Waratah super battery is what we pay.
Okay. Minister, you would be aware that my colleague Steph Cook has raised the issue of the farmers around the West Wyalong region that have been impacted by the mapping.
Yep.
What have you done to help resolve that and provide some certainty for those farmers that have been practising coppicing for decades?
More than you guys did in 12 years. But the point that
Minister,
I would make
that is, I mean,
let me finish.
You can be
I can tell you what
argumentative
we do.
if you
You
want.
guys did nothing. So let's be clear. I can give you the history of this.
I don't want the history. I don't want the history, Minister. I've done that over a number of estimates. I want an answer as to what it is. Don't run protection.
I'm not running protection,
No,
Wes.
I'll hear
I'm
the point
just
of order,
frustrated
'cause,
that I can't hear
Well,
an
I'm
answer.
frustrated the Minister keeps talking about history instead of
perhaps stop
providing an
talking
answer.
and we can hear.
Sorry, Chair.
The notes, she's getting the notes. She can answer
Excuse
it
me,
now.
member.
I could have answered it beforehand if you didn't interrupt me every 5 seconds.
Well, I don't
the
need the
point of
history
order
every
is
time.
to just let the minister answer the question.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. This is what you need to understand. That basically, the Mallee Broombush Ecological Community was listed in 2010. In 2010, any harvesting of the CEC required approval to clear. This was known. The previous government didn't actually take any action in relation to that for over a decade. I've got to actually say thank you to Steph Cook. She has worked incredibly hard on this matter. She's worked really closely with the landholders there, and I've had numerous meetings with her in relation to this matter. As a result of her work and talking to those farmers, there's a number of things that we're undertaking. I've requested that the Threatened Species Scientific Committee review the listing status of the Mallee Broombush. The fundamental issue here is, and I totally get where the farmers are at with this, they have been harvesting this broombush for a long period of time. It then got brought into the CEC that then suggested that that wasn't sustainable, and that was a problem. So I've got the TSSC to review that, and they're starting work on that. I've also had my department, DQ, have been providing desktop map reviews and free on-ground surveys to actually work through the matters here. I am very sympathetic to the farmers in relation to this matter. They showed me the photos of what it looked like in 1970, what it looks like now. We are really trying to work through those issues. It's not straightforward. The idea that we just can open up a CEEC without thinking through that is not something the government's willing to do. But what we are really willing to do is work through that. The other part of it, this is the important bit where people can actually get a pathway to get there, to be allowed to undertake this activity, is that we've DQ and LLS, and you can ask Minister Moriarty about this too if you want, but basically we're really encouraging landholders to seek approval through the Native Vegetation Panel. If they do that, they can undertake it. So we've taken this matter extremely seriously.
Just like if they were to apply, what's the time frame for
one of the things I would say is that some of the farmers have just sort of refused to participate in that process. There is a pathway to allow them to do this through the Native Veg Panel. I really would encourage people to do that. I can't tell you how long that sits with LLS, so I'm sorry, I can't tell you that.
And in terms of the work that you're doing, when might they see a result?
Well, I want it to be done as quickly as possible. As I said, there are some landholders who are not participating with that. I actually wrote to them in December and encouraged them to do that. There is a pathway through that. The TWSC matter is it probably takes a while. Like, I'm not going to pretend, but that's sort of the bigger question about how we work with the CEEC within it's a very unusual situation.
I appreciate that,
and we work through that. But in the meantime, we have done.
I appreciate.
We have done all of that. Like it's.
I've got one last question,
really
if that's
taken
all
it
right.
seriously. And Steph Cook's been excellent.
She has been excellent.
She's
Minister, just in relation to the vast solar site that is out near Wellington that caught fire and has now been abandoned by the developer. Obviously,
sorry, which one are you talking about?
Vast solar, the solar farm near Wellington that caught fire just before Christmas.
There's a few of them, so which one is it?
The one that's been abandoned and that...
what do you mean by abandoned?
Well, the developers left it. I'm asking whether the EPA is going to be instructed to go and clean it up, given that the developers effectively walked away.
Let me take that on notice. I mean, I'm aware of the fire issue. It was actually a grass fire.
Yeah.
It was not. It wasn't. My advice is that it had nothing to do with actually the solar farm. The actual update of abandoned, I'm not sure where that is up to. Let me take that advice and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you. Mr Latham.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Minister. Always good to see you here at this forum and others. Minister, you're a very strong advocate for your portfolio in Cabinet, aren't you?
I'd like to think so, yes.
Yeah, good. And also for your beliefs in general, for areas broader?
Let's just say no one's ever said that I lack an opinion.
Good. Yes, I agree with that thoroughly. I can attest to that from personal experience. So, Minister, in the energy portfolio, protest laws in New South Wales have become relevant because of organised resistance in the bush to the renewables rollout, as Mr Fang has pointed out. Has the government got any plans to apply the new protest laws against the Palestinian Action Group to renewable energy protests in country towns?
That would not be a matter for me. That's a matter for Cabinet, but in particular, it would be a matter for the Attorney-General. So I can't answer that.
Right, and the Premier has repeatedly said in public that there might be a few backbench rebels in the government opposed to the protest laws, but his Cabinet's 100% behind him on this issue regarding the protests, and you agree with that?
Yep.
And furthermore, the Premier has been critiqued by a senior Labor figure, no less, in the Herald on Saturday, who said Cabinet ministers from both right and left seem to have no capacity to challenge the Premier or put forward new policies, and that's particularly with regard to these protest laws. Do you think that's true?
No, I think that, without divulging the confidentiality of Cabinet, I think that we have one of the most united Cabinets that New South Wales has ever seen, that there is robust debate where people are able to raise a range of issues, and it's actually a very good place to work within. I've worked in worse.
And having yourself walked across the Harbour Bridge in support of the Palestinian Action Group, you opposed then the post-Bondi protest laws in Cabinet?
I'll just hear the
point
of order.
I can't talk to you about what I've said in Cabinet.
I'll just hear the point of order quickly, so we don't...
Okay.
Yeah.
With all respect to the
won't
member,
say because
Chair,
it's part of Cabinet confidentiality.
this is well outside the Minister's portfolio, and I don't think it's appropriate given the remit of budget estimates.
Budget estimates is very good.
It's a popular question, though.
There is
She's the leader of the
very,
government.
very broad
You
latitude.
don't get to ask me about the leader of the government.
I
stuff,
do
though.
note
This is not
that
what is coming
Mr Latham did start his line of questioning about protest laws in relation to renewable energy. So perhaps that was kind of where this was going. But I would ask
But
the
the
member
Minister
to...
has answered. She won't divulge
all right.
cabinet
No,
details.
and I appreciate
Are you
that.
surprised that-
Nice try, not going to get there.
No,
Yeah.
but are you surprised that the Premier has divulged cabinet in confidence that 100% of the ministers supported him on the protest laws?
I think that is totally fine. He's the boss. He can do what he likes.
Okay, that's sort of the Bill Shorten position, which is fine. With regard to the Waratah super battery, when will the other half of capacity come online?
Yeah, good question. Let me get some. I can get you the detail on that. There was issues with there's 3 transformers. One of them is completely cactus. The other one had some damage to it. I think it will take a little while, but I can get you more detail on that.
Right, and the transformer damage was described as sort of irreparable.
Yeah.
Is there a prospect?
It'll need to be replaced.
Right. What's the extent of the risk factor that would happen to other elements of the battery, like the 50% that's operating?
Yeah, no, we don't. We believe that'll be okay. I mean, I think the thing to understand with Waratah Super Battery is that it was sort of one of the first. It's the first of its kind in terms of these big batteries. They've become more common over time. Getting it up to that scale, I mean, it's currently, I think, the most powerful battery in the world, although it won't be for long, because there are so many others that are coming on board. So it is part of the process of building a new grid, building new things into the grid that, are sort of novel. It's very large. I mean, obviously, we want it fixed as soon as possible, but I don't anticipate.
You think it's a one-off?
I hope so, obviously,
Right, okay.
but I don't believe so. We've got a lot of smarter people than I who do all the tech work, and trialling a very large, powerful battery like that, the amount of energy that it moves around, hopefully we can get it fixed.
Okay, and...
here we go, and I'm told it's going to be fully operational in 26, so by the end of this year.
Just, sort of
That's what I'm told.
November,
That's the best.
December.
So I would take that advice,
That's,
but yeah, that's
it's
great.
coming for Christmas. And you mentioned earlier on that all the new infrastructure in the transition is paid for by consumers. What's the overall impact of that on household electricity bills?
Well, it sort of comes in different phases. So Mr Fang was referring to the AR determination, which for this year is around $600 million. And so that's over time. Yeah, that's okay.
Can you table that?
No.
Transparency, how
No,
much?
nice try, Mr
Yeah,
Latham.
no, nice try.
Yeah. No answers.
Well, it's
for
the
you?
answer.
No.
You can take it on notice.
No. I mean, yes, I can give it to you, but I mean, I know for this year it's $600 million, but it's their annual determination,
Yeah,
so I
sure,
can't
but
actually.
if we can get
I'm not trying to be tricky.
No, I know. If we can get 24, 25 and 26 annual determinations impact on household electricity bills, that would be appreciated.
I should be able to provide that
Thank
to you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any rollout transition projects in New South Wales that are on time and on budget?
Again, there's a lot of different projects. So yes, there are some that have been delivered on that. There's no doubt there are some that are delayed, range of reasons, cost, workforce, planning. We've worked very hard to bring down the planning arrangements around that, but I can work
On
out
notice,
for you.
if you can give us a breakdown.
Yep.
Those that are on time, on budget,
Yep.
those that aren't. And how many community batteries are operating now in New South Wales?
I'd have to take that on. A lot. There's a lot more coming, and it depends what you mean by community batteries. So, if you're talking,
Well, collective,
Well,
neighbourhood,
because they're all moving
suburban type
yeah,
batteries,
well, what
not just one
I'm
home.
glad that you asked. So this is.
Oh wow.
Yeah, this is the battery installations since July to this year. So this is the household batteries that are going in. So in New South Wales, there's over 60,000 so they're the household energy batteries. A lot of them are attached to VPPs, so it's a bit hard to do that.
Suburban neighbourhood ones.
No, these are just the ones for individual households.
Yeah, but have you got a slideshow for...
I don't have a slideshow, but I can probably get you one. I can bring it into
Thank you,
Parliament
I'd love
next
that.
time.
I love
The
that.
community battery stuff is actually really exciting. So the distribution networks are putting them sometimes in parks, sometimes in different places. We're also then doing the bigger batteries. I mean, the exciting thing about batteries is that the price, like solar, has come down massively, and they really are holding up and stabilising the grid and allowing us to put more renewables in. That's why we had a good summer because of that.
And also, can we get the number of pumped hydro projects in New South Wales that have been approved and operational since the roadmap was commenced?
Yeah, there's obviously Snowy. I'll get you the other. There's a few that are around. It's approved and it's being built.
Yeah, no, I know. On Snowy, has New South Wales got any advice when it will produce its first gigawatt of electricity?
I'd have to take it on notice. I think is it 28?
They're forecasting the end of 2028.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And what's the status of the Curry gas peaking plant, which has been much spoken about?
I think it's if it's not operating, I think it's in commissioning. I think it's
we've got an estimate of when
it's in commissioning.
I know it's been commissioned.
No, but it's actually the test. Like it's a lot more far advanced than it was.
Right.
It's not just building it. I know that previously we said it's been on its way. Let me just get when we're expected to be operational, but it's pretty close, I think.
Okay, and once you factor in some of these issues about the backup power coming online, what's the projection for how long Eraring stays open? Is it indefinite?
Well, no. So Eraring, I mean, look, it's a matter for Origin in terms of when it stays open. Eraring, Origin have given their market notice, which extended it to April 2029. That's when we anticipate that they will close.
Right. And could I also ask how much hydrogen's been produced in New South Wales since Matt Keane's legislation in 2022?
Well, you'd be aware that we just changed the targets in relation to hydrogen. Let me come back.
How did you change them? You downgraded them from something to zero.
We did. It was important. So the hydrogen scheme, which is the renewable fuels scheme, we didn't want people to be paying for hydrogen that isn't available. No doubt that hydrogen's been challenging. We've got some good news in the hydrogen space. Up in Moree, there's people doing work around hydrogen and low emissions ammonia for fertilisers. If that works, it's going to actually be a real game changer. We've got the hydrogen hub, which is at Orica. But in terms of actual how much has been produced, not very much green hydrogen, no.
Is that not very much actually zero? It is, right. And is there any expectation that's going to change?
Yeah, that's why we're continuing on with it. But there's no doubt there's been challenges with hydrogen around the world, and
are the government subsidies ongoing?
So there's some funding, but if you don't deliver, you don't get the money. So I know that you've asked me this before. If you don't deliver, you don't get the money. Right. So some money was allocated to projects, but because they have not been delivered, they have not been funded. So there's not been. So.
Okay. And Minister, I'm sure you're a great supporter of Budget Statement 25-26 Performance and Wellbeing, page 9.1, stating that New South Wales is a lot hotter now in temperatures than it was in the period 61
I'm not a fan of it, but it's true.
To 90. No, but you support the data.
Yep.
And what role did you or your department have in developing that data that's in the budget papers?
I would need to take that on notice.
You table the post-it, mate?
Yeah, well, no, this is about Curry, which has been commissioned. It'll be in Q1, so it's close.
Q1,
yeah, so it's that's what I mean. I think it's very close. Let me take that on notice. Obviously, all of the departments have input into the wellbeing stuff. They work with Treasury on it.
And can I ask, is it comparing apples with apples, given that in the post-1990 period, 23 new bomb weather stations have opened, mostly in urban heat areas like Canterbury, Gosford, Holsworthy Aerodrome, Maitland, Newcastle University, Penrith, Richmond, and on the list goes. What calculations have been made about the impact of the new weather stations measuring in areas that are hotter than anything that was in the pre-1990 period?
Good question.
Very good question.
Yeah. I'll find out.
You can take that on notice?
Yeah, very happy to take it out.
If it's apples against apples, fantastic, it's valid data. If it's apples against oranges...
Well, I mean, I think that the sort of, average heat across a wide range, there's no doubt that the issue around urban heat in Western Sydney is a huge one, and it would show different patterns. We know that on any given day, Penrith or whatever, it can be like 10, 15 degrees hotter than the rest of the rest.
Well, we love it hot out there, but...
Not that hot. No one likes it at 45.
Aircon, but, and that's also on the notice paper to you, so...
okay, we'll get you an answer.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Minister.
Thank you, Mr Latham. Minister, given the need for further economic diversification in the Hunter, do you think there's an opportunity cost in not listing Ravensworth at this point lost, noting that that this place has been described as a potential cultural tourism anchor point, and that cultural tourism has been described by the former chair of the New South Wales Heritage Council as the, quote, fastest and most lucrative area of growth for tourism. And why has...
Sorry, what was the beginning of...
Ravensworth.
Yeah, I know all about Ravensworth, but...
about opportunities lost in terms of it not being listed yet in the Heritage Register.
as you know, it's still under consideration. But there is, all of the various heritage items have a range of opportunities there. There's no doubt that that's an important place. It is a little bit isolated. I'm not sure that it's somewhere that people, the opportunities for heritage listed items I think are important, and we obviously take them very seriously. It's why I've listed so many other items. But the Ravenswood question is still under consideration.
It has been under consideration for a long time.
I know.
Minister.
I think it's the only one where I've not met the statutory requirements.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there anything that I can tell people that just keep asking me to ask you this question?
Every time I go to the Hunter, I think is it the Singleton Argus? There's a really good journo there. She asks me every time.
She does.
Look, I want to get it done as soon as possible, but it's still under consideration.
Okay, and you've got all of the advice you need at this point in time?
I have literally got over 2,000 pages of advice on this.
And that includes that also the Section 10, the application that provided that compelling evidence.
There is a lot. There is a lot of information.
Thank you, Minister. But at some point, are you willing to say that?
I will determine it. There's no doubt about that.
Okay, thank you. Minister, I just am curious. I know we talked about the koala strategy and that framework perhaps changing, but more specifically, just in relation to translocations and obviously the experience that we've had with that tragic project at the South East Forest. Are translocations what's the current status?
No, so currently translocations are not occurring. They've been paused as a result of the review. Just to give you an update, my understanding is that the review will be coming very close. It's kind of done. It's been, there's been kind of a review of that, and there'll be lessons learnt as a result of that. I will provide that as soon as I can. But there's no translocations occurring at the moment until that's finalised.
Thank you. And I've definitely got some things for Mr. Lean later about the details around that. But just in terms of that, though, is it your understanding that once that review's done and tabled, translocations will be, planning for translocations will continue?
Yes, I believe they will. I think translocations have an important role. We do translocations in many places. There's been successful translocations. I think that there is obviously in this one, a range of questions about what happened and the review. I really do have, full confidence that the review's been done properly and that will sort of show what was there. But yes, the work is always ongoing in terms. It's a very logistical, there's a lot of logistics that go into translocations. There's a lot of things that need to be thought about. So you might want to explore it with my department this afternoon. But I'm sure there's probably still some work going on there, but none of them are occurring because we want to make sure that we learn the lessons out of this review, and then sort of whether there's a threshold question about whether we continue that. We're not at that point yet.
Thank you. And is it your understanding at this point, and I will speak with Mr. Lean about the detail, but is it your understanding that the cause of death may have something to do with the fact that the leaves and the nutrition was not?
It sounds like it's a number of things. Again, I don't want to preempt it, but my understanding is, well, as you know, koalas are basically 1 meal away from death all the time. They're chronically dehydrated. They're very fussy about what they eat. The nutrition with which they live on is marginal often at best, and there was also weather conditions and those kind of things. So look, I wouldn't want to preempt it, but yes, I am aware that I think all of those questions will be canvassed, and I think we'll probably learn a lot out of that.
Thank you. Land clearing, and I'm just in particular referring to the analysis that the Wentworth Group recently did. So is land clearing still a priority for, I know it is for you, is it a priority for your government?
Yes.
So that commitment, that we will end that runaway land clearing, we'll do everything we can, that is
we're trying to do, yes. I mean, that was a key election commitment, and it's one that I obviously work closely with Minister Moriarty in relation to that. A lot of the levers come out of the sort of Biodiversity Conservation Act and the way in that operates with LLS and working through codes and those kind of things. So yes, we genuinely think that the land clearing problem is serious and that we need to find a way to curb it for biodiversity, for habitat, for emissions. The good news is that we also now have more tools in the toolbox box to support landholders in actually financially supporting them around that, which I think is a big change.
Will we see more money going to that particular stream
There's a lot
of
more
work?
sort of mechanisms. So nature repair, what the federal government's doing, ACCUs, there's a whole range of different things, and you know that's part of it. And I think previously I think there was I'm not apportioning any blame to this, but I think there was a bit of a view that farmers just have to keep this land and then not change it, even in relation to their businesses. I think there are already a lot of farmers who are doing private land conservation, who have got ACCUs, doing soil work where they actually can find that they can actually attract a new income stream by doing that work, and I think we need to think about that. But more broadly, yes, we're very serious about the land clearing work. You may be aware, the NRC's got a bunch of work that's being undertaken. We've got farmers and scientists represented on that.
Has the NRC, I know in last estimates you referred to the work they're doing. Yeah. Have they got a delivery time frame for the big tranche of work?
Good question. Let me find out. I think they're doing 3 pieces of work. I just can't remember off the top of my head where all of those are up to. But that obviously informs our work, and we'll continue to do that. Where it's how we're dealing again with the changes to the Biodiversity Conservation Act is another part of that. But no, it's a matter that we do take seriously. We know that the previous Labor government really got that under control and worked through that. It's now just sort of been opened up, and it is just, I think, an area that we think is serious enough that we need to work through that.
And is it your understanding that from your discussions with Minister Moriarty that we will see also legislative reform to the LLS Act and codes?
You'll need to, yeah.
I'll talk with her about it.
I think that's right. But I mean, it is, the commitment was a serious commitment at the last election. It's one, that we're working through. We've got a few different levers. It's taken longer. When I see the kind of slat starter and we see that, we see the trajectory, it continues to increase. We need to work through that, but we're on it.
Thank you. Minister, with the work that has just recently been undertaken with particularly the Parliamentary Secretary, Trish Doyle, and the wildlife rehab sector, will your government rule out, and I know we've talked about legislation, and I know you've taken something on notice with me about when we'll see, if and when we'll see specific legislation, but will you rule out wires, for example, as ever being in a position where they're responsible for compliance in relation to wildlife rehabilitation?
I don't know that I'm in a position to rule that out. Probably, it's not our intention to proceed with legislation, though. So that's not. I think when you asked me about that, I needed to go back and check, and that's what I said I'd find. But that's not really our intention. I mean, what we really want to do, and thanks to Trish for the work that she did, but, wildlife care is amazing. There's about 8,000 of them across the state. They do an incredible job. I'm really pleased that we did the review. We're actually putting some more money into supporting them do the work that they do. But... I think I'm just a bit speculating at this point. But no, it's not really our intention to do legislation, but obviously, what we've set up through that review and the kind of engagement of the sector is something that we see as a really strong partnership.
So it's also fair to say then that it's not your intention at this point to put wires in any particular kind of legislative compliance role over...
Not that I'm aware of,
Okay,
no.
Thank you. And just finally...
Someone will tell me if there's something going on that I'm unaware of, but no, I don't believe so.
Thank you. And just finally, I just wanted to... So I introduced and second read the cat containment bill. Yep. I have been quite surprised, perhaps in a naive way, of how much support that I have received for that from so many places I was not expecting to receive support. Also, there are a number of councils right now that are putting motions through. Is your government, I know your government's very supportive of voluntary actions, but would you be open to some very small regulatory treatments if councils are requesting your government for them that are not punitive in the traditional sense, but they're complementary of your voluntary programs?
I suppose the thing that I would say is that sort of sits out, that's a matter for kind of, it's not a matter for me. The cat containment stuff sits a lot within sort of local government and also within Minister Moriarty as well. So you'd be aware that we, actually are targeting feral cats particularly.
The sort of domestic cats and the way in which they're managed is not something that sits with me. But, you know, it's a conversation that people are having with us all the time. And I know that I'm not quite sure where the parliamentary inquiry is up to. Is it reported yet?
Yeah, it's reported.
Yeah, okay. So there'll be some input in terms of the government response around that, but it actually doesn't really sit with me. So, yes, I'm aware of all of the issues. My mother lives in Canberra and her old cat is a grandfathered cat, so he's allowed to wander around, although he's so decrepit I don't think he's killing anything. But, you know, that's where they're at. I would also just raise the issue, though, that the RSPCA have raised with me, because I've done some good work with them. They are quite concerned about mandatory regimes when it comes to cat containment. Some of the experience that they're concerned about, and I don't want to speak for them, but they do worry that it actually means that more people abandon more cats, and they actually end up with a worse outcome in terms of the kind of euthanasia rate of excess cats in the system. I don't want to speak for them, but you know, just to sort of, you know, as we're considering all of these matters, I think that'll be weighed up. But it's actually not. Talk to Ron.
Thank you.
Minister, I may have said vast solar before. I believe it's vast renewables. So the vast renewables site in Gemelong is the site that's been abandoned. Now, in terms of...
When you say abandoned, sorry, I'm just
the
not...
company's gone into administration.
Right.
It's been impacted by fire, and so it's effectively fire impacted and has been left. So there's glass strewn everywhere. There's shattered solar panels. Where you've got a company that's gone into administration, who's responsible for cleaning up the mess?
There'd be requirements in terms of, you know, the approvals and those kind of things. As you would know, it's a bit complicated because there's the host farmer. I know this is a whole issue. This is the conversation about decommissioning bonds and those kind of things. I just need to I don't want to speculate without knowing the information, so happy to come back to you.
So in terms of, I guess, the EPA becoming involved, how long before the EPA would seek to ensure that this these impacts...
Let me just take it on. Can I look?
Yeah, sure.
You know,
that's fine.
I know it's an issue.
Yep.
I'm not trying to be tricky. I just don't want to give you incorrect information, and I get in trouble if I just start speculating.
Me too.
People start sending me post-it notes.
So my last point, noting I've got a minute left, I note there was a drop to the paper just before estimates in relation to the number of properties that have solar panels.
Oh, yeah, awesome. Totally awesome.
Yes.
Let's
now
talk about
I note that your department
I've got the whole
dropped.
list.
Your department dropped the number of...
no, it wasn't my department. It was actually my office.
Your office. Well,
yes.
Okay. Well, they're even closer to home then, shall we say.
No, all
now,
about
Minister,
it. Let's talk about
it. In terms of the drop, you would agree that effectively the vast majority of the highest percentage of electorates are rural and regional communities that have the highest solar panels.
Yes.
Doesn't that
that's
indicate
the whole
to you?
point.
Does that not indicate to you that again rural and regional communities are carrying their fair share of the load, and that you need to have more rollout in metropolitan areas before you start shoving more projects in our communities?
Okay. And that's a very interesting way to think about it. Okay.
It is, but it's actually the way people feel.
Sorry, I think the proof is in the pudding. And I mean, I think we said 9 out of the top 10 electorates are in regional areas. There's one in Western Sydney. I actually looked further down the list, and I think out of 25, 22 are in regional areas. People are not carrying a load. People have actually put rooftop solar on their roofs in a huge amount of areas. They're saving up to around $1,400 a year in terms of their bills. They've made those choices fine. I don't really understand the other assertions that you're trying to draw into this. What I want to see is rooftop where rooftop. No, sorry. Are you saying that people who've put rooftop solar have somehow been coerced and don't like it?
No, I'm saying that if you want to put rooftop solar anywhere, put some on Sydney houses and Sydney factories.
Absolutely.
Put your batteries here, and then don't run the transmission lines in our communities.
Well, look, okay. Actually, I've got another graph.
Oh.
You're going to let me use my other graph.
Oh, you can use your graph.
I'm going to use my graph. This is an awesome graph. It's a bit hard to see, so I will table it. But this is the changes from 2024 to 2025, and it shows the changes in our energy system. So what you see here is the black bit, that's coal. So that's down 365 megawatts. What you see here is gas is down by 270 megawatts.
What we see here is an increase in wind generation of 932, of rooftop solar, which is the second biggest increase in terms of our generation, 353 megawatts, grid 324. This is the story. And by the way, that means we've also got an additional 756 megawatts in the system. That is why this summer we did not have lack of reserve notices, even though we had 3 or 4 days of over 40 degrees. As the Energy Minister, every summer holidays, I used to worry that I was going to have to go and we'd be worried about it. But what this story tells us is that renewables are backing up the grid, that they're being integrated into the grid, and that they're working extremely well. So this is extremely
Minister. What you
well,
need
sorry.
is the you need the
Sorry,
total.
I thought you liked the stats.
You need the total amount of power generated by coal and the total amount of power generated by wind and solar on a graph, and then I'll look at it.
Okay.
No, the one thing I will tell you is that it used to be 80% coal, and it's now down to 65%.
And prices have
Thank you. We are,
and
hey, out of fairness, we are running.
You should be excited. This is
Mr. Ruddock has
unreal.
one more question.
It's
unreal.
Come on, John.
It's costing families.
Thank you, Chair.
I want to hear John.
Minister, just on Mount Warning, the government has announced that it's going to be reopened in about 18 months. How much is that going to cost? Why is it going to take 18 months? And are you aware that the locals have offered to voluntarily repair the track at no cost to the taxpayer, and they'll do it very, very quickly, and they'll do it better?
Okay. Yes, I'm aware of the offer. There is still issues that need to be worked through in terms of the access. It is an Aboriginal place. We talked about this earlier today. That's been declared. I've been also working very closely with the Wollumban committee in relation to this. They are, we need to work through those matters. So I am aware of that, but it's not actually within the way Aboriginal places operate. You just can't let people in to build the track. I know people have made that offer. That's very nice of them. There's no way that can't get approved.
So how much
in
is it
relation
going to
to
cost was one of my questions.
It depends on what the treatment in terms of the safety things.
What's the ballpark?
I don't know, but you can ask the department this afternoon.
Minister, the very final question I have is just about currently the application for the burning of timber for electricity generation at Redbank is currently in the courts. It's being fought. I'm just curious, how did it happen when your government's policy or your party's policy from your platform from 2024 was...
I'm glad you read the New South Wales Labor Party policy.
I didn't do it by choice. Somebody
threw it to me. I have to read it. It's very important.
But seriously, Minister, it does say Labor recognises...
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the platform.
I know, and it literally says you will prohibit the burning of any forests and cleared vegetation for electricity. How has this happened on our watch now?
Well, as you know, that there is a regulation, and Mr. Chappell can take you through all of that. It's allowed under some circumstances, but the point in terms of Redbank that I would just say is that it's obviously being dealt with, and I don't want to comment any further about it. I'm aware of the platform. We're aware of the regulation, which does prohibit it, but as you know, there are some circumstances where it's allowed. That's how it happens.
Right, we are now in government time.
Mop up the mess.
Does the Minister have anything to elaborate on?
Good question. Here's where they tell me if there's anything that I've been too loose with. Okay.
Cabinet.
You've only got 15 minutes.
Okay. Okay, so this is just an update on your questions around where things appear on bills, which is that basically the levy is imposed through the DNSPs, so the distribution network, so Ausgrid, Endeavour and Essential, and they recover that through network charges. So it's not itemised as a separate arrangement.
You told me it was on the bill.
No, this is why I'm saying. I mean, gee, you got me.
No, I mean, I've got you a number of times today, but that's, anyway, another one.
I look forward to the videos.
Videos are great.
23 likes, all good. We'll just go there. The split between, so that's, and in relation to the DNSPs, it's based on population in the way in which it's distributed. So...
give us a Mr. Wang.
No, I won't do that. Leave that to Minister Camper. And the other part of it is in relation to the charges. There's actually a requirement that no more than 25% can be passed on through residential customers. So we actually have that in place. And again, I'd refer you back to the Climate Change Fund and the annual report for the rest of your questions. Sorry,
We just had a look.
Okay, so are there any other?
I've just given you the
matters?
information you've asked for.
Well, no, I wanted to know.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, this is my time.
It
Can I
is.
people just let me diligently respond to the questions that have been
Mr.
asked?
Fang, please restrain.
I'll try.
No, I think that we don't need to deal with that.
No, I don't want to give that answer.
Table it.
That's too much information.
Where's? Stop it.
I think that I'm done. Thank you
you
very much.
Minister, you did not bring any pictures of beautiful threatened species.
No,
today.
but there's a new swamp skink that we found out, which we can talk about. The member for Bega is extremely excited about this. So in one of the nature reserves, literally there'd only been one recorded sighting of this particular swamp skink. And we had ecologists go and do their amazing work, in the wet, in the cold, in the hot, and looking at it, and they found 4 of these. Critically endangered, and it's amazing that it looks like, again, the habitat protection means that it's improving. And I'd also do a shout out to, if we want to talk about exciting animals, Leadbetter's possum. Actually, we thought it was a Victorian. We'd previously only found a skeleton of it in the caves around Kosciuszko. And as we know, excellent work of Linda Groom and a whole range of their team. They've got cameras in the park. We're now spotting this very rare possum that's now coming back to life as the repair and the work on habitat in Kosciuszko is being undertaken. So some really great news.
Thank you. Is that you're finished? All right. Well, thank you, Minister Sharpe, for attending this hearing. We are finished with your questioning, unless there is something. Okay, yep, all finished. Thank you, Minister Sharpe. We are finished with your questioning. We'll now take a break for lunch, and we will return at 2 p.m. for further questioning. Thank you, everyone. Okay, hello and welcome back. Welcome to our new witnesses for the afternoon session, and thank you for making the time to come today and give evidence. Mr. Kidman and Ms. Graham, as you did not attend the initial round of hearings, you will now be sworn prior to giving evidence. Could you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? Thank you.
Sit down.
Yeah, and look, I apologise also if there are any witnesses in the overflow seating area. If I can remind you during the proceedings that if you come forward to answer a question, to please bring your name plate with you and place it in front of you on the table, because it assists Hansard, and Hansard are the most important people here. Thank you.
Okay, I, Samuel Kidman, Executive Director, Heritage New South Wales, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Kidman. And Ms. Graham.
I, Alex Graham, Deputy Secretary for National Parks and Wildlife Service, solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And for all other witnesses, I remind you that you have already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry, and therefore you do not need to be sworn again. Okay, so as always, we've got questions from the opposition and the crossbench, and it's over to you guys. Opposition first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being here. My first question is about National Parks and Wildlife camping. I guess it is through you, the camping, and also the permissible activities that are associated with over 800 national park sites. I understand that a new activity location condition grid or matrix was released at the end of last year in November, which basically lists all the different types of activities that may be permitted or are not permitted or are not applicable to a site, relating to things like camping, trail running, river sledding, abseiling, the list goes on, and it also includes motorcycle tours and quad biking. I am wondering if, how often this matrix is released or updated.
I will have to take that on notice as to how often it is updated. However, it was appropriate to update it at that time, as we are seeking new leaseholders to carry out various tour operating activities on national parks.
Okay, and is that because the operators are on a particular, like every operator is on the same cycle?
We are looking to set them on the same cycle for the licence holders.
Okay, so what, like at some point, so for example, at July 1st this year, it will be the start of every contract, and that contract will run for 2 years, for example.
I'll need to confirm exactly when the start date will be. However, the operators will be given an option of 1 or 3 years initially, and by mutual agreement, an option for a further 3 years.
Okay. So I was interested to see the number of sites that were associated with both quad biking and motorcycle tours. So from my count, 72 sites across New South Wales were listed as being permissible for quad bike activities, and 256 sites for motorcycle tours, which is about out of a total 830 sites. I'm curious if they are, if that's an increase to the previous number of sites that these activities were applicable to.
If it's okay with you, I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Do you know anything about the guidelines or requirements as to how these sites are considered permissible? Like what makes a site permissible or not?
It would be in accordance with the plans of management that are already in place for each national park. So the plans of management set out what types of uses are permissible on any given park.
And are these determined by regulation? Or?
It's determined by it's a statutory instrument, the plan of management.
Mm-hmm.
And each plan of management is informed through community stakeholder consultation and to effectively inform how people want to use the park, and also what would be appropriate in any given park based on the types of environmental values that are there, the cultural heritage values that are there, and what would be appropriate relevant to those areas.
So how often are those updated?
They're updated at different times for different parks, depending on whether an update is required.
Okay.
But they do stay in place for a number of years.
Okay, and how is it determined if an update is required?
When there's a considerable demand for a change to a use of park, perhaps if we've seen increases in visitation, for example, new infrastructure may need to be developed, but really it's responding to how the community want to use the park, but also what environmental values and cultural heritage values are there that need to be protected.
Okay. I have to admit that I was quite surprised at the number of sites that were considered permissible for motorcycle tours in particular, but quad bike activities as well. I'm wondering if there's any information that you have about what specifically is the what mandate is provided specifically for motorcycle tours. For example, does the community specifically engage with a plan of management that is clearly listed as including a motorcycle tour as a use of the site?
It really is just responding to what local stakeholders and what visitors want to use a park for. Sometimes we can, when we establish a new park, sometimes there can be pre-existing uses associated with those properties, for example. And so it's really in responding to what the community values as well.
Thank you. Just going to jump around. So please bear with me on microplastics and the plastics plan, which I presume is Mr. Chappell.
Probably me, yes.
I wanted to follow up actually from what Ms. Conn was talking about with relation to construction and foam, so styrofoam or polystyrene foam associated with construction, and why that wasn't included in the plastics plan 2.0.
Well, look, all pollutants and microplastics are considered. The Plastic Plan 2.0 focused on the highest risk, the most commonly littered items, basically the items that were appearing most commonly in the sources of those. And that's the first step in trying to drive down microplastic pollution in the environment. Okay, there are a number of other initiatives targeting foam and construction materials, though, for grants that I can speak to in some detail if it's useful. Yep. And obviously the penalties for littering have increased substantially in the last year and a half, and construction sites are often regulated by councils as well, and we do a lot of work to partner and support councils in doing that effectively.
The reason that I asked specifically about this is because it had been raised with me that foam, that polystyrene foam, and particularly from construction, was highly prevalent in the collection of plastics in waterways around Sydney Harbour and up and down the coast. Is that consistent with your findings?
Look, it's certainly present. I'm not sure, perhaps I'll just take some advice on the best way we would characterise it, but the initiatives in the government's plan are really informed by deep evidence gathered around the types of items most commonly littered and occurring in waterways and how we can address those. So there's absolutely more work to do, and construction materials and some of these new low carbon materials do use more foam, and obviously that can present end-of-life challenges when a site is demolished. So that's something that we will work through for the next sort of set of interventions over time.
And when is there a date on the next set of interventions?
Well, I'm hopeful you'll see some legislation and regulations progress this year for implementation of the actions in the current version of the plan 2.0, and then there'll be flow-on actions following that. So I think the next step is that legislative reform to come.
Okay, and has there been any additional focus on this given the government's housing mandate or at least their commitment?
Look, I think it's been a key focus for this government and the prior government, and I don't think housing has particularly adjusted whether it's in focus or not. It's obviously housing is a major priority more broadly, and delivering that quickly and efficiently, but the pollution impacts of how we regulate construction have continued.
Okay. Going on to the reses, I was curious about the Community Information Centre. So one's been set up, I understand it, in the Central West Arana. I'm curious as to whether there are any planned for the Southwest or New England reses.
Yeah, thank you. There are various considerations underway. The one in Central West Arana is an ACE Res and Energy Co one, and that was only built post concluding the deed with ACE Res, and so now that it's under construction. But we are considering other community centres in close to other reses.
Okay, so are you working with particular providers at the moment to set those up?
The way these get funded is usually through the AR determination. So you have to wait for the AR determination to be final, and therefore we'd have to put the costs through, and the AR would have to determine that that was, a reasonable cost that was in the interest of consumers. But there's also Transgrid have set up one in Wagga, which covers a number of their projects. We've set up one with ACE Res, and there are considerations underway, but ultimately that would have to go through an AER determination process.
Okay, so Energy Co can't just set up a community information centre?
No, so our funding, we have several sources of funding. So we have the transmission acceleration funding, which has very specific criteria on what that can be spent on. So we'd absolutely have to go through, and with the AER, if it's for a particular res, we'd have to go through and do that. So that's the way it has to work, because we are ultimately, Energy Co is the infrastructure planner. We are the client, and the contractor ultimately is the person building the res or the project, and so therefore most of the time it will make sense to do a co-branded or co-hosted community centre, and there's possibility in future that might also include generators, so it could almost be like a one-stop shop for people to come and learn about energy and centres. So overall we think it's a good idea, but you do have to go through various funding mechanisms to establish that, and most of the time that will be best done post the AR determination.
So if the Minister, for example, wanted more of these information centres, could the department fund, or some ministerial budget fund, Energy Co to set up a centre independent of any particular partnership?
So I guess there's two different things to consider. In terms of Energy Co, our remit is an infrastructure planner to carry out transmission planning, coordination of renewable energy within the reses. So anything that we would have to set up very specific to the res and educating people about the res and how that specifically works, that would have to go through some kind of Energy Co funding. If the community centre was about education more broadly about renewable energy and the transition, that would be a departmental cost, and that would have to go through a ministerial, ministerial or department budgets. So it's the funding is released depending on the specificity of what the community engagement centre is for, and the one that is currently set up in Central West Arana is specifically about Central West Arana res, and that's its dedicated focus.
Okay, thank you. Going back to Mr. Chappell, I think on air quality, just following up on that question I had around the Lower Hunter and Central Coast report that suggested that there could be more monitoring, low-cost monitoring set up. Is that something you mentioned that there are some individual units, I guess they would be called, that are being set up. Is there anything that's being set up that's more institutionalized, for want of a better phrase, from your point of view in that area?
Well, I mean, we have a substantial air quality monitoring network in the Hunter region, and it's maintained by our colleagues in the Science Division of the department, and provides community with information on air quality and various alerts, as the Sydney network that you might be familiar with operates. What I was talking about was sort of supplementary or complementary monitoring that we do around major infrastructure or particular issues of concern. I mean, for example, here in Sydney with the community concern around dust from construction of some of the major road projects, we've deployed these in schools and other locations so the community can see in their own direct environment what the air quality impact is, if any. I'm not aware of any specific plan to install new sort of permanent infrastructure along the lines of those major monitoring networks, in particularly around the Central Coast. But we are progressing to upgrade those networks so they can also more effectively monitor various greenhouse gas emissions in addition to the particulates and other contaminants they detect.
Okay. I mean, specifically in that area related to coal-fired power stations, there have been multiple reports about increased levels of asthma attacks in children and other respiratory problems. Is that something that you work with particular communities on, or is it something you're aware of?
Look, I'm certainly aware of some of those concerns. I've met myself with various community groups in that region. I think there was a previous parliamentary inquiry that one of the recommendations is being led by New South Wales Health, but it's a sort of health study of community in that area related to the concern about coal dust and potential health impacts. But the advice to the EPA from New South Wales Health is that the air quality in the Central Coast is very good, and that the health of the population in the Central Coast doesn't differ in a statistically significant way in anything that's been detected to date. So I think we need to see that health work, which I know is underway with the community, but that's the piece of work I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you for that. I wanted to ask about the waste levy. Is that also you?
Yes, that would be.
So we're obviously in a state where we've got CPI increases assumed through the forward estimates, but actually it seems that there will be some decision made about a different way of increasing prices or pricing the waste levy, from my understanding of the Minister's response, in the future. And I'm wondering how you are modelling or analysing the relationship between the levy and its increase and the payment of that levy and the revenue that you'll receive into the future as a result.
What the assumptions in the budget, and I think the reference to the MyEFO adjustment really reflects our current modelling. So that's based on the current settings. We did see a fairly substantial increase in revenue based on an unusual spike in demolition volume from construction activity, particularly related to some major infrastructure. I think particularly in financial year 23, that was caused by some one-off factors, but that modelling's been updated to reflect the latest projection, which really goes to relative rates of construction and other activity in different regions of the state, because the levy applies at different rates in different parts of the state, and various other sort of macroeconomic assumptions that the Treasury set for the economy as a whole, population growth and so on. But in terms of the review of the levy, I think that's very much a question that's under consideration by government.
Okay. I had a question about it's about the Smart Energy Schools scope revision. So it's through the Department of Education, but I'm basically wondering if there's any involvement at all with...
I'm not aware of any involvement, Kim, you?
No?
Not, well, I know there's some people in my team who have worked with the Department of Education on some of their ideas around solar on rooftops and that sort of thing. But
okay, but it doesn't involve...
Not specific. Like we provide advice if they want to have some advice on who to talk to and that sort of thing. And there is some work that my team are doing to assist them.
Yep.
But I'm not sure the status of that particular program.
Okay. On the State of the Environment report, the native mammals population and distribution indicator for information reliability is listed as limited. And I was curious about what is being done to address this.
Is this in the...
It's in the report.
The metric for...
Yeah. So it's the metric for native mammals population and distribution indicator. I can get you a page.
Look, we might take that on notice and come back to you with some more detail, but I would imagine that getting accurate estimates of populations at, right across the whole state is something that will take some time. Obviously, we've made huge advances with the monitoring that we've done with GKMP and with other surveys that we do, but to get that right across the whole state will take time, and hence I think it's probably ranked as limited.
Okay. How many of the 58 recommendations of the Ken Henry Review have been enacted?
Sorry, which review?
The Ken Henry Review.
So the government published the Plan for Nature in 2023.
Yeah.
2024. And it outlined a range of actions to respond to the Henry Review. We'll come back to you with a specific number on how many were accepted, but there's a large sort of number under being implemented at the moment.
Okay, and just quickly, sorry, do you have a way to track that? Like, have you got a public document or a private document?
I thought it was published as part of the Plan for Nature.
Yeah, but obviously we're in 2026 now, so I'm just curious about how you monitor the implementation of those.
Yeah, I can add to what Mr. Lean said, is that there were 22 actions that were part of the New South Wales Government's Plan for Nature, of which our department is responsible for 20 of those. 2 of those Local Land Services is leading on. We have set up an internal to the department sort of steering committee that oversees that. We meet monthly and we track progress against those. I'll have to come back to you, and I can do it in this session in terms of the number that have been completed versus the ones that are underway. So, for example, in Mr. Bruce's area, there's an action that's been completed regarding the biodiversity offset scheme.
Okay.
But I can come back to you in this session in terms of the exact number that have been completed versus those that are underway.
Thank you.
And just Deputy Chair, you should just swear the
on,
Chair in so she can give evidence.
Just sorry, on the Central Coast air monitoring question, just some additional information. In November 2023, community members were offered what we call purple air monitors, which are these small modular monitors. There are still 17 being used, and the details are on the EPA website.
Nice, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chappell, there's an interesting trend out there where a certain side of politics is inventing whole new economic concepts that past the great Keynes, Friedman, Samuelson, geniuses of years gone by had no understanding of any of these things, but they're with us today. Things like the care economy, the night economy, the circular economy, invariably a terrible drain on productivity and outcomes in Australia, adding to our productivity crisis. Where did you get the circular economy mandate from for the EPA? Matt Keane.
Sorry, Chair,
Well,
do you want to give evidence?
The prosecution rests. The prosecution rests at that point. But you're obviously spending a lot of money on the so-called circular economy. Where's it come from? How much are you spending?
Look, I think enabling a safe circular economy, and the Productivity Commission itself has inquired into
Which one?
these matters.
National
the
or
Commonwealth,
state?
Commonwealth Productivity Commission had published a recent report on opportunities to improve productivity in the economy through the circular economy. It's been a long-standing priority for government going back at least 15 years for the New South Wales government, and as it has been for the EPA. Certainly the current strategic priorities, which include enabling safe circular economy, were adopted by the EPA board, I think, 3 years ago, but they predate that priority as well.
Predated to when?
At least 15 years back. I'm happy to take on notice when the EPA
Doesn't give me a lot
started.
of comfort. How much are you spending on the so-called circular economy initiatives?
In terms of grants,
annually. Yeah, annually.
I'll have to get the detail, because there's a whole series of government programs that run over particular time periods for infrastructure, for recycling and so on. So I just have to take that on notice.
And what economic modelling was ever undertaken as to the viability of this, rather than as an ideological indulgence?
All initiatives are underpinned by comprehensive benefit cost analysis and economic
Where
modelling.
have they been published?
Again, I'll have to take that on notice. We do release much of those pieces of work through various stages of regulatory impact statements and other assessments, but I'll take that on notice.
And what about assessment of consumer attitudes? As much as we all love Dr. Sarah Kane, I've yet to meet anyone who wants to wear recycled rags.
Again,
I'm just telling you my life experience. I know you think they look good, but I see them on the wall outside in the fountain court. I see Natasha McLaren-Jones walk past, and I know what every woman outside of the inner city would want to wear. I know it's all well intentioned, but I've got my questions and my priorities, and these are it. Consumer attitude surveys?
We do publish consultation papers and then take significant amounts of feedback, and often that is in the many thousands.
Can you take that on notice too?
I'll happily take
and
that.
And who's your economic modeller of choice? I did give you a rap by saying we all love your intentions. I'm not hostile, I'm just trying to get to the facts. Who's your economic modeller of choice in this space?
I wouldn't say we have one provider of choice, but various professional services firms that are on the government panel.
Okay, so if you can take all that on notice and provide to the committee the relevant information to justify the expenditure, whatever the total might be. Turning to old mate Nick Rowley, how do you reckon Peter Mandelson's going today? You're a friend of Mandy, aren't you?
You would have worked with him.
Yeah. No, look, that's facetious. It's not relevant. No.
Who that was, yeah, right.
No, it's facetious. It's not.
Mr. Latham,
I thought Nick might smile.
Mr. Latham, if you have
face.
a question for Mr. Rowley,
I do.
Thank you.
I thought he might smile, but his ashen face. So I'll move on to.
I can readily refer you to comments that I've made in the public domain about Peter Mandelson on ABC Radio this afternoon, and also at 9 o'clock this morning on ABC Television.
Right, very relevant, topical question and answer. Thank you, Mr. Rowley. What impact will net zero in New South Wales have on global surface temperatures?
This is a very important question.
The most important question.
What lies behind your question is a mindset.
No. I've got no mindset that you know of. I'm asking for evidence as to what impact on global surface temperatures we'll achieve with net zero in New South Wales. You're not here to reflect on my mindset or anything else. I'm here to gather the evidence.
Okay, so on the evidence, which time are you particularly? This time next year, in 5 years, 10 years?
Whatever time frame you've got, whatever positive outcome you've got in bringing down global surface temperatures, whatever you've got.
Surface temperatures, are you talking about atmospheric temperatures?
No, I'm talking about global surface temperatures, which is the main conventional measure of climate change impacts.
Surface temperatures over the ocean or surface temperatures over the land?
Well, both.
Both.
Over the planet.
So you would like a mean figure?
Look, I want you to provide evidence to this committee that you think is appropriate in terms of the impact of your net zero in New South Wales on the planet's temperatures, climate change.
If you look at the contribution that New South Wales makes to Australians' emissions profile, we have a bigger impact on the emissions profile of this country than any other state.
Great.
Australia itself makes a contribution in terms of global emissions probably just below 1.5 degrees, okay? 1.5% of global emissions. That's quite a small number. It's quite a small number. The UK was slightly higher. It now is slightly lower. One can look at that sort of data and state, well, we're just small. We don't make very much of a contribution. Just yesterday, I was meeting with current scientific advisor to Chris Wright, who is the Energy Secretary under the current US administration. Steve Kernan has also done excellent work on these matters when he worked with Stephen Chu, who was the Energy Secretary under the Obama administration. His perspective is very much that we are all small. Any contribution we make is negligible.
Oh, not
Steve
China or India.
Steve Kernan is only in this part of the world for a very short period of time.
Yep.
His
But
contribution.
the answer to my question is.
No, let me finish, because just let me, and
I'm
then
sure
you
you
can come
talk to
back.
lots of people,
and then you
but,
can come back, and I'll give you as much data as you can stomach, right? But I'm just seeking now to respond to your question in terms of the principles that lie behind the question that you ask and why you ask it. Yeah. So can you give me the floor to do that?
Well, I'm running out of time, Nick. As head of the commission, you must
All
know
I'd say
the
is-
impact,
all I'd-
because it's the reason we're doing it.
Well, all I'd say is...
You must have a number written up on your wall in big red letters.
Well, we would be far more sophisticated given the quality of the staff that we employ. With the Net Zero Commission, we wouldn't have such crude numbers pinned up on walls. But I would say that one can easily, when one looks at any of the contributions that we might make to externalities and negative externalities, Steve Kernan is not walking down the street just throwing rubbish everywhere, because he'll just turn around and say, but I'm but small and I can make no difference in terms of quite what happens in this part of the world with regard to all of the waste that is generated, because I'm only here for a week and I'm just one person. So I just don't need to do very much at all.
Yeah, look, I understand the prisoner's dilemma underpinning of what you're saying, but what is the impact in New South Wales of going to net zero on global surface temperatures? It's a very, very simple question, which you've taken 3 minutes now to skirt around.
I actually think at one level it's quite an interesting question. In order to answer that question, you have to want to take such an enormous piece of work, right, that would come up with a number that could be questioned from any perspective. Good. In terms of it actually describing the impact that one might have. Yeah. But in principle, if you reduce the emissions that are helping lead to the global climate problem, whether that is contributing to 1% of emissions in the case of Australia, 1.5%, or anywhere else, one is still making a measurable contribution to reducing climate
What
risk.
is that measure? Look, there's pensioners out there who can't afford to put their electricity on in the winter and are freezing, okay, because of these policies. Now, you better come up with something that's measurable and justifiable and important to verify the fact that a lot of people are suffering here because of the cost impacts of more expensive electricity. So what is that number?
Can I just ask in response to that
What's
question?
all that number, you know? You must lie awake at night and yourself in your own air-conditioned house and think, well, other people are suffering. We better be doing something important here for surface temperatures.
I'll take the point of
Well,
order.
I've been patient about getting an answer that's obviously not forthcoming.
I'll take the point of order.
Point of order is just a reminder for everyone in the room about the procedural fairness resolution and making sure that we afford witnesses an appropriate answer, appropriate space to answer.
If you're serious about the question, can I ask for a reverse brief whereby you clearly write down the question, and I'm quite happy to take that on notice, and I can give you...
Well, Nick,
correct
your answer here today is so embarrassing, you ought to resign, mate. That's pathetic.
I'm going to take a point of order myself, Chair, because noting Dr. Sarah Kane's point of order, the witness was asked a very clear question. It was a legal question. The witness obfuscated and didn't answer the question.
Shame.
And I think that in those circumstances, for Dr. Sarah Kane to take a point of order seeking to admonish the Honourable Mark Latham
I think I hear the point of order. I really don't think there is a point of order. I think what Dr. Kane was simply reminding everyone is about courtesy to witnesses, and the very fact is, you may not like the answer you get, but there were answers that were being delivered.
There wasn't an answer.
Further to this, I don't think it's appropriate to use a point of order to then cast aspersions about the quality of the answers given.
I agree. I absolutely agree. That's why I said there was no point of order. Right now, everybody, it's my turn. Sure. So, can I please just can I please just turn to Mr. Chappell? Just a very brief point and question I would like to ask you about a specific development, which is the HVO continuation project. I know that you and I have talked about this a little bit. Yes. Can you please explain why the EPA says that, and this is the EPA's words, projected emissions for the amended HVO continuation project are declining at a rate consistent with the New South Wales target emissions reduction rate?
Because the project has demonstrated that they've worked through the requirements of the major emitters guideline in terms of first avoiding emissions. So they've removed plans to mine particular seams that were very intense in terms of the fossil methane in favour of a revised mining plan. They've revised their operations to reduce the remaining emissions and then abate those. They've also committed to offset additionally beyond what's required from the Commonwealth Safeguard to deliver a trajectory that declines for that project broadly consistent with New South Wales emissions reduction targets.
Thank you. So if you look at their actual Scope 1 emissions though, so are you talking about their entire emissions footprint? Because if you look at the actual Scope 1 emissions that are reported to the Clean Energy Regulator, HVO's Scope 1 emissions have been trending upwards and were at their highest level since financial year 24, since the mechanism was introduced 8 years ago. And I'm just curious about where that plays into your final conclusion, because ultimately this justifies their continuation and approval, doesn't it?
So the amended project, which is now under consideration, has a total of, I think, just over 220 million tonnes of reduction in terms of the ROM coal, and a reduction of almost 12 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent emissions for Scope 1 and 2. The gross emissions have also been reduced from about 29 million tonnes of CO2 equivalent to 15.3, and the net emissions outcome is now just under 8 megatonnes. So there's clearly been a number of actions that the proponents taken to comply with the requirements of the guideline, and the target, which is a 50% reduction by 2030. It's not zero by 2030. And so in our assessment, those actions were broadly consistent.
So I think with the mix of the offsets that are involved, how does that feed into the net zero commission's findings in their spotlight on coal, which found, as we all know, in order for us to our targets to remain achievable, on-site abatement at existing mines is essential, particularly due to those fugitives. How does that, because I can't see the Scope 1s doing anything other than increasing. So it sounds like there's some sort of other accounting that's happening with overall emissions, which is factoring in offsetting, or do you say that's not what you see?
No, look, I think that the work of the Net Zero Commission and the EPA is still, as you know, finalising our regulatory requirements for the coal sector. We're considering that work from the Net Zero, as well as some pretty extensive feedback relating to a number of proposals. And the Major Emitters Guide, which is what I was referencing in terms of the advice we provided last year on the HVO project, and how we implement that guide is still also being refined. So all of this work is still under various levels of consideration. But for the point you've made about the Net Zero Commission concluding, basically extensions are not consistent with the target, I think our view as the pollution regulator would be that, in simple physics or mathematics, there's a number of pathways to a target, and you can imagine various alternatives where projects that have less
but what about the
fossil methane.
specific finding about this on-site abatement? It just seems that we're not even dealing with these Scope 1 emissions on-site through abatement, and we're kind of not listening to the Net Zero Commission in relation to that. What arguably a lot of us thought was a really logical recommendation and something that the EPA could then go, hey, this is where you've got to stop emitting. You can do it here. But instead now it seems with HVO, which is the first big one in the pipeline and they're amended, that the EPA is not requiring them to do more of that on-site abatement.
Oh no, well, on-site abatement is very much a focus of the coal mine regulation proposals that we've been consulting on since late last year. So the advice, I think it's important to understand the difference here between the advice the EPA provided into the planning assessment last year on that project. Before, I think we'd actually started consulting on these particular projects, proposals which include pre-mine drainage, they include fossil methane abatement through either ventilation, air methane or other techniques, consideration of low carbon fuels for the fossil emissions from diesel, and a number of other proposals. So that's very much under consideration now in terms of on-site abatement. And that's one of the key areas where these settings will be complementary to the Commonwealth Safeguard, certainly not duplicative, but we're iterating those to their final state shortly.
Mr. Lean, can I ask you about the koala translocation and the report? The Minister mentioned it and said we would explore this a little bit more with yourself. When is the report due, or the review report?
We've received the report. The response to the recommendations in that report will be finalised, and it'll be released shortly after that.
That was very good, but when, is that soon or?
I don't have a specific date for you, but I expect it'll be very soon. Very soon.
And who's been responsible for undertaking that review? Who are those people?
I might actually get Alex Graham to just talk that through.
So National Parks and Wildlife Service conducted the review, and we have sought 3 independent peer reviews of that review report.
And who are the independent reviewers?
I will come back to you with that information.
Thank you. And is it, are you in a position to, because I know, look, there's already a lot of information and somewhat speculation, but also there's been a lot of documents released. I've also spoken with experts that would suggest that the leaf in the area was that the koalas were taken to in southeast forest were just not tested before they were taken there. Is that the case? Is that the leaf wasn't tested at all in terms of palatability, nutrition and koalas?
Certainly the preliminary findings of the report indicate that that may have been a contributing factor alongside severe rainfall event and weather conditions, among other factors as well. So I can say that would have been a contributing factor.
And is there...
Probably add to that as well. There are a lot of very divergent opinions in this space about what is the right way to proceed with running these translocations. You know, on the one hand, there are some scientists that say doing that leaf testing is very important, but we need to also understand that that has a significant animal welfare impact as well. So there's quite divergent opinions in this space, and we'll release the peer reviews as well. I did also want to say the Animal Ethics Committee is also part of the review process for this report as well.
Because it was implied in the materials that the koala expert panel that was asked to look at whether this was a sensible project or otherwise, or a project that should have had more guardrails around it, that there was opinion that it was a really, really dangerous project. Would you agree with that?
No, my understanding is that's not correct. I think there were a range of views on the panel, and I'd probably have to defer to others on precisely who held that view, but my understanding is it wasn't a widespread view across the whole panel.
So in terms of panels and ethics with this kind of and look, it's my view and I'm shameless about it. I think it's incredibly experimental, but in terms of some of the things that we're doing, and I think on hindsight, you'd have to agree. But if there is a panel, like what is it? Who decides ultimately? Where does it come from? Is it majority view? Is it 3 disagree? Is it 1? Like, how do you fight it out and scrap it out? Is it someone's got more expertise than others, so we defer? Is it because someone's older or younger? How does it work in that sense?
I think that's actually one of the issues that's come out of this review is the actual governance process for bringing that advice together. And obviously in scientific areas where there are a range of opinions, that's a difficult issue that we're going to have to work through.
I know it's opposition time. Is there an opportunity for the public or the community to be able to feed into that project, how things happen going forward?
Look, at this stage we'll release the report with our response to it. It's not envisaged that there'd be a formal consultation process. I mean, I would say, translocation projects are not new. There's been numerous examples of it in other jurisdictions. There's also one in Narrandera in New South Wales that happened. But as well as that, with other mammalian species as well, there's numerous examples of translocation. So I'm not sure I'd accept...
Koalas are...
I know koalas are very special.
Especially New South Wales koalas. We have very special koalas and they hate being translocated. It's your time.
Thanks. Good to know, Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Lean, I wanted to come back to the levies that we are charging residential power users that the Minister indicated were published but turns out are hidden in the network costs. In terms of those charges, when did we start collecting them?
The scheme under the Climate Change Fund has been around since at least 2011, probably a number of years before then.
Okay, and accepting that scheme's been around for a period of time, how long have we been deducting levies for the Climate Change Fund and also for the emissions reduction programs?
I think we'll have to take that on notice to give you precise detail, because under the Climate Change Fund has funded a range of different things over time. Which particular emissions reduction activities are you referring to specifically?
The ones that you're taking out of residential power bills that are driving up the cost in a cost of living crisis. Those ones.
Well, I think if you have a look at the Climate Change Fund annual report, you'll see the details of what those programs are. And maybe
the Minister said the same thing. However, it would appear that on checking, we can't see any reference to how much is taken out of residential power bills to fund the climate change.
Sorry, I was asking which programs, and then I was referring you to the report to identify which programs.
Right. Well, what I'm asking you is how much are residential households funding the climate change fund, and also for the emissions reduction programs out of their bills?
This is where I'm getting a bit confused, because what are you actually referring to when you're talking about emissions reduction programs? I mean, they're all programs funded out of the Climate Change Fund. There's a mix of programs there around adaptation. There's,
Let me make it simple then for you. How much are you taking out of people's...
Happy to come back to you with that number.
Okay. Now, is the number the same for essential energy customers as it is for Ausgrid and Endeavour?
We answered that this morning. So the levy.
Well, actually, the minister sort of answered part of the question, but she wasn't specific on if the levy was the same for all users or whether it was a.
It's not levied on individual users. That was the point of the answer.
Okay.
The levy is applied to each of the distribution networks, and then they distribute that amongst their customers. But between the different networks, it's allocated on a population basis. Is that correct, Kim?
Okay, so let's dive into that a little bit more then. How do you work out what each levy will be on each of the distribution networks?
It's allocated on the basis of population and market share, as I understand it.
Okay, so in those circumstances then, what is the levy for each of the 3 distribution networks?
So for Ausgrid, it's $139.5 million. For Endeavour Energy, it's $96.6 million.
Sorry, Endeavour
for
was
Essential, it's 61.25.
Sorry, what was Endeavour?
Endeavour is 99.6.
99.6. And Essential?
61.25.
And in terms of the way that those numbers are achieved, you said it's based on population in that network area, is that correct?
It's determined based on its share of the New South Wales market by population.
Okay. So what is the population figures that you're using to generate that number?
My understanding is that we derive it from ABS statistics.
Okay, are you able to provide me that? The reason I'm asking, I just want to divide the amount of money by the people that you're using. So I want to know whether you use the same figure across the board or whether there is a differential between what Essential customers are paying on a per head basis versus Endeavour or Ausgrid.
So the other point to remember with this is that distributors have been asked not to recover more than 25% of those costs from household customers. So you would need to factor that into your calculations when you divide by the population.
Okay. And the population figures are?
Off the top of my head, I don't know them. We'll take them on notice.
Okay. So if you wouldn't mind taking on notice, the population figures that you've used to calculate these figures, whether the 25% limit is hit in terms of how the billing is done, and I'd appreciate that just so that I can understand what we're paying for. So I guess in terms of what is close to what was that, $300 million, near, give or take. What are we getting for our $300 million that we're putting on people's power bills, Mr. Lean? And why isn't it annotated on our power bills?
So the details of all of the programs are in the Climate Change Fund annual report. I mean, I think we're completely transparent about that. There's a range of programs that we've been running under the original Net Zero plan, which was launched in 2021, which seek to drive emissions reduction, but it also helps to fund adaptation activities as well. So a lot of the modelling work that we do is funded through that. There's various grants programs that we run that are designed to help businesses reduce emissions. There's a range of programs. If you just bear with me, pull up.
Whilst you're getting the information, if I could ask another question just in relation to that. Is it the case that these contributions to the Climate Change Fund are part of the network access fee, or is it just part of the general usage fee that's integrated into that?
It's part of, my understanding is it's collected by the distributors, part of the distributor's fee, effectively.
Okay. The reason I ask whether, which part of the fee it's in is that if you're a high user of power, obviously, and you've got a fixed sum that you are trying to recoup from consumers.
Oh, I understand what you're asking.
Yes. So if you're a high power user and you're distributing that across your power usage, it's different than if you are just seeking it out of the access charge, because that's a flat fee in effect, whether you're on the network or not.
Yeah, it's covered through the distribution charge, which is determined by the AER.
Okay. We know that there is quite a differential between the access charge for consumers in rural and regional communities versus metropolitan areas. It can be as much as double. Is this a contributing factor to why there is such a differential?
Look, it's only a small portion of the bills from what I understand. We think it averages out at about $19 per household, so I wouldn't say
per
that that's
bill
a
or per year?
a large driver of cost.
When you say $19 per household, is that per bill cycle every 3 months, or is that per year?
Per year.
Per year, okay. Do you think households would prefer to have that $19 in their own pockets, or do you think they prefer that it's spent on the climate change fund?
The other sort of analysis that we've done has also shown that through the various programs, it's actually driven savings in household bills at the same time. So for $19, we estimate that it roughly saves about $63.
How so?
Sorry?
How so?
Well, through the range of programs that we run that help lower overall, or put downward pressure, I would say, on the cost of electricity.
Do you know what else puts a downward pressure on the cost of electricity? People not being able to afford to turn the air conditioner on or their lights on because power is so expensive. In terms of, actually, no, look, I'll move on from there. Now, is it Miss McKechnie?
I prefer Mackackie.
McKechnie, okay. No, I want to make sure I get your surname right, because obviously there's instances from time to time where people perhaps don't quite get mine right. So McKechnie. Look, I'll get there. I had the great fortune to travel to Walker and Gundy, and I went Walker down and then Gundy up to have a look at the proposed route of the New England Res transmission line. Mm-hmm. Now, one of the most disturbing things that I heard when I was travelling around, and this wasn't a one-off, this was multiple occasions, Energy Co's contractors are sneaking, skiving, slithering, I mean, there's so many terms I could use, skulking even, around looking at routes. And then when they're questioned by landholders, they openly lie about what they are doing there. In one instance, I was told that there were people that were indicating that they were wanting to drill for a bore. And when the landholder said, well, that's ridiculous, and questioned whether they were from Energy Co, they had to fess up. Another indicated that they were looking for a lost mobile phone. And then when they were caught out, admitted that they were from Energy Co. Do you instruct your contractors to lie to landholders about who they are and what they are doing? Or do you condone it and you're just happy to turn a blind eye to that conduct?
So we have engaged in extensive community consultation in New England. We've held 12 community briefing sessions.
I'm sorry, this is not answering my question in relation to the conduct of your consultants, and sorry, your contractors.
Deputy Chair?
Oh, you're sorry. Yes, yes.
I don't...
I'm in charge!
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I'm not suggesting Mr Fang shouldn't ask his... That's no, honestly, that's not...
That is going on a reel. You are going to make a reel, okay?
Sorry. I'm not suggesting that questions is not entitled to ask them. It's just that Ms McKechnie was within a half a sentence of answering. So I just think if we gave a bit more time before we sort of say, could you
Okay.
answer a question, that would be appreciated.
Okay, great. Well, I think we would like to hear the completed answer, yes.
So my understanding is that the question was, do I instruct my contractors to lie? The answer is I don't do that. The second question, I understand it, was, do I condone that behaviour? My answer is no to that. So that's
Are we
the
going to
answer.
investigate these serious claims that Mr.
Well,
Fang
I
has
think
mentioned?
there are numerous avenues where people can put formal complaints in about the behaviours which we receive, and we investigate and we track those. So any claim or complaint would, as it formally submitted, would be considered and investigated.
Are you suggesting that there weren't complaints made about the conduct of your contractors prior to me raising it now?
So I have seen some concerns raised about contractors. Some are the ones that I have seen. The community consultation team had given notice that contractors were going to be in the area looking at land, and the email was very respectful, and there was an issue raised in relation to that. So the specific instances you're referring to, I have not seen those complaints, but any complaint about misrepresentation would be investigated and treated very seriously.
So what is the consequence for a contractor who is caught misrepresenting who they are and who they are servicing in any of your projects?
So we have clear obligations around treating people with respect. We have very clear requirements around being truthful, and though there would be the ability to take a range of measures under those contracts. It would be depending on what the specific allegation was and what was the evidence that established that complaint being true or not true.
Okay. I want to move now to another matter that we were discussing at the last supplementary estimates in December, and I sort of foreshadowed it a little bit with the Minister. But in terms of the Waratah Super Battery, the Minister indicated that we are only paying Acacia half of its contracted fee in circumstances where the battery is pretty much half cactus, I'll say. You've certainly got one transformer out, so 1/3 of it's completely dead. I believe 1/3 of it is only half working, so let's call it half a battery. What are we paying Acacia now for a battery that's half dead?
So in terms of the payments, the aggregated payments for Waratah Super Battery, it's set out in Attachment A, Table 1 of the AER determination, which sets out the revenue summary.
Yeah, so it's about $139 million for this financial year. So what are we going to pay them in terms where the battery's not working?
So there's two elements to that. As we foreshadowed, there's a transgrid element, and that is $105 million, but that is paid over several years, as you'll see in the table.
Yes.
So they have, transgrid will be paid their element year on year because they have built kit, like they have expanded substations, included busbar Bs, and they are operating and using that kit in order to provide the service to New South Wales consumers through their transmission line. In relation to the SIP service, which is the other contracted element, Acacia does not get paid because the service is not being provided, and that's the contestable component.
So they are not getting paid at all?
They, for the 24-25 period, they will not be paid that because the SIP service was not available.
So when you say they won't be paid that, do you mean the figure that's listed in the table?
The figure that is listed in the table, contestable components, the year 2024 to 25.
Okay. So when I asked the Minister earlier how much we were going to pay Acacia in circumstances where the battery was not operational, and she said we're paying them half.
Well, I think
someone's not providing me the right answer.
No, I think let's just take this through step by step. What we're saying is that the battery is operating by half. Transgrid is being paid for the element that they are providing, and in relation to the other element, because it has been half 50% provided in the year 25-26. That element will be paid for. So it depends the year they're being paid for and the availability of the service. Obviously, we're partway through the 25-26 period, so exactly how much Acacia will be paid in the 25-26 period is still dependent on the performance of the battery in this year.
Okay. And in terms of us still paying Transgrid to operate and provide a service to a battery that's only half working, why are we paying them the full amount?
So just so we're clear, the 105 million is not being paid. So the full amount is the 105 million, and that is paid over a schedule of payments. Again, I refer you to Attachment A, Table 1 of the AR revenue determination.
Okay.
For the bits that they are paid, which are in column 1 and 2, that service is being used and those repayments are being made because they have built the infrastructure that is providing that service to New South Wales customer. The battery has multiple service providers. This is quite typical with large batteries. They have different revenue sources for different services they provide, and the payment and the revenue will depend on the provision of those services.
Okay. Whether we're talking about half of the figure that's going to Acacia or nothing to Acacia or Transgrid, in terms of what the Waratah Super Battery is providing to the grid, how are we getting value for money for that $100+ million?
So just so we're being clear, the 105 million is paid over a 5-year period. Just so we're getting very clear, we're into year 2.
Right.
Okay, so just go back to that. First of all, it is providing valuable services. I went out to the Transgrid Walgrove Centre and sat with the operators who said we are super grateful for being able to pull on this battery at critical times. At times when the grid is under stress, they are able to pull from the battery. So I think actually what you can say is that this is providing a valuable service and that customers are only paying for the service they are being provided for.
Okay. Mr. Lean, my last question is that the determination for the previous determination that was almost $600 million in terms of the renewables that is to be charged to electricity consumers through their power bills. What is the breakdown of where that money is being allocated? I.e., is it part of the transmission line for the Central West Orana RES? Is it for Central West Orana RES planning? Is it for Energy Co to start planning the New England RES? What's the breakdown of where that money's going?
So there's a range of projects that would be covered by that. It would include payments for the CWO RES, which is obviously now in the construction phase. It would include, I imagine, planning works on Hunter Transmission Project, some early works as well, probably on early planning, I should say, on New England RES, plus also administrative and underwriting costs.
Okay, I'm going to do a chair thing and say, well, just one last question.
You're not the chair.
I know, but I mean, but you know, one rule, you can't have one rule for one and one rule for another. Mr. Lean, are any of those projects generating renewable energy and putting it into the grid at the moment?
What are we getting? That's not part of the contributions.
It's not generating renewable energy.
No,
I would say.
No,
but it's providing a service.
It's providing a service.
Yeah.
Okay.
No renewable. It's not generating any renewable.
These are
$600 million, and we are not generating any renewable energy out of it.
Yes, but we are. So just so we're being clear, the purpose of the annual contribution is to smooth those costs over time. So CWO RES is now being constructed.
I can tell you now.
Okay,
all right, people of New South Wales don't want to be paying for something.
Mr. Fang, we're now in Mr. Ruddock's time.
If you wait until the whole thing is built and operating, and then you hit consumers with that, it is going to cost a lot more than by smoothing it out over a period of time.
Thank you, Mr. Lean. Mr. Ruddock,
Thank you, Chair. So my question is to Mr. Anthony Lean, the Secretary of the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. Now, Mr. Lean, how many employees does your department have in total?
I can get you the precise number, but it's around 7,000 FTE.
Okay, now in the lead up to the 2023 state election, the then opposition leader Chris Minns campaigned on reducing senior executive roles by 15%. It was part of Labor's platform to, quote, cut bureaucratic bloat. The Sydney Morning Herald reported on the 9th of March 2023, if Minns wins, he plans to shake up the public service, which includes guillotining 15% of senior public servants. Has your department achieved this goal of a 15% reduction in senior executive positions?
The government has determined that we need to deliver on that target by 30 June this year. Each department has been allocated a number which they need to get to. We have progressed a number of restructures within the groups of the department to reduce senior executive numbers in line with that target. We've got a couple of others underway at the moment. I think Energy Co, EPA and Water Group are still mid-realignment, restructure, if I can call it that. So, but I'm confident we're on track to hit that target by 30 June 2026.
So there has been a couple of restructures that you've just mentioned. Now, I have heard some concerning reports that there is an employment strategy in your department that via a technical loophole, new environmental officer roles have been created at classes 13, 14 and 15 grades, and that these officers are paid more than the senior executive band.
That's not accurate in that they're paid more than the senior executive band. So there is an existing ward which has been in place for an extended period of time, many, many years, which enables EO14 and EO15 roles to be created. The EO15 role, and I think part of the EO14 role, overlaps with the senior executive band 1 role at the bottom end of the band. So wherever there's an equivalence of work value points, and we're also trying to limit the creation of those roles to where it doesn't have sort of overall strategic responsibilities. We are considering creating an EO15 role. I would point out that our SEB ratio of senior executives to staff is actually very low. I think it hovers at around 2.8%.
Right, thank you. Now, last time that we were at this meeting, I mentioned that all around the world, except for Australia, there had been a rolling back of public funding towards renewable projects, and I gave the example of the United States, which have completely ceased taxpayer funding for renewable projects. And your response to that was, you said, well, that will be a positive for Australia because private investment will be more attracted to Australia because we still do offer taxpayer assistance. So have you seen a surge in investment in New South Wales over the past year with the American government ceasing to fund these projects?
I'm not sure the way you've paraphrased what I said it exactly reflects the intent of what I said. But I guess what I would say is refer to the Minister's answer this morning, where she talked about the number of projects that are either under construction or in the planning system at the moment. I also point out that the tenders that are run through the Independent Consumer Trustee are very well subscribed as well. So it would seem that there is a real interest in investing in renewable energy in New South Wales. There's challenges in some areas, but there's a steady pipeline of projects coming through.
Well, last June, the Nature Conservation Council put out a report on the renewable energy program, and that's a partly government-funded organisation like yourself. And it said that we're facing in 2 years where there's going to be a shortage of electricity, and they said we need to speed up the transition. And they said in there, this is disagreeing with what you're saying, so I just want to read it out to you and see what your response is. The Nature Conservation Council says that the reasons for projects languishing, they say they're languishing, include, and they give about 5 reasons, but the top of that list is the investment environment. So this is saying that projects are languishing. Chief reason is we're not being able to attract investment. That's contrary to what you just told us.
Well, but I mean, I refer back to the fact that we are seeing a lot of projects coming into the planning system, and they're under.
The The witness attempts to answer the question.
Okay, well, it's the first time. Okay, I apologise. Let's hear it.
You can't just interrupt as soon as you ask the question.
The
You've got to let
member's
them answer.
agreeing with your point of order and
Yeah.
apologise. There we go.
I've lost my train of thought now. Look, as I was saying, the number of projects that are coming through the planning system and that have been approved and are, starting to enter construction, I think is quite promising. Particularly, I would say the demand that people interested in batteries. And Hannah, I might hand to you as well from what you're seeing.
I think we are seeing a very healthy interest. At the moment, we are carrying out the New England Network Operator Procurement process, and we have a very healthy number of consortiums in that looking to procure it. We had a robust process with the CWO, which is the first regulated concession for a transmission project in Australia. That was also with a private sector consortium. So I think then if you look at CWO Res and you look at the construction project and all the access right holders, that roughly adds up to about 25 billion of private sector investment. For Southwest Res, the access right holders there are $17 billion worth of commitments in that access right projects. So overall, I would say that's a pretty healthy look at attracting private investment into New South Wales. Recently, there was a report done which showed that New South Wales is the most attractive jurisdiction in Australia to invest in renewable energy. So I think overall, there are still things that I'm sure we can do better, but overall we're seeing a very healthy interest from the private sector in building our reses.
Okay, well, thank you. So both of you said it's all looking quite optimistic and rosy. We can only therefore conclude that the Nature Conservation Council is being alarmist. They're saying that your projects are languishing because of a lack of private sector investment.
I'm not sure that's a question for me, but
I don't think there's any other
I think
conclusion.
it's more of a comment.
So they're alarmist on this point. There's a good chance they're alarmist on other points. Anyway, let's move on. Let's talk to Mr. Nicholas Rowley from the Net Zero Commission. Mr. Rowley, are you familiar with the New South Wales Public Sector Code of Ethics and Conduct?
Yes.
Well, that's good to hear. Now, one of the obligations of that code is that a public servant, quote, must not act in a way that casts doubt on their ability or the ability of their agency to act impartially, apolitically and professionally. So does fundraising for a registered third-party political campaigner align with being impartial and apolitical?
Are you looking to point to a particular instance that you have evidence that you wish to present?
I'm going to get to that. I'm going to get to that. But as a general rule, we wouldn't want any of your employees to be engaged in political activity of that nature.
I would think not.
Okay. And you're familiar with Mr. Will Raywood Smith, who's an Executive Director at the Net Zero Commission?
I think I know Will Raywood Smith well, and I think he's also been a witness in front of your committee, so yeah.
Now, he was the headliner at a fundraiser for the Bob Brown Foundation along with Zali Steggall on the 17th of February. Are you familiar with that?
I do know that it was a film, I think, on the protection of the Tarkine Wilderness, and from memory it took place at the Hayden Orpheum up on the North Shore. Yes. It is very nice.
Okay, now, so your Executive Director has helped raise funds alongside a sitting federal MP for an organisation run by a former Green Senator, which is aiming to stop a federal Labor Minister from approving a mine. Is that impartial and apolitical, sir?
Look, I think you might be stretching the bow a little far there. With all due respect to Will, who I have deep respect for, I don't think that there were too many more people, other than possibly friends and a few members of family, who may have attended that event to listen to what he might have said on a platform in relation to his perspective on conservation or climate change or whatever else he may well be talking about.
You did tell us at the last estimates that there was none of your employees at the Net Zero Commission is anti-mining, but Mr. Will Raywood Smith does sound to me like he is anti-mining.
Perhaps just pro-conservation.
Sorry, I'll switch.
Thank you, Wes.
You may say that, but I don't know why you would conclude that.
Well, do you think he needs to be spoken to in any way to see that he doesn't attend political events? Look, he's welcome to attend political events and fundraise, but not while he's an employee of your organisation.
Could I just raise a question?
Yes, of course.
Mr. Raywood Smith isn't obviously here to respond to these criticisms.
His boss is.
Well, Is it appropriate? I mean, I think the appropriate thing is for this to be referred to the department to consider.
Well, budget estimates is here to have this discussion and to raise these questions. The code does say must not act in ways that cast doubt on their ability or of their agency to act impartially, apolitically or professionally.
But the code also says you can participate in public debate on political and social issues in a private capacity. There's certain measures you have to put in place. I think it's something that...
I mean, if somebody wants to take it on notice or respond in a way, then the committee obviously is very open to that, or Mr. Rowley.
Well, I'm sure, working together with Anthony, we're quite happy to take it on notice, but my understanding is that this was an event in relation to conservation matters in Tasmania. It actually didn't have anything to do with New South Wales, and in that way I don't think that Will attending that in any way was his association with a political party. I don't believe that the Bob Brown Foundation is a political party.
Absolutely.
I think it's it is a registered third-party political campaigner.
Pardon me?
It is a registered third-party political campaign.
Okay, we're just into time. Ms. Fairman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Chappell, I wanted to ask about the Office of Chief Scientist and Engineer's report that has just come out recently on Broken Hill lead, and I'm wanting to know what impact that has had on the EPA's work. So, to date, since I last asked you questions about the funding, is the work on ground in Broken Hill continuing in terms of remediation of houses and also your conceptual site modelling? Is that all still underway?
Yes. The existing Broken Hill environmental lead program that the EPA currently runs has been funded for 2 years.
When does that finish?
2027.
Mid? Yep.
Yes. So that work...
That's what you're giving Marimar?
Previously, the EPA has funded Marimar directly, and yes, I understand there is some funding for Marimar in these 2 years, but we also work with Far Western Health, and Health is now picking up some of the elements and funding those directly. I think my colleague Ms. Geddes can give some more detail on the particulars, if that's useful.
Yes, thank you.
So the work on the ground with the Broken Hill team continues as it has been. We're continuing to remediate the homes in Broken Hill. We're continuing our community education and awareness program. We're continuing to fund Marimar through till the end of this financial year.
What was that until the end of this financial year? What was that bit?
Sorry, I'm just
didn't
confirming that. I will just confirm that in a minute.
Because the work that the EPA did in terms of the preliminary conceptual site modelling for Broken Hill, which was a foundational assessment, I understand, of where elevated lead was within Broken Hill. Is that work complete? So, documents show that which I've had access to via the Parliament show that the EPA has been working for some time on that.
Are you able to be
it's been a
bit
key
more
conceptual
specific?
site model, CSM, maybe Mr. Beeman, I don't know whether anybody else knows more, but...
So the work that we have been doing on the conceptual site model has been underway. What we are doing now is post the Oxy report now being finalised, we are going to be wrapping that work into what then will be the whole of government response. So we anticipate that the recommendations from Oxy will influence that work, and so given that one of the key recommendations from Oxy is to pivot to zonal remediation, that work will be sort of one of the key pieces of work that we anticipate delivering post-Oxy.
Thank you, Ms. Geddes.
And if I can clarify, the EPA is funding Marimar through the end of 2027.
Yes, thank you. There's the Murray-Mar remediation effort, which I understand is slowed in the last year, but there's also the additional work that the EPA has been undertaking. And I just wanted to ask whether, so documents that I've got, they do suggest that the Broken Hill program, if you like, has suffered as a result of budget pressures. And that this whole of government priority of the Broken Hill lead issue has in fact been downgraded. Is that your understanding, Mr. Chappell?
No, I think the funding, central government funding ceased, I think, in 2020. So the EPA was able to essentially through scrounging underspent allowances, continue some level of support
and good
for
on
the
you,
program.
by the way, because it's pretty much the only money that's been going into Broken Hill for a bit.
Thank you. I mean, we've had people embedded in this community trying to work on this issue for a very long time, and it was, I'm sure it was very disappointing for our team at that point when funding ceased, but funding was secured and essentially restored for the previous year and this year through to end of 27.
Yes.
So that work has continued. I think some of the challenges operationally, though, are because we haven't had the ability through that period where the funding wasn't available to commit beyond the sort of current year. I think that has caused some operational challenges.
Coming into the budget last year, and I think I've asked you this question before, perhaps in a slightly different way, but it seemed as though the budget pitches, the pitches that were put in, if that's the word, to submissions, let's say, for funding for Broken Hill programs wasn't met. This is toward last year's budget. Is that correct? The EPA did not receive, was not provided the budget or the funding that you submitted for Broken Hill lead last year, in last year's budget?
Well, we achieved funding for the period through last year and this year through to 27.
But you did ask for more.
I can't speak to any cabinet process.
Okay. The email I have here, which talks about the funding pressures from the delivery and engagement group within Premier's department, the Western for the Western region, does suggest that that the Oxy report, which I'll ask in other budget estimates about this, but they have had to develop a skeleton model, so downsizing it, reducing the Oxy budget. But it also suggests that they were going to have to rely on the EPA to provide technical resourcing, and the EPA has previously advised that they would not hold the expertise required. So what's your understanding of your what you'll be required to do for the whole of government led program? What is the EPA's role? Is the Office of Chief Scientist and Engineer taking over some of what you've previously done?
Look, I think government has to make decisions about how to respond to that report. We've only just received it, a few days ago, and I think ourselves, colleagues in health and other agencies like the Premier's Department are still really considering how that might inform joined up action. But that's the purpose of that report, is to inform that to be more effective.
Yes, but the EPA, the Office of Chief Scientist and Engineer, would have asked the EPA to be a part of what you can do going forward. Is that correct? Or is the Office of Chief Scientist and Engineer going to take over some of what you've been doing on ground in terms of the conceptual site modelling work, the remediation work?
I'm not sure either of those are the sort of the next steps. I think the recommendations have to be considered and then inform a whole of government response. And it's really just too early for me to make any kind of commitment around what that actually looks like. Just in terms of our expertise, we partner with the science division in the department, and we're working with them currently on some of the threshold issues around metalliferous content in dust, which we don't currently have a national standard for, so to develop that.
So some of the documents also say that there hasn't been any soil monitoring undertaken by the EPA in Broken Hill since Mark Taylor submitted in his 2019 report. Is there a reason? Is there a reason for that?
I'm not sure that's actually correct. I think perhaps my colleague Ms Geddes or Mr Beeman might be able to add some detail, but
I think there's been notes from meetings that you've attended, Ms Geddes, that this has been discussed.
Yeah, so I can add some. So obviously our focus over recent years has been the residential home remediation. But what we have done, because we've known for some time that there is a need for that zonal broader piece. We know that children don't spend all their time in one home. They play in parks. They might go to grandparents' houses, daycare, things like that. We have been working over the last number of years to remediate some of those additional areas, and so that's been some of the effort that we've done. That's broader than the home aspect, but making sure also that we're targeting those higher risk areas. Where we know that
but my question was about the fact that no soil monitoring has been undertaken since at least 2019. Also, in one of the drafts of the Office of Chief Scientists and Engineers report, it stated that playgrounds and childcare centres were last tested several years ago, and even at that time, a couple had very, very, very high soil readings. So who's responsible for doing all of that? Isn't it the EPA?
So we do regularly undertake assessments of childcares and daycare centres, and so that is sort of part of the work program that we do.
But is there a reason why in the last couple of years that hasn't happened in Broken Hill, where the kids have literally been poisoned by lead?
So in fact, in the last year we have undertaken a number of remediation visits to daycare centres. In fact, it was in, I will find it for you. In 2022-23, 5 family daycare residents were remediated. 21-22, there was one not-for-profit after-school care centre was remediated. We know that between
it's up till 2023
and between 2025 and 2015 and 2025, we know that over that time 24 daycare centres, family daycare centres and primary schools have been tested at a number of 38 times. So there is work being done, and I think the focus is those higher risk areas is where we focus our efforts.
We're at time. We're going to take a short break for 15 minutes and we'll be back at 3:45. Thank you, everyone. welcome back, and it's over to the opposition again.
Thank you. Okay. The minister wasn't quite sure about who had responsibility for sharks, and I'm wondering if anybody else can put any specificity around who is responsible for shark management in Sydney Harbour.
I haven't got anything to add to the minister's answer. My understanding is it's fisheries within DPIRD.
So yeah, they said that it wasn't them.
That's the problem.
Yeah, DPI said it was council's. Council said no, it's not ours. I'm just wondering if there is.
I think it might depend on precisely what you're actually talking about. I mean, DPI obviously runs and fisheries, isn't it? Runs the shark meshing program.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who takes responsibility for issuing warnings on individual beaches, and that might be where some of the confusion comes in. But the one thing I am certain of is not DQ.
Okay. All right. That's good. Certainty is good. Thank you. There's a section in the budget relating to insurance in terms of claims, and I was wondering about the property line. So there are 134 claims. This is from the annual report of the department. 134 claims on property. The sum of net incurred costs is $34.5 million. Only $763,000 have been paid, with the sum of the latest estimate being almost $34 million. I was just wondering how you're budgeting for that. Like, what does that represent, those claims, and how do you account for that?
So, claims would generally, in the property space, would generally come from two areas. One, we have responsibility in the water group of the department for the Hunter Valley Flood Mitigation Scheme, and that incurred some significant damage recently. And then a number of claims arise from sort of damage caused by severe weather events in the national park estate. It takes time for the claims to be processed. And so, we might have sort of an initial assessment, but it will take some time for the works to be completed and for the monies to be paid to us. But we manage that through, carry forwards, etc., within the standard budget process. So it's not a big issue for us.
So do you expect that all of that is paid, those claims?
I'd have to take that level of detail on notice.
Okay. If you could provide that detail for each line item there, which is referred to in table 20 in the annual report, that would be helpful. It's motor vehicle, property, miscellaneous, liability, and workers' compensation. There were also reports of data privacy breaches that occurred, two which ended up being considered notifiable, although there were 14 notifications. The report noted that recommendations were made to review and amend internal processes and policies to minimise the likelihood of similar incidents occurring again. Could you please explain what those were? What those processes were?
Sorry, the complaints or the process?
So the recommendations were made to review and amend internal processes and policies to minimise the likelihood of similar incidents occurring again.
I'll have to take that on notice and get some more detail about the two specific reportable matters.
Okay, that would be helpful, thank you. On heritage, regarding Victoria Barracks, I was curious about how you have been consulted about the potential sale of Victoria Barracks.
Thanks for the question. Look, we have, sorry about that. We have consulted with the federal government initially. Obviously, that process is being handled by the Department of Defence.
Yeah.
if a property is divested, it doesn't lose its heritage value. So if it's on the State Heritage Register, it will remain on the State Heritage Register no matter who owns it. So the protections that apply to the barracks now will continue to apply into the future.
So, given that advice, I mean, how does that change the value proposition for selling the land?
I couldn't comment on that. I mean, you know, purchasers will make their own decisions about. I mean, buying a property, any heritage listed property, doesn't necessarily preclude other uses of that property, whether it be for housing or hospitality or any other purpose. But the important thing there is that the Heritage Council or Heritage New South Wales would be able to regulate those changes to the property to make sure that the heritage values are maintained.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, now going to the Biodiversity Conservation Act. In previous estimates, there was a suggestion by the Minister that the Natural Resources Commission was going to be consulted on how to reduce landscape-wide land clearing. And I was wondering if there's a timeline for exhibiting the proposed changes, if the Natural Resources Commission has been consulted.
They've been asked to do 3 reviews, which the Minister referred to today. The one that you're specifically referring to is the last one due, and my understanding is it's due to be delivered to government in the middle of this year.
What? Sorry, when this year?
Middle of this year.
Middle of this year. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, I'm jumping around, but back to the budget or the annual report. There was a $200 million shortfall in actual sale of goods and services from contracts with customers. And I was wondering what that was attributable to.
I'll take that one on notice.
Okay, thank you. Further, there was $10 million additional to what was expected. So $3 million was expected, and $13 million gathered from retained taxes, fees, and fines. And I was also wondering.
We'll take those on notice.
Thank you. Okay, I now have one about the res. So AEMO say that they can trigger res design reports to require the local TNSP to explore and report on any technical, economic or social issues that will need to be addressed for the res to be a valuable, sustainable and welcome development. However, most states are currently exploring state-based development schemes in preference to res design reports. I'm wondering, do we have a state equivalent, a specific state equivalent to a res design report?
So just to maybe go that through step by step, the TNSP is transgrid.
Yeah.
So effectively, there was, in the beginning of the roadmap history, they were initially going to be considered to build CWO res, and then it was determined that they did not have the capability to do it. So that's part of the reason that the government of the time then decided to go to procurement. So effectively, what we have now is we have, we have the roadmap, we have the reses. Our annual report sets out the reses. If new reses would be required, that would be generated by the department.
Okay, so was there a reason that if there's a future res, why the department would take care of that rather than AEMO?
It's because in New South Wales, we have the EII Act, and AEMO typically does the NER, so they do the National Electricity Rules, and the way that projects progress under the National Electricity Rules are quite different than the EII Act. And in fact, I think the roadmap was set up specifically to make sure that New South Wales could build its own infrastructure to make sure that it could replace ageing coal-fired power stations in time. And it's been, there's been good progress under that. So I think that's why the state-based schemes progressed in New South Wales, and AEMO would be unlikely to do that.
I think they would be unlikely to lead it, but I very much doubt we would do anything without discussing with AEMO and having their input.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I was just curious about how that, how that process worked. Thank you. That's helpful. Going back to data centres, is the biodiversity offset scheme ready for data centre development?
It would already apply to any data centre development that has an impact on biodiversity. Generally, where these things are being proposed, it's cleared land, but there's bound to be some proposals that actually involve clearing native vegetation or otherwise impact species such that, or ecosystems such that a biodiversity assessment report needs to be prepared.
Are you familiar with any particular proposals that do fit the requirement to engage with the biodiversity offset scheme?
No, not off the top of my head.
Okay.
So, no.
And in terms of data centres and the relationship between the department and the IDA and Infrastructure New South Wales, is the department providing any advice to the IDA at the moment?
Yes, we are asked for our views on particular projects through the EOI process as to whether they should be accepted by the IDA and gain the benefits of going into that process.
So is that happening in a sort of aggregate look at all the data centre projects that are being proposed at the moment, or is it just a proposal by proposal?
The IDA really has two roles. One is to sort of concierge the right way, to assist in sort of project managing large investment projects through approval and planning systems and all that sort of stuff. So there's that part. The EOI has been run to select projects to be part of that process. What they're also doing is looking for systemic issues that that they can sort of refer to other parts of government as things that may need to be fixed because they're creating a systemic barrier to investment in New South Wales. And data centres falls into that category, I think, where the IDA is sort of identifying issues. Tom Gellibrand is on the IDA. He's the CEO of Infrastructure New South Wales. So he's picking up those issues to the extent that they arise, and they're feeding into the New South Wales policy development process.
Okay.
So the cumulative impact issues are being identified through that Infrastructure New South Wales process.
Okay. And in terms of infrastructure in New South Wales and the data centre strategy that's being developed, is that, I mean, how is that designed to interact with the IDA and with your departmental processes, or just your general planning approval processes?
So the IDA doesn't remove the need to get planning approval. As I said, systemic issues being identified by looking at individual projects in the IDA, that's being referred back to other parts of government. In this case, the data centre stuff is largely going to New South Wales, but we're getting a picture, that we're thinking about in terms of our own work with the Energy Security Target Monitor about how much demand is coming through for data centres. So government is all talking to each other about this.
Yeah, okay. I guess I'm just trying to understand how everything fits together, and the data centre strategy, like what its purpose will be. Is it to guide decision making through the IDA? Is it to, provide information to you and your department about the priorities of energy, or like how agreements should be made with data center operators?
Yeah. Look, I'm limited in what I can say because it is sort of a cabinet in confidence process. But, it is looking at some of the challenges that a large influx of data centres would present, but it is also thinking about how can New South Wales put its best foot forward to attract data centre investment. And I think the policy development process that we're going through at the moment is trying to work out the best way to balance those two things from our perspective, energy issues, water issues as well. On the other side, Infrastructure New South Wales and Investment New South Wales, which is part of Premier's department, is keen to get the investment in. So we're all participating in that policy development process.
Yeah, obviously, fundamentally, I don't want to see that social licence is lost in a similar way to what we've seen in some regional communities with
all regional communities
with the energy rollout. So that's fundamentally anything that can provide certainty and clarity is helpful in transparency. On a different issue, which was brought to my attention by Tanya Thompson, the member for Mile Lakes, about
great member.
a planned power outage which occurred during active bushfires at Bulahdelah, and apparently the decision was made, which by Essential, to continue the planned power outage during the bushfire. I'm wondering if this has come across anybody's desk to investigate.
It's not something that I'm specifically aware of. Kim, have you? No.
Not that specific instance.
No.
But.
Okay, basically constituents were reportedly to me, but I understand that Ms Thompson has spoken to these constituents directly, that they were left without internet or phones, the ability to pump water, and basically were left bereft of any ability to use their energy system. So is this something that you would raise with Essential directly?
Look, we're happy to take it on notice and we can come back to you with a response.
Okay. I understand that she wrote to the Premier, but the Premier's office redirected it to Minister Sharpe.
Right.
But hasn't received a response yet.
Okay.
And obviously was concerned that if future events occurred, then it's a less than ideal situation for constituents, and not just in her area, but anywhere that has.
I think, on the principle, whenever there's a bushfire, there's always someone from our team, from an energy emergency management perspective, will be with the teams, and to the extent that power lines are potentially impacted, it can actually cause a lot more problems. So there are times during bushfires that some areas might need to be turned off from a safety perspective. So I don't know that particular instance, but there is involvement of AEMO and my emergency management team and the relevant network provider, depending upon what the line is that might be impacted, working with Rural Fire Service or whoever is the lead on that particular incident to work out what keeps people as safe as we can.
Okay, thank you. In the final minute, Mr. Rowley, I was wondering about, so I'm sorry I don't have it with me, but the Net Zero Commission's report, the annual report, referred to land use, land clearing and reforestation, but in fairly vague terms. And I'm wondering what, or if there are any plans that you're aware of to better understand land use in New South Wales, and if that would assist your reporting on that particular issue.
I could give you a very lengthy answer going into pathways reports and other things that we're currently engaged on, which of course will look at land management and agriculture and how that may well have a consequential impact in relation to our emissions profile. I know that you asked me that question offline, and I know the office is also looking to organise a full briefing for you on our work and including questions of that nature with that level of detail, and we really relish the opportunity to do that.
Mm-hmm. And would that help you? I mean, to have more information about land use in New South Wales and have more resources put towards that understanding, would that assist your team to present a more fulsome report in the coming year?
Yes, it would, but it's also work that we can undertake ourselves. So,
okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lean, I just want to point out one thing quickly to finish up the translocation that I called a terrible experiment. The last document, the final briefing note that was attached to the approval of that translocation, the third dot point said, the panel could not come to a consensus on this translocation and it was largely not supported. However, there was consensus that the criteria regarding selection for local adaptations and understanding threats at the recipient site is not being adequately addressed, which was a concern for the panel. Does that really concern you?
Look, I might actually ask either Alex or ask Trish Harrop to come up, because they probably have more direct knowledge
but
of
when you
the
hear
specific
that,
rec.
how could something remotely be approved with that final conclusion?
What I'm not sure about there is, were other steps put in place to mitigate some of those
That was
risks?
attached to the determination document that then said, thanks for all your hard work on this. I know this was a tricky one. Thanks for summarising the key concerns. The 8 koala translocations are departmental priorities under the koala strategy, and the uncertainty around survival is part of the project. And any project that introduces a species to an area where the species isn't naturally occurring, like, how can you reconcile that final determination with that expert comment summarised the way it was?
Well, look, I mean, I think we'll just have to wait till the report's
Fair
published.
Enough. Thank you. Because, I know I saw that and was extremely concerned, hence my reports to the RSPCA that I really think that it's nothing short of animal cruelty. Can I just ask, Mr. Chappell?
Yes.
I recently went to Glenbog State Forest. I frankly could not believe what I saw with my own eyes as what Forestry Corporation was claiming to be a roading operation. It was not a roading operation. It was a roadside logging operation, and it is clear as the tree stumps on the edge of the road for anyone to see, and the trucks that took out, the logging trucks that took out the logs that were logged alongside the road. The Forestry Corporation provided a review of environmental factors for that roading operation, but has not made publicly available the site-specific forest operation plan for road and trail maintenance that governs the work. Is the EPA looking at this particular issue?
Well, we have looked at it. I think the review of environmental factors that you've referenced is one of essentially the carve-outs that the corporation is entitled to use under the planning legislation, because the Environment Planning and Assessment Act has a number of measures that can occur without requiring IFOA compliance or approval. So, in a sense, this is really an issue that's beyond the power of the EPA to
So are you
regulate.
satisfied that they have applied the appropriate legal mechanism to avoid the IFOA? Are you satisfied with what they've provided you and the framework they're relying upon?
Look, certainly I don't think that framework can apply for any coup or activity that would occur in a coup. I think maybe my colleague Mr. Beeman might be able to add.
I mean, there was
a bit more
11
context.
truckloads of timber logs was taken out as part of that roading operation. And for anyone, I stood there and looked at it myself, and there are literally trees all along the road edge, except for the large, the best-sized trees that were taken out. I don't know if you managed to undertake an inspection of that operation?
No, not yet, Ms. Hickinson. I think what we can say today is we'll review we've seen both evidence from both sides, and we're going to review that and see whether it does fall under the EPNA Act and whether they did have those requirements under the FRA, whether they were triggered or not.
Okay, thank you. Is it possible? Can you make available the site-specific plan? Are you in a position to be able to make available those documents to the community?
If we get them under our statutory powers, where there are obligations on us not to release that information, so it'd be difficult for us to give that to a third party.
Okay, thank you. Are you also aware of, both in Badger State Forest and Glenbog, the massive disparity between the greater glider-den trees that the community found and the greater glider-den trees that the loggers found, Forestry Corporation found? And are you undertaking any investigation to what appears to be once again a substantial failure in Forestry's den tree survey methodology?
I think we'd be happy to take that one on notice on the specifics of Badger and Glenbog.
Well, certainly we communicate to the corporation any of those findings when we're satisfied and we receive them. But yes, we'll take that on notice and give you a detailed answer.
Thank you. And just obviously there's a lot on forestry, but in terms of the greater glider site-specific biodiversity condition, I know at the supplementary estimates you indicated that some work was happening. Are you able to update or elaborate on what is precisely happening?
Well, we've commenced that review and we need to consider a number of different data sets around sort of spatial and administrative data, various perspectives on operational impacts and timber supply impacts, and obviously impacts on the glider itself, and then administrative efficiency. But there's also a number of Commonwealth pieces of work that essentially need to sort of be considered. Obviously the EPBC reforms and then the New South Wales bilateral project to ensure compliance with those. And there's also a Commonwealth species recovery plan for the glider that we're awaiting. And so we probably need to see that as well before we would finalise any adjustments.
In terms of that, so do you have a time frame? I mean, these logging operations are happening, greater glider den trees. There's only so much the community can do to make good for Forestry Corporation's shortfalls. Is there a time frame on this work?
It's hard to give you a specific time commitment just because some of those pieces are well beyond our control.
Can I please ask about the current biodiversity offset scheme? I think that might be you, Mr. Bruce. I just wanted to know about, so there are a bunch of threatened ecological communities. So what I am curious about is the credit obligations, the credit discharge obligation, and obviously the new changes of law, the changes under the law required that you couldn't hold the money for a certain period of time, that you had to purchase the credits. But we know those credits aren't available, or for many of them. Obviously the ones I'm talking about is Southern Highland Shale Woodland, the Robertson Basalt Hall Open Forest Ecological Community, Upland Basalt Eucalypt Forest Community, the Illawarra. There's a few there, which I'm Walkworth Sands as well, those woodlands. Have credits been purchased for those difficult threatened ecological communities?
Are you referring to payments made into the Biodiversity Conservation Fund?
Yes, the fund.
So I might ask Dr. Giuliani to come up.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for your question. I'd have to take those specific credit types on notice. You referred to, so I'm happy to take that on notice and we can find out that information for you. But you referred to the time frame by which the Biodiversity Conservation Trust must apply monies paid into the fund to secure those credits, and now there's a new statutory requirement that is 3 years, and if we are unable to do that within those 3 years, we must make an agreement with the Minister. We have now published on our website an agreement with the Minister to make sure that any credits that are older than 3 years, as at the end of 2025 and 2026, that we have a plan in place to do that. So this is the second time we've published that agreement. We are 99% through the first agreement. So we made an agreement with the Minister for securing credits that were above 3 years as at December 2025, and we are almost complete with that agreement, and we are substantially through the second agreement with the Minister as well. So we can provide that detail on notice, but I'd have to take the specific trading groups
I'll
on
give you a
notice.
list of those TECs, but are you finding that you are actually finding the credits, or are you having to allocate the monies to other projects?
If we are unable to find the credits, we are able to use the offset hierarchy per the legislation, which has a number of steps available to the biodiversity.
But in terms of
Conservation
money in the
Trust.
fund, have you been allocating that to other things rather than the than credits unavailable?
If we weren't able to find a credit because it wasn't value for money or it wasn't available, and we were able to use a variation rule, we would be purchasing a credit within those variation rules,
Right.
or we would be establishing a conservation action project. And there are certain credits where, if we were unable to find a like-for-like credit, we must go straight to a conservation action, and generally that's under the EPBC.
And with those conservation actions, are they visible on the website? Like, is that what you're saying in terms of the agreement? Can people see?
The agreement is our plan for how we will deal with the credits that are older than 3 years. I had to check on notice, but I don't think it specifies.
No, I don't think it does.
It specifies the type of credit. But in our annual report, we do publish, and this was one of the recommendations from the Auditor General's report in 2022, we do publish how we are anticipating to apply variation rules or conservation actions in a forward-looking sense. So we can come to you on notice with some information.
Thank you.
in
I'll
that
come back.
respect.
I know Ms. Fairman's got. I'll come back in the next session. I've got a couple of other questions about the fund. Thanks,
Thank you,
Ms.
thank you,
Fairman.
Chair. I just wanted to turn to questions about blueberries and the testing, or the statement that the EPA issued with the New South Wales Food Authority on the 3rd of October 2025, which stated that the government has confirmed there is no evidence that blueberries from northern New South Wales are unsafe to eat. Mr. Chappell, should I direct this to you?
Yes, and I might refer it to one of my colleagues with some more detail, but absolutely.
Okay, so are you aware of the basis for which the government made that assertion in terms of the tests undertaken?
I might refer this one to my colleague, Mr. B.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Ms. Fairman. So there was, when the labs get the samples for testing, they do a pesticide scan, so you can see a sort of chemical signature for each of the samples that were tested. And so there were samples taken through that period, and we were able to historically go back and get the labs to pull those scans out, and we didn't detect those pesticides that were identified in the ABC media.
So who provided the testing? So the fresh test, who did they provide the data to from that?
Fresh test?
Yes. That's the industry testing provider.
They do their own testing, so
Yeah.
they take it to their accredited labs, and we'd ask the labs for the data.
Okay, so that was from the provider, fresh test from the industry at the same period, and the statement says that there was no evidence of thiametin residue on any berries tested.
Correct.
Was thiametin tested for?
It was in the pesticide scan, yes.
So the pesticide scan, because I would assume fresh tests wouldn't normally test for thiametin, because it's not legally available, as in it's illegal to use.
The lab does a test for a whole range. You can ask the labs to do, I think the labs we asked to do can do up to 600 or 700 different pesticides. And so we could go back through the historical scans and get an assessment done on that data.
And why did the EPA kind of came out, or the government, I think it was the EPA, that was critical of the the test undertaken by the researcher at the SCU, and I think that the methodology and analysis used were not accredited for testing fresh fruit such as berries. Now, why is that important?
We're trying to be very careful not to be critical of other people's work, but there are standard test methods that need to be used, and the test methods that were used weren't the standard test methods.
I mean, a scientist, though, undertaking investigation, environmental investigation, I mean, the assertion that I've read is that, in fact, they tested for even smaller traces than what fresh test would have. That's correct?
No, but we can't rely on those test methods because we're not sure what the preservation techniques were and how what material was tested, the fruit or the skin, and so there are standards to test against, and they're the standards we all need to rely on, and those standards weren't used.
But the lab results showed that the thiometin was present.
It may have been a contamination issue in that lab because we can't guarantee that the process and the preservation techniques were the appropriate ones.
So,
just because you take a sample doesn't make it accurate.
We've also asked some questions of the EPA around the various testing that's been undertaken, the sampling in the mid-north coast areas. Yep. You've got that compliance blitz that's been happening. Now, one of the questions I asked of the last December budget estimates, supplementary questions to those, was whether blueberries were tested for dimethyl-weight, and if so, what the results were. So the answer provided was yes, dimethyl-weight was detected on samples obtained by the EPA. However, there was no indication of unlawful use of dimethyl-weight. What was the sample? We've asked for specifics. The results of the tests, in other words, was the question that we asked. And were the blueberry samples within the legal residue limits for dimethyl-weight? I think that's the question, and particularly as we know the APAVMA has recently increased the kind of risk threshold or application.
The withholding period time.
Withholding period,
14
thank you.
days.
Yep.
We can certainly take it on notice and get you the detail.
Well,
It might have been an environmental sample, but let us just confirm.
If you could commit to that, Mr. Chappell, because that's specifically what we were asking. Sure. And again, the community needs reassurance here, and so if there's nothing to hide, then don't hide it.
No,
we're
absolutely
of results.
On the same page there.
Excellent. Now, with the various pesticide, you get a lot of complaints each year. I've asked for a breakdown of the data, complaints of potential misuse of pesticides. So there was, between 2015 2025, 3,883 complaints. That's over a decade, fair enough. How many complaints has the EPA followed up with an on-site compliance visit? 367. Out of all of those 3,883 over a decade, just one advisory letter was issued to the blueberry industry. I mean, that seems
Can I give you some
rather
more
low.
data I've got in front of me? So
Okay.
for 23-24 we had 331 complaints. For 24-25 we had 424. And for 25-26 year to date as of 31st of December, 154.
It's very frustrating for me right now because I'm sitting with calendar year data, but that's okay.
Yeah, but that's so we're actually seeing on an annualised basis, we're actually seeing a decline in complaints. For the Coffs Harbour area from February 25 to February 26, because we're preparing this for budget estimates, we've had 47 reports in the Coffs Harbour and Nambucca area in the last 12 months.
Yeah.
For that pesticide campaign we just did recently, so 3rd and 4th of November, we went out unannounced to 11 properties in Coffs, 9 properties in Nambucca and 2 in Clarence Valley, and they resulted in 9 advisory letters and 2 ongoing investigations.
Thank you. don't have much more time left, so I just wanted to go to another issue of an underground mine fire that took place at Perilla's silver, lead and zinc mine in Broken Hill in January last year. At that time, I understand that I've got evidence in front of me anyway that the EPA didn't undertake any air monitoring the whole time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why is that?
That would have been a decision for the incident management team that attended that incident. The primary regulator in that airspace is the resources regulator.
So residents were complaining. The ABC Broken Hill followed this up a few times with the Minister's office, I've seen, that residents and workers complained of a foul, a bad taste in their mouth, toxic smell. In fact, the Fire and Rescue advised residents to stay indoors. Does the EPA step in and say maybe we should test what's going on? So
we work as part of the incident management team, so whoever had the lead on that, either the resources regulator or Fire and Rescue, we give them advice at the time. There would have been a discussion at that point. But Fire and Rescue's standard advice for people when there is a major fire is close your windows and doors and stay inside until the smoke passes.
Any issue when they've still got a bad taste in their mouth a week later?
I don't know. I wasn't told
EPA,
that.
Mr. Chappell, what happens?
No, I mean, I'm listening to you carefully because this certainly is not a fire that I have been directly aware of. We can go back and sort of check, but I'm not aware that we've had those concerns raised with us by the community.
The information that I have suggests that it was either Fire and Rescue or Resources Regulator that says to the EPA, you're not required. Is that how it works? The EPA doesn't say, no, I think we should be going and testing. We want to just make sure everything's okay in terms of air quality.
It's a pretty collaborative discussion in the way that operates. And Fire and Rescue have a lot of their own air testing equipment that they use. And
they didn't do that though.
No, but they do have that equipment also.
So no one tested. No one.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we can.
Can you follow up on
that?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Central Coast PFAS, Arimba. What tests have or investigations is the EPA undertaking, particularly in terms of the fire incidents, traffic incidents? The community's telling me that they originally thought it was from landfill leachate, the high levels of PFAS in the waterway system there. They're now turning their attention to, which was reported in the Sydney Morning Herald as well, some very severe accident involving a lot of PFAS firefighting foam at the time.
Yep.
What investigations is the EPA doing specifically for that area in relation to whether the source and the origin of those high PFAS levels?
We've done 6 months worth of pretty intensive monitoring. We've taken 119 samples from 19 locations, and we're using that to and all that stuff we've published, so it's all publicly available, and so all that information is being used to then focus down on that catchment to identify any more detail about what the potential sources are in that catchment. We've been talking to Dr. Ian Wright because he's had a student do some work on the wetlands and that thing, and we've been trying to organise a time with Ian to go out and do some joint sampling together at that site.
Oh. Very good. Over to you, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Rowley, I've got two questions for you. The first question is, do you ever provide short answers?
I'll leave that for you to judge, but I try.
Well, if I was to judge it, I'd suggest not, but that's the reason I asked the question.
Says Wes Fang.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Look, I do appreciate the irony. I was just curious, given that I think Hansard's going to run out of ink publishing your responses to some of the questions. The other question that I had for you is in relation to an answer you gave to the Deputy Chair around the questions that he was asking.
Yes.
I believe you indicated that in terms of whether the code needed to be followed or not, that, and I'm paraphrasing, that given that there was only the attendees that were listed, plus maybe one or two others, it didn't really matter. Is it the case that the New South Wales Government's employee code is relevant depending on how many people attend, or is it the case that it applies in all circumstances no matter how many people might attend an event?
I will do one of either two things. I think what I'm going to do first, I can take that on notice because it's a detailed question in relation to a code which I have a familiarity with, but it's not as if I've got it sitting in front of me that I can comment on it. But I may ask Anthony if he has any reflections on that, given his position.
Yeah,
and that's... Oh, sorry. Yes.
I was just going to say, for the benefit of the committee, I'm actually the employer of the staff of the Net Zero Commission. The chair isn't the employer. This is the first I've heard of this matter today, so I'm not going to express a view today, but I'll take it on notice.
No, that's fair enough, and I accept that, Mr. Alley. I just was curious as to the bracketing and what the extremities were of the response, as in at what point do you actually think it was appropriate or not? So perhaps on notice we can get an answer to that. Mr. Lean, I did question the Minister previously about the issue of synchronous condensers and the direction that the Minister gave to Transgrid in relation to the purchase of 5 synchronous condensers. I note that the Minister came back to me with a response that in part answered some of the components of the question that I asked, but I would contend that the answer that she then provided gave cause for me to ask further questions. Now, in the response that she gave me, she indicated that the ministerial direction as published in the Government Gazette that I tabled and the Minister signed on the 12th of September 2025 was not the whole picture. So if that Government Gazette doesn't contain the whole picture, where can we find the whole picture around the direction to Transgrid around the purchase of synchronous condensers?
I don't recall the Minister saying earlier today that that wasn't the whole picture. I think she said, my recollection was there may be some ambiguity in the direction. But certainly what I can tell you is that the tender sought to procure a minimum of 950 MVA fault level contribution at the point of connection at each of the 5 locations. Each point of connection at each site will have 2 synchronous condensers, and that provides a 950 MVA fault level, provides at least 1,500 megawatts of inertia, and delivers continuous reactive power capability equal to 40% of its MVA rating.
Okay, so that definition as you've provided to me is different to what is in the Government Gazette, because it talks about a single unit having no less than...
I think this is the point about the ambiguity, and we're happy to sort of clarify that.
Okay, so the definition that
you're going though with this was because it's 10 syncons, it must be more expensive. It's worth pointing out that these were procured as part of a procurement process. And, you know, this proposal that was accepted by Transgrid with, I actually had to approve the contract as well, was the best when you weighted price and non-price criteria.
Okay. Acknowledging that, the definition that you've read from is obviously different to what is in the Government Gazette. When was that definition produced?
Sorry, these are the notes that have been provided to me for the purposes of today's hearing. So
okay.
I think you need to follow, when you look at the direction, there's some complexity with the way different provisions interact, and that's the ambiguity that I think is being referred to.
So in terms of, you said procurement, and I think you talked about a tender. Where are those documents available for us to peruse?
I don't. I'll need to take that on notice.
Okay.
It's, let me take that on notice because it was a joint activity where my team was involved in that along with Transgrid as well, and I'm just not sure whether we hold the documents and make them publicly available given it's commercial in confidence.
Okay. Is it fair to say that by Transgrid's own admission, I should probably say, in the release that I tabled, which had the 2 in the top right-hand corner, which was the article or news release that talked about their ability to secure from GE 2 years earlier a number of smaller synchronous condensers, and I believe that was around October or might have been a bit later October, that the regional documents that were provided to Transgrid were mirroring the Government Gazette documents, and that Transgrid came back to you with a proposal to vary it to be 2 smaller synchronous condensers instead of 1 at each location. So is that the history of where we are?
I can confirm that on notice, but my understanding is the tender provided for that flexibility. I mean, obviously, we wanted to get the best solution from a price and non-price criteria, and there's a lot of advantages with smaller syncons. They're less logistical challenges, potentially more flexibility in terms of operation as well. But that flexibility was in the tender, and that particular proposal to go with 10 from one of the suppliers was the one that was preferred.
So, in terms of the answer you've just provided, then can I glean that they provided 2 proposals to you? One that satisfied the requirements for 5 synchronous condensers of a minimum of 1,500 something with as per the document that was published in the Government Gazette, and the alternate, which was 10 smaller units that they thought they could procure earlier. Is that a fair assumption?
I'll have to take that away, take that on notice and get the specifics for you. What I would say is it is not unusual when you run tender processes to have a detailed specification but also give bidders the option to bid an alternate, which may in fact meet your overall objectives in a far more effective and better way. Whether that's what happened here, I'll have to confirm that.
Okay, I'm sure you can remember though. I mean, we're only talking about 4 months ago, and I mean, it's not like it's I
wasn't part of the tender process. I approved the ultimate thing, and I don't.
So okay, now I'm confused because I'm pretty sure you indicated that
I approved the contract.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm assuming that if there were variations to the proposal that was asked for by the minister, you would need to know about that and indicate that. You've also indicated that you had to balance issues such as cost and availability and seeking to meet the guidelines or the task at hand.
I didn't say any of that part that you just said.
Well, you did say that there were balances around cost and availability and the like. So, and then you talked about that the proponent could perhaps provide a better solution. So I assume you're balancing things around whether it provides a better solution or not. But in that circumstance where you're balancing issues, one might presume that you have a number of proposals in front of you, not just one.
Yeah. Can I just clarify that? What I said was I will need to come back to you on the specifics of this proposal. Okay. It is not unusual for when large tenders like this are run that you'll have a very clear specification, but then the option of bidding an alternative proposal that meets the objectives. That's what I said. I will come back to you and confirm exactly what the situation was here.
Okay, so in that circumstance, could you take on notice, given that I could keep going down this path, but I might as well just ask you to provide me on notice, the number of proposals that were put forward by Transgrid whether they had pricing for the 5 synchronous condensers as specified and the additional 10 that were smaller, whether they provided you the pricing for those units and the delivery times, because I'm trying to understand now at what point did we commit to these synchronous condensers knowing that we were going to have to keep Eraring open.
I'm not sure what the connection is there, but I'll take that on
Well, I can explain to you what the connection is. The connection is that we are now having to pay for these synchronous condensers, even though Eraring will continue remaining open until at least 2029. Now, in those circumstances, as we've indicated with the $600 million that consumers are having to pay for in relation to renewable energy projects, we are now going to be hit with these synchronous condensers that are effectively not required because we are continuing to keep Eraring open until at least 2029. I want to know what this is costing us, this little experiment where we keep ordering stuff and keep trying to patch holes and have the consumer pay for it.
I think it's a mistake to assume that it's one or the other. You can keep Eraring open and therefore you will never need synchronous condensers. This is an issue where we need to plan for synchronous condensers within the renewable energy zones as well. At some point, all of the coal-fired power stations are going to go, and synchronous condensers are an important part of a modern renewable grid. There are other technologies emerging which AEMO and Transgrid are working through at the moment, but I don't think it's right to suggest that we could just ditch the synchronous condensers because Eraring's potentially going to stay open for another 2 years. I mean, they could still theoretically close before the nominated closure date of April 2029.
Mr. Lean, you could well be right. However, in circumstances where we are potentially paying extra over and above what we needed to have these 10 synchronous condensers arrive earlier than the 5 that were specified as per the article from Transgrid, how much extra are we paying for those synchronous condensers to arrive early when ultimately the Eraring remaining open will provide that grid stability, because that's effectively what it does.
There's effectively a 2 to 3 year lead time to secure synchronous condensers at the moment. It is a very tight supply chain. To be frank, we don't have the luxury of waiting. We need to sort of take the steps now, and that's what the government has done and made those decisions based on where they were at the time. Previously, it was understood Eraring was shutting when this agreement was entered into in April 2027.
And Mr. Lean, again, you could well be right, and maybe that is the priority of the government. However, the government's priority means that the New South Wales energy consumers may be, and I don't know because this is why I'm asking the question about how much we've paid, may be having to pay for the failed rollout from this government and the continued rush and scramble around issues like synchronous condensers. So when I ask these questions, they are asked with intent, they are asked with a specificity in mind, and the fact that you've had to take on notice a contract that was settled maybe 4 or 5 months ago because you apparently can't remember seems to me to be somewhat problematic.
No.
But anyway, we'll wait for the answers to come back on notice, and that's okay.
You're asking me very, very detailed questions, which I'm not comfortable answering on the spot, so I'm happy to take them on notice.
But you can't tell me whether there was 2 proposals that were put forward or 1. I mean, surely you must be able to remember that.
Sorry,
was there only 1 proposal put forward by Transgrid, or did they put multiple?
So it was a procurement process where Transgrid, with our support, tested the external market for supply of this equipment. I don't remember specifically how many bids were received as part of that process, or whether the successful tenderer put in 1 or 2 bids, but I will go back and review the paperwork and let you know. I deal with a lot of things in my job.
I appreciate that, as we all do. In terms of the MT Passer modelling that I raised with the Minister earlier, now I will go back and check the Hansard, but from memory, I think at one point she said it was an irrelevant set of modelling. Is that how you would determine the MT Passer?
I don't recall the Minister saying that, and
we'll check the Hansard. We'll check the Hansard. I'm pretty sure I wrote it down.
The MT Passer is used for a specific purpose. I might get Kim to talk about that. It's not generally used. I mean, the ESU is used to model what we think is going to happen with energy reliability over a 10-year period. That is a much more appropriate time frame in which to make planning decisions on things that take a long time to deliver. The MT Passer is something that's much more specific over a 2-year period, which is used to help the industry and AEMO plan for outages over a shorter period of time. So I think I'm completely comfortable the ESU is the right tool for us to be basing our own monitor reports on.
Okay. Ms. Curtin?
I think that was a good answer. The MT Passer is, I mean, it primarily is used to help with planning maintenance, so that outages aren't happening at the same time, so we don't have an impact. So it's updated weekly, and generators that are in the market are putting that information in. But just noting that over the next 2 years, there are a number of batteries that are going to be coming in. They're going to be adding more reliability, so that MT Passer will change over time as more of the services come in.
Okay, so I've tried to do this with the Minister, but she sort of dismissed it, and I'm hoping you won't do the same. In circumstances where there is maintenance that's required in terms of coal-fired power stations, for example, you would expect that there would be highs and lows, and it would rise and fall depending on what was expected to be in maintenance at the time. But the modelling that I've seen from the MT Passer, from the time when Eraring was due to close until Eraring was moved back into a functional position in that modelling, showed a continual decline in the stability and reliability of the grid, and it was regardless of whether there was maintenance or not. As in, the further it went along, the worse it got. Now, whilst it may be the case that, Vales Point or one of the other Bayswater might be offline for maintenance for a couple of weeks, and that would impact the MT Passer, the fact that it was decreasing and continually getting worse right up until the modelling then put Eraring back in when they announced they were continuing, would indicate to me that there was a very large hole that was going to occur when Eraring was turned off. Do you agree with that supposition, if my modelling is correct?
So what I know, and I'm not the technical expert, but I'll tell you what I know.
Okay.
So you're right, the MT Passer was showing that there could be times of unserved energy, particularly around sort of planned maintenance at Vales Point, Mount Piper and Bayswater, as well as some of the gas and hydro units, and them needing to be coordinated, which is similar to what was showing up in our ESTM report, which shows the energy security, and also partly why the Minister directed a firming tender to go out to plug a gap that was expected around 27, 28, which has been done.
Did anyone flag with the Minister that the modelling was showing that there was a huge problem?
There was, well, certainly the ESTM report that we put out and what AEMO put out previously as well was showing the same thing, that there was times when we needed to plug a gap, and that's why the firming tender was done. There's 6 very large batteries all coming online in a small space of time. So we use that information that's showing where we think there'll be issues in the future to guide the work that we do, so that we're plugging the gaps where we need to at the right times.
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair. Like that. There we go. Good afternoon. Can I start by asking my favourite topic, coal ash? What has, it's probably a question for you, Mr. Chappell, but what has the EPA done so far in relation to all of the actions that were assigned to it in relation to the government's response to the coal ash inquiry from back in 2019, 2020?
All the EPA's actions are complete. I think there's the New South Wales Health-led study, which I mentioned earlier this morning, is not yet finalised, but we expect that to be finalised this year as well.
What about the independent assessment of environmental impacts?
I'm almost certain all the EPA's actions are complete, but I can perhaps get you some more detail and notice on that specific.
I haven't seen it published. If I could see that would be excellent. Thank you. Can I ask, sorry, jumping around, but probably back to you, Ms. Deline, the Energy Security Corporation, the $1 billion, has any of it been spent as yet?
My understanding is that they are in discussions with a number of potential projects, but they haven't yet closed a deal at this point. So,
Okay, so not yet.
I mean, they are in they only started officially on 1 July last year, so they do have, the board was only appointed then, they do have a period of time to ramp up.
But the $1 billion was put into the, it was a sort of, I guess, assigned to the corporation before it was established. We've been sort of following it for a number of years to try and, but no money spent. Okay. Where does that $1 billion live at the moment? Is it, like, in terms of the budget, where does it sit?
Can I take that one on notice?
Yeah, I'm just curious, is it in a fund somewhere? Is it earning money? What's happening with it? Or is it a notional $1 billion?
It's held in a special purpose account that Treasury oversees.
Okay, all right, thank you. So, okay. Can I ask, in relation to the gas decarbonisation roadmap, why is the industrial sector, namely small to medium industries, not included within the scope of the gas decarbonisation roadmap?
I'm not sure. I might see if my colleague, Ms. Curtin, is able to answer that.
I think so. What was the question on who's not included? Did you say?
So the small to medium industries are not included within gas decarbonisation.
I don't think it's, well, I'll double check with the team. I don't think it's right that they're not included. There's sort of a number of different elements to the decarbonisation roadmap. We've got 3 stages that we're working through. So the first stage is really looking at providing clarity of the role of gas in New South Wales during the transition and looking at key challenges around managing sort of gas adequacy. Stage 2 is focusing on households and businesses, particularly to reduce reliance on gas through electrification and energy efficiency. So that would bring in sort of smaller businesses as well. And stage 3 is looking at the broader issues of transition, like the issues around declining gas customer base and how we'll be following completion of the stage 2 reforms, how we work through that, those issues that arise.
Yeah, okay. That doesn't accord with... My understanding was that the roadmap will only include gas decarbonisation pathways for households and small businesses, but excludes small to medium industries such as food, beverage, leather, paper, who predominantly use gas for heat processing, which is about 12% of New South Wales's gas total use.
We do have another number of programs focused on that area. Maybe I'll take on notice so I can give you the specifics. But there are a number of programs that do sort of provide support for those, for that sort of part of the market. But I'll take it on notice and give you the specifics.
Okay, thank you. Just another one back on coal ash, probably for you again, Mr. Chappell. With the announcement that Eraring is going to stay open a couple of years later, what consideration has been given to the additional amounts of fly ash that we're going to have coming out of that station, and particularly do we think that the existing dam, you know, they had that extension a couple of years back that the government half paid for, do we think that that is now going to be sufficient, and the sort of the extent of how much ash dam storage they'll need?
I think our current understanding is it will be. I think a large proportion of that new ash is being reused directly. But let me give you a detailed answer on notice.
Yeah, perhaps also on notice. I've been sort of very keen to follow what's happening with the wall safety at Araring. I understand that a lot of the risk and the focus has gone away because there's no longer the Mayuna Bay Rec Centre sitting in the path of where the coal ash would come if there was to be an accident. If there's been, I guess the question is, has there been any more recent reports from the Dam Safety Commission or anything else that can give us an indication of what that's looking like at the moment?
Very happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. I'll hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just ask Mr. Chappell just about the EPA staffing issues to the extent you can assist the committee? What's the actual cost savings of the initial restructure to the Labor employee cap?
I may have to take the specific numbers on notice, Chair.
That's no problem. Thank you.
I'll just see if I have.
Another similar one is, what's the actual cost savings of the finalised restructure to the Labor employee cap?
Sure.
One of the things that's put to me, and I'm always a bit uncomfortable about these things, but it's a reality of what happened. There was a particular individual who was the executive director. I won't name that person for the purpose of the hearing. And the ED was tasked with designing the restructure and was taken offline to do that very work, and put in an additional ED position, but then resigned the day before the restructure was finalised in December last year. Do you accept that, whilst there may be whatever reasons for that, that there is currently, difficulty that some members of the EPA staff are experiencing with the credibility and the confidence in the restructure? And is there something you can say to assist people to understand what happened?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the first point to be really clear on is the person you're referring to wasn't tasked to lead the design of the new model or the restructure. They were tasked to oversee the consultation process and engagement across the EPA. So the entire executive collaboratively went through a number of different iterative processes to land on the proposed operating model, which we then consulted on with all of our people, and we very materially refined further in response to that feedback. I don't think I'm able to talk specifically about any individual's sort of private circumstances. The senior executive targets that the EPA has to reach are clear. I think we have to go from 32 to 26, 33 to 27 senior executive roles by June, and the Secretary has sort of referenced that process that's underway, and we'll definitely meet that government target. But there's certainly, I think if anyone has that misunderstanding, I hope what I've said clarifies that this person wasn't sort of tasked to design the outcome that we've landed on after further refinement through the consultation process.
Thank you. In terms of your responsibility as CEO, what do you think is, restructures are hard, obviously, but what do you think in terms of the health and well-being of the organisation now and where you're at in that restructuring process?
Well, I think it's definitely moving in a positive direction. It's always a difficult balance to signal to the workforce that change and significant change is coming and is required without being able to share the detail of that, versus the alternative of not sharing that, and then the risk is you surprise people and it's more impactful on them at that point. So I very much erred towards the first approach, and I believe that's the right approach. And the very strong feedback from our people was, if change has to come, please move through it as fast as possible. And so again, you're trying to balance how quickly you can move through that with, meaningful engagement, refinement, stress testing, any proposed changes. And I think we landed that balance quite well. I'm really pleased that we've been able to place, so I think we had a total of 180 permanent staff impacted in various ways through the change process. I think over 90 of those have now been placed in new permanent roles, and we've got a rolling process that's only open to EPA staff to apply for other vacancies, and then at the same time they're also able to apply or be matched to roles in other parts of the department or the sector where they're a good fit. So I think we're moving through that as well as we can. It's not easy, and I don't mean to imply it's easy, but I think on the other side of this, when we stand up the new structure, which we are aiming to do in April, we will have a very effective regulator that is better equipped to face the challenges that we face.
All right, thank you. Can I ask, I think it's Mr. Lean. Actually, sorry, just a very quick one. Who is it you, Mr. Lean, on the Great Koala National Park and the boundary establishment, or Ms. Graham?
Boundaries?
Yep. So this is a very specific thing. From what I understand with the boundary announcement yesterday, that there has been some rationalisation of the boundaries around the plantation areas that obviously Forestry Corporation will maintain management of. There is, as we can ascertain, a buffer of sorts between the park and the boundaries and the plantation. At the moment, we understand that those areas will be categorised as forest management zones, FMZs 3B. Obviously, that's a matter for the Forestry Corporation and how that... But it would be good if you could note that they should be FMZ 3As, because in 3Bs, you still are able to do intensive logging. And I'm curious whether you've considered that in terms of the integrity of the boundaries and the edges of the national park where they're close to plantation.
Yeah, it's a good question, and if I could invite Ms. Harrop up to respond
Certainly.
to that, because she's got more specific information around that.
Thank you.
So the intention with those, as you have said there, to provide the buffers, the intention is absolutely that those areas would not be available for harvesting and would remain outside of the plantation zones. We'll look at what activities can occur in 3A and 3B and see what can be accommodated, but there will be a need for some activities to take place in those areas to support the government's commitment to maintain access to the plantations.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there was concern about, we think that possibly there's been a mix-up. They should be 3A and not 3B, and if they are 3B, it would be good to know that for sure.
Yeah, we'll just need to look at what's permissible under each of those zones to make sure it's compatible with what needs to happen.
Thank you. Mr. Lean, earlier the Minister indicated, or you indicated to the Minister, and she indicated to the committee about park establishment targets, protected area network targets. Could you elaborate a little bit more on what work is happening within the department?
So there's two pieces of work underway. So there's a revised parks establishment plan being developed at the moment. One of the things that's being looked at is how that plan can support the broader objectives, national targets and objectives, and also international ones, with the big caveat, of course, of what the Minister said about 30 by 30, etc. Separately, we're developing the nature strategy, and the intention of that is to set targets across a range of different areas, whether it be threatened species recovery, protected area management, noting that protected areas capture both public protected areas
and
but also private land conservation as well. Abundance, habitat quality, all of those sorts of things as well. So those targets are being thought through at the moment.
But is there any contemplation about an actual, reserve target? Like, for example, as the Minister said, we're at what did she say? Her number 10, we're over 10, nearly 11%. Whereas, for example, Victoria is nearly double that. They're a smaller land area. Like, we are really, really quite, in terms of New South Wales being a progressive, fabulous state, we are we're laggards. Like, we kind of just aren't building that reserve system. And I'm just curious about where, is there research that's suggesting to you, informing your work, that actually having a reserve target would be helpful?
So it's an issue that's being looked at in the development of the nature strategy, and ultimately, it'll be government to decide whether it does want to have a target or not, and if it does, what that target should be.
And okay, so you think that's a political question rather than
It's a policy question for government.
Okay. Yeah. And is there anything that's feeding into your advice? Just because when you say the international stuff, because the High Ambition Coalition, for example, which is really well informed from the research I can see, they talk about that as, it's not just a policy question. It is actually a science question. It is about the resilience of a protected area network and system.
Yeah.
Is that something that your departments
we're looking at a lot of different options. Some people might say it's better to build targets exclusively around ecosystems and their condition and recovery, rather than focusing on land that's contained within protected areas. They're things that we will advise government on, and they will make a decision.
Thank you. Mr. Chappell, can I just ask you about, there was an issue of arsenic contamination in Little Newry State Forest.
Yes.
It was raised, and I think there was some independent expertise that had views about what was happening, and there was certainly community that were very engaged around it. And I also understand that EPA had a look at the issue, but that there is potentially some difference in what the community says, what the EPA says. But what qualifications and expertise did the EPA rely on when accepting advice that the arsenic contamination in Little Newry was unlikely?
Well, we did extensive sampling consistent with NADA accredited methodologies, and it would have been analysis from the relevant experts in the department. Mr. Beeman, I think, can give you some further detail, but I think that area does have naturally occurring levels of some of those chemicals.
Thanks, Mr. Chappell. That work and that assessment was actually undertaken by our water technical advisory team. So they're the expert water quality people in the state that do all of our assessments at the EPA. So they're highly experienced and highly qualified in the work they do.
So in one of the documents that I've been given, it's from a particular person. I won't name that person, but they're from Soil and Ecology, Technical AWNSG. So that's the group.
Air, water, soil.
That's the group.
Gas, yep.
And this particular expert says to the team, "Hi all, I have attached a casual and brief synopsis of yesterday's field trip to inform other people. I am no subject matter expert, and the attached contains my observations and opinions only." And then that seems to be the basis, following on through certain documents, that which the comments from that, as it starts, follows, "My feeling is that the risk of arsenic mobilisation at the two mine sites is negligible."
Yep.
Likely...
That work was actually signed off by the director of that area, so you're looking probably Officer Conversations there, and I don't know who they are. But
no, and I don't feel the need to... Yeah. I'm asking you more about, it's a bit of an insight, and because as I understand it, the opinions formed... the conclusion formed by the EPA is that there was nothing, it was negligible, there was really nothing there. Whereas the community, who have undertaken their own sampling, who have analysed the data, had a really clear look, they say it's really clear that there is a change, and arsenic spikes in the water, and this is the water catchment. Like this.
But there is naturally occurring arsenic in that location.
So then, what? That nobody's disputing that, but it was the spikes that correlated directly with the logging that took place and the heavy machinery in those areas. So, what is it that the community is meant to rely upon when they see things like that?
Yep. So again, I don't know what document you're looking at, but the work I know was actually reviewed by our water specialist and actually signed off by the director of that area, who are extremely competent and professional individuals.
Okay, I might put some questions on notice.
We also
about
collected samples,
yeah.
so we're happy to take a detailed question and come back with the relevant science that was relied upon.
You get a couple more minutes. I'll just hand over to my colleagues.
Thank you. I've got two questions, which I reckon I can get off in 2 minutes. How many Brumbies have we shot?
So I'll have to take that on notice. There hasn't been... The only activity that's been happening is in the removal zones, and it's only been occurring as part of as a broader pest control program. So there's been no removals in the...
When you say removals, do you mean live removals or
no horses have been aerially shot.
Okay, thank you.
I can actually give you a number if you just give me a moment.
No, you're right.
Alex has got the number.
Oh, hi, Alex.
Hi. Are you referring specifically to Kosciuszko?
Yes.
Yeah. So we've...
Why? Where else have you shot Brumbies?
Well, we have programs...
No, that's fine. Yes.
In other parks, yes. We've removed 9,198 horses from KMP.
9,000...
198.
And that's since...
I'll have to...
Take that on notice, no worries.
Sorry, the number you're specifically interested in is since...
Since we repealed the Wildlife Heritage Bill.
Oh, okay.
Which was wasn't that in December?
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's fine. But anyway, that's good. Well, we've got the number. And
No, so that number doesn't relate to the last...
No, I figured that. I was
very active program.
Yeah. I mean, I know you kill a lot, but that's a lot. I've got a few seconds left. Speaking of shooting horses, has the Minister done and, I guess, finalised the issue of the horses that were shot, the private horses that were shot in the new part of what was to be a new national park that my colleagues got raised?
Yeah.
That's been finalised?
Yes, so we conducted a review, investigated what occurred. That's been finalised, and a copy of the report's been provided to the horse owner, along with an offer to proceed with compensation.
Okay, is that report going to be public?
Yes.
And when will we see that?
We're waiting for a response from the landowner.
Thank you.
Mr. Chappell, I'm just going to go back to, in particular, land clearing or alleged unlawful land clearing in the Narromine Dubbo area, particularly on public land. And I think we've had a previous discussion quite a while ago about it. But I'm just curious, has the EPA undertaken any investigative work about land clearing on public lands in those areas, Narromine and Dubbo areas?
Well, the EPA regulates Crown forestry in state forests and then private native forestry on private land, but we're not the appropriate regulatory authority for land clearing on public land outside forestry operations.
So nothing on those... But does the EPA ever receive complaints about it?
We certainly would, but we'd share them with the relevant colleagues in the department who are I think are probably the appropriate regulator, but I'm happy to take any other specifics on notice.
And Mr. Lean, are you aware of any complaints that you've received from the EPA through their environment line that they've referred on to you about clearing of Crown lands, travelling stock routes and so forth?
I'm not aware of any specific complaints, but I'll defer to my colleague, Mr. Bruce.
Yeah, we'd have to take that one on notice. I'm not aware of anything.
Okay, I'm very interested to know if specific allegations of land clearing from 2023, so financial year starting 2023 to now, whether you have received any referrals of complaints and concerns about from the EPA or direct from the public, particularly in that Narromine local government area, and if so, whether there's been any investigations around that.
Yep, we can take that on notice.
Thank you. We're now into...
Go on, sneak it in. You know you'll ask another one.
I was about to.
I know you were, I can
I
tell.
was about to.
Oh, I take the point. A complicated one. Are there any matters on which any witness would like to elucidate?
I have a couple of things that I wanted to mention. So, in response to Mr. Fang's question around the respective shares for the different distribution network service providers, I misspoke. I said 99.6 million was Endeavour's share.
Yes.
In 24-25, it was 96.6, not 99.6.
They appreciate the $3 million discount that you've provided to
Thank
them.
you. So that was that. Just on sharks, just to clarify, as well as councils having a role in sort of providing warnings and assisting with public safety, national parks would also have a role in that, which went to Ms Munro's question. She also asked what did limited mean in terms of the information reliability standard for native mammals population and distribution in the SOE report.
Yep.
So a limited indicator reliability is used where the data coverage is patchy and uneven in quality, or there may be some inconsistencies in the supporting information. So caution is needed in considering the ratings and interpretations. That's actually in the SOE report.
Yeah, my question, just to be clear though, wasn't about what it meant. It was, were there any measures or policies that were being undertaken to address that it was limited?
Okay, we'll come back to you on that one.
Thank you.
And I think Alex has some clarifications as well.
Yes, to clarify a response that I provided to you, Ms Munro, in relation to the grid that you talked about. So that's referring to the Parks Eco Pass activity and location conditions spreadsheet.
Yes, that's the one.
It is updated fairly regularly,
okay.
Approximately every quarter.
Oh, okay.
So, for example, I think you mentioned quad bike tours. They are permitted in 72 parks.
Mm-hmm.
However, that doesn't mean that there are tour operators operating in 72 parks.
Yeah, I understand.
We only have a couple of licences for quad bike tours on parks in New South Wales at the moment.
Yeah.
And so whilst it does seem like a high number of permissible activities across parks, these licences are subject to a range of conditions, case-by-case basis. It's assessed by national parks prior to licences being provided.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Can I just wanted to clarify your questions about the review of the Biodiversity Conservation Act and what's being done? So there are 22 actions in Part A of the Plan for Nature that relate to the Biodiversity Conservation Act. 4 actions of those are to establish new biodiversity architecture. 3 of those are in progress and 1 is at the scoping and development stage.
Okay.
And there are 18 actions under the 6 reform pillars. 17 of those are in progress. 2 are LLS lead and 1 is at the scoping stage. And in terms of your question about the number of recommendations from the review, there were 58 recommendations. 49 were supported or supported in principle, and 9 were listed for further consideration. And at the back of the Plan for Nature, you can see how they relate to the actions.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, just in response to your question, Chair, about the independent experts for the Koala Translocation Review Report. So they are Peter Kenthorst. He specialises in koala population science, translocation science. Dr. Michael Lynch and Roger Martin are the 3 independent experts.
Thank you. Do you know what they're what they're attached to? Whether they are part of a particular institution or academy, or
They're well regarded and well-known
I'll look
scientists,
for them.
the information will be provided as well with the report, because their responses will be provided when the report is published. But what I can say about Peter is that he's an ecological consultant, and he's got over 45 years of government research experience in koala science. Dr. Michael Lynch, he's a wildlife veterinarian with more than 30 years experience, including leadership at Melbourne Zoo. And Roger Martin, he's a wildlife biologist and koala researcher, and a renowned scientist in koala ecology and behaviour. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any at this end?
Any else?
Nope.
Last one, just for Mr. Fang. So, the total number of horses removed from KMP since the 2024 survey, that's the last data point that we have, is 246. So aerial shooting was 72 of those. There was 8 ground shooting, 157 rehoming, and 9 euthanized or other deaths. So.
I like those ratios better.
Well, you can do that now that they're... Anyway.
Now
Sorry.
that they're almost all gone. Oh, I'll swear you in if you like to.
Thanks, Les.
No?
Is that it? We did?
Yes.
That's
I'm
everything?
very happy
Government's
with those.
finished?
You don't need to mop up anything, Peter?
On that basis, thank you to all you government officers for your attendance today.
Thank you.
The committee secretariat will be in touch in the near future regarding any questions taken on notice and any supplementary questions. You know we're all very grateful for your time and your attendance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.